intuition is telling me.
All right, what's going on? Shout outs to everybody in the building. We in too deep, man. Happy Friday. Well, probably Saturday for you guys. You dig what I'm saying on the East Coast. But if you in LA, happy Friday. You know, it's Friday night in LA. You know, a lot of stuff going on. This Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Good to see everybody here. Um, got a lot of stuff to talk about on today's show, man. I've been having a bunch of technical difficulties, but I think I got some of it fixed for today's show. I need to do that. Honestly, I don't have my actual studio gear uh hooked up at the moment. But we in here. It's Player Talk Radio. You know, got a lot of stuff going on. Recording at an undisclosed location, you know, but it's Player Talk. You know, shout outs to everybody here. There's a couple of stuff that we got to catch up on. So it's great to see everybody here. Shout outs to UFO Kamikaze. Shout outs to Raven. Good to see you, brother. Who is Trinity? Who is Trinity? I was just before I went live, I got hold on. I got this video that was sent to me. Well, it wasn't sent to me, but it came across my line, and it was what's the porn star name? You probably know a Raven, but you know Raven know all the white porn star names. You don't really know too much about that. Hold on. Hold on. Her name is Brianna. Hold on. Brianna Moore. She was on the Bougie Show recently. And you know, they be talking about the same stuff all over again. Um, like I said, there's a lot of stuff to talk about on today's show. Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me do this. You said, what's going on, Link? Shout outs to Link in the building, man. Good to see you, broski. As always. Between today and tomorrow, Link, please make sure you come through. We do have movie night on the way. I haven't forgot about you guys. I just been having a bunch of technical difficulties, and then this whole week I've been trying to figure out how to share my Netflix page, but I forgot Netflix got this thing, right, where when you try to share the, you know, because I wanted to watch Raw as War with you guys, bro. I've been catching up on wrestling, man. You know, I was watching your boy Jay Uso on Raw not too long ago. I was like, damn, okay, you know, this is interesting, you know, but okay, Pinky, Jasmine, and Cashmere, okay, but no, I was watching Raw the other day, a couple days ago, and I'm like, dang, man, I wish I could share this with you guys, but there's like a whole process you got to go through to be able to share your Netflix on on like Discord or on just YouTube in general, and not even on YouTube, but on to be able to share the screen just in general, and they put you through like some type of hell, like you got to go through this other system that doesn't detect its screen share system, and then you got to share that screen. Like, it's a lot. It's a lot. So, you know, I'm getting that together. But we do got the movies that we got. We got Chemical Ali, and we got Chemical Ali. We got Mayor Grills, and we got what you call it, the documentary that you sent me. I still got that here. You know what I'm saying? I still got that here. You know. So you dig? But we got a lot of good stuff coming, man. We got to talk a little bit about relationships. Like I mentioned on you said Rock isn't coming, SummerSlam is a downer. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff I heard that's going on. I heard I didn't get to see it, but man, you know who I've been binge watching? I was a little sick this morning, and I just was in bed, man, and guess who I've been binge watching, y'all? I've been binge watching. What's going on, Misha? I've been binge watching Maven. I've been binge watching Maven's channel, man. He done pulled up on Perry Saturn. He done pulled up on what's his name? I forgot this dude's name. I've been binge watching a lot of Maven, man. Shout outs to Maven. Maven been actually winning my heart back over the years, man. Um, yeah, Travis Scott couldn't commit. You know. Oh man, Jesus Christ! Started it off right. Shout outs to Link dropping the huge. Thank you, bro. As always, huge. $15 on the Cash App. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I appreciate you. Hold on, 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 hold on. Oh no, it's not here. Hold on. I got you, bro. Let's get it. Hold up. Hold on, 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 hold on. Let's go. Player Talk Radio. Give me 1 second.
Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Shout outs to Link dropping the huge 15 on the Cash App. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you, man, for supporting the show. Starting the show off right. Let's keep the support going. You said no more rappers. Please, dear God. Listen, y'all. Hey, look. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth, man. I like that the women. I'm more interested in the women's division than the men's division, man. I like that the women are running the show. You know, I love that the women are running the show. I like that the women are doing their thing, and they're good. They're good. You know. You know who's grown on me? Link and Raven. EO Sky. EO Sky done grew on me, man. He said Snoop at least gets involved. So I was watching Maven, and I didn't know when Snoop was on the show. Shane McMahon, I think he tore something in his leg or something like that. And I was watching. Hold on, let me show y'all. Let me show y'all what I was watching. Let me show y'all. Because it's better to show y'all. Hold on. This shit was fucking interesting. Hold on. I was doing my research on kayfabe. Now when I want to find it, it's hard as hell to find. Hold on. He was reacting to WWE Unreal, and I actually really wanted to watch that. Alright. Check this out. What's going on, Nightish? You said why you changed the name? I kept it the same. It's a little different. Mental chewing gum. That's what I deal out. I give you guys something to think about. You know, shout outs to Nightish in the building. Good to see you, my brother. Hold on, hold on. Let me see if I can find this. If I can switch this over. All right, check this out, y'all. Hold on. I like EO Sky. I didn't like that they took the title from her like that, though. Yeah, and that other girl. There's this other girl. I'm not sure if she's Latina, but she wears the devil horns down to the ring, and she got the little bullshit over her right eye. I forgot her name.
This video is sponsored by HelloFresh. Hey guys, it could be.
In order to make matches more dramatic, wrestlers will kick out right before the count of 3. To time this right, the wrestler being pinned will have his or her eyes open so that he or she can watch the referee's count and time it just right. This also allows wrestlers to silently tell the referee the match isn't over yet and not to count to 3.
Obviously, it stands to reason. Yeah, of course people's eyes are going to be open, so you don't have the ref's hand come down for an inadvertent.
Usually, when they're about to lose, they look away from the you know what I'm saying, from the referee. Link said Maven had a beautiful drop kick. Yeah, he had a good missile drop kick. That's what he was talking about that he used against the Undertaker so he could win the Royal Rumble. And it was just crazy how the Undertaker did put him over. Um he missile drop kicked the Undertaker to the back, and the Undertaker went over the ropes. So that was pretty interesting right there. But what you call it? EO Sky got a crazy missile drop kick. But let's go.
3. So I don't know if the signal is the eyes or what, but he's accurate. Yeah. I was glaring at the ref the whole time. The only time I wasn't
Yeah, it's like so many signals that's going on is crazy.
was on a finishing move, like if I took the pedigree or if I took something, an RKO or something that I knew that was ending the match and I knew my night was over. Okay, then it can count to 100. For at that point, hell, I don't care.
Now here's how you can tell if a wrestler's going to counter John Cena's attitude adjustment.
Going for attitude adjustment perhaps on John Morrison, and wow!
When Cena has his opponent...
See how their hand is on his chest? Pause. You know what I'm saying? You can already tell when they're going to get out of it. I kind of noticed this too with the F5. But the F5 is a little bit more tricky when people are about to counter it, because Brock locks it in quick. But let's go.
On his shoulders, look at where the opponent's hands are. If the wrestler has a hand pressed on Cena's chest or around his neck, this means the opponent is going to do a flip and counter the move. Alternatively, if the wrestler's arms are dangling or loosely touching Cena, then the move is going to be performed successfully.
Attitude adjustment was something I never took. This makes sense. Some moves that we know we have to counter, yeah, you're just going to need your hands or your feet or whatever in different positions to make that counter. An example of a move that you would have to do differently if you were countering it was the Batista bomb. Normally when Dave would give me his finisher, once I got up to the top, my whole goal was just to get air, get elevation, make it look as big as possible, make the bump look devastating. But on the night that I actually defeated Drax, defeated the big guy, I let my momentum take me over once I got to the top and completed him up with the roll up. And again, countering the move, we're two guys working together as a unit, and you would never know anything was going to be different. But once I got up to the top, I just let my momentum take me over.
Triple H wanted the Shield to do their signature 3-fist pose. The game repeatedly made a few subtle motions to tell Dean, Seth, and Roman to do it. Eventually, Roman Reigns caught on, and the Shield hit their iconic pose, but it was funny how many times Triple H had to move his arms before they finally got the message.
Hunter's always thinking ahead. Early in my career, when I was tagging with him against Undertaker and Kurt Angle, after I took Taker's last ride through the announce table, my night's over at this point. I sufficient time to sell the big man's move, and I was actually exiting stage left up the ramp, and the ref stops me and tells me, stop. Hunter wants you to stop because he wants to be the one to come and get you and exit with you. Again, Hunter's just thinking ahead. Now, I'm not 100% sure what signal or how he had the ref stop me, but it's just another example of Hunter constantly and always thinking of just how to make the show this much better. And actually, I'm going to share with you a secret hand signal I used. Here it is. Do you know what that means? Huh? It means I'm hungry. But just like
All right, hold on, y'all. Maven got a plug, all right?
from us.
But take a look at Orton's hands. When the Viper hits the power slam, he claps his hands, but when he isn't going to hit the move, there's no clap.
You thought I did. WWE World Heavyweight Champion went for the power.
The clap tells Orton's opponent to follow through and brace for the power slam.
I think Randy does this.
I noticed the claps too, and then also too, they slap like their leg or sometimes like their chest, like when they do a kick. Like if you see sometimes Shawn Michaels do the sweet chin music, he's slapping his leg. And it makes it seem like the person got like this crazy crunch in the face from his foot. You know what I'm saying? From getting kicked. Also, too, I was watching Maven with Shelton Benjamin, talk about like that huge sweet chin music he caught when he jumped off the ropes and stuff like that. And I didn't notice because Shelton Benjamin showed it. I didn't notice he put his hand in front of his face, and that shit is crazy. Hold on, y'all.
Does the clap as more of a timing mechanism for him when somebody's coming.
Because some of the replays, this is why you got to watch wrestling live, because some of the replays, they edit it and they get that right angle, because they do the replays, obviously. They do it's sports. You know how to, sports do the replay? They do the replays and that shit, man. I'm not gonna lie, the stuff WWE wrestlers do is crazy, and just how athletic they are. And she's a little bit thicker now. But y'all, the reason why I was like, okay, let me this is several months ago, last year. I was like, let me get back into wrestling because the women are killing it, right? And I was here talking to y'all about it. But I saw one joint with Naomi where it was the Royal Rumble, and it was like her, Kofi Kingston, and a couple of other people that got thrown out the ring, but their feet never touched the ground. And like they end up doing like handstands and all kinds of stuff and then getting back into the ring. And it's like, bro, the athleticism that you gotta have to be in the WWE is fucking crazy. Even Bianca Belair is a beast, but like Naomi, she's no slouch. She might not can act too well, but she's no slouch. And I saw her do a handstand all the way back to the ring. Same thing with Kofi Kingston. But I saw her do a handstand all the way back to the ring, and I'm like, yeah, And then, mind you, a lot of these wrestlers are wrestling injured. Because they really can't, and now it's probably a little bit different. Even though I think Rhea's wrestling injured. I was watching a little bit of the Maven going over Unreal, but because they really can't take no time off like that. I ain't gonna lie. I hate to say it, but audiences are fickle, man. Out of sight, out of mind, bro. Out of sight, out of mind. You off of a show for more than 11 days. You Jadunsky, And that's some real shit. So this is what started to get them into this is what gets them into pill addiction and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, I was just looking at that. Shikari it got arrested for shoving her boyfriend and throwing some headphones at him. She's a big kid, but let's get it.
Coming off, and he knows he's going to.
Yeah, I heard Seth Rollins. He jammed his leg or his knee.
Hit the power slam. I think the clap helps him time up the move. That's just my opinion. I don't know. I could be wrong. The fact that he knows when they hold on and he's not going to hit the move, there's just no need for the clap. I don't know if he's necessarily doing it.
Yeah, I saw EO put the brakes on Raw last week. She got shoved into the ropes and then she just held the thing and just put the brakes on.
100% to tell the opponent. Could be. Or if he's just doing it as a timing mechanism for himself. But I'm not going to say Mr. Corner's wrong.
A similar method of communicating is used when wrestlers perform DDTs.
I actually have.
So check this out. They tap the back of the leg to say that they're ready, and it's like, okay, let's go. All right, but let's
Taken Randy's ring DDT when I'm on the outskirts and he's pulling me in. We would have a hand signal on that. He would get me in and I would be squirming. And when I was in a good position, meaning I was in a position to protect myself on the way down, I would pat him on the backside or pat him on the side. And the moment that he felt
no homo.
That hand clap his side, that's when he would go down. And again, something that people probably would never know to look at. And if they actually do see the clap, they're not going to think much of it because we're struggling for position anyway. But as a trained professional, Randy knows as he's doing the struggle, he knows he's waiting for that clap. And once he feels that, then he's going to go down and administer the DDT.
When a wrestler performs a DDT, their opponent needs to know if they'll take the move or counter it. Like the power slam, a slap on the back tells the wrestler to take the DDT. If there is no slap, then the opponent needs to counter.
We would call it the Iggy, and guys would simply say, I'll give you the, when I'm getting ready to go, I'll give you the Iggy. And all the Iggy meant was, I'm going to do something to alert you, something to let you know that we're going. It could be a slap, it could be a squeeze, it could be something rather than holding someone and being like, now, and then going. Look, now you're going to use that. That's going to become part of your lexicon. You're going to start telling people, yeah, give me the Iggy.
Wrestlers will also use unique hand gestures to communicate specific actions. When Chris Jericho and Triple H were having a match, the game sneakily communicated he'd give Jericho the boot by tapping his quad as Y2J was running toward him.
That is 100% accurate. Yeah. And a lot of guys will do that. A lot of guys, if they're getting ready.
But see, the audience behind them doesn't see that. I'm pretty sure the audience facing where Jericho was saw it though, but it looked like he was timing it.
Get of a boot or whatever, they'll hit it, they'll smack it, they'll do something. I've known guys that were gonna, get ready to give you a right, so they maybe tap, hit their shoulder. That's just letting you know, hey, a right hand's coming. Again, just a way to alert somebody that something's coming without yelling, hey, I'm gonna throw a right hand at you.
On an episode of Raw in 2014, Dean Ambrose and John Cena were wrestling in the main event. Raw was about to go off the air, so Dean Ambrose made a signal to Cena to speed things up since they only had 6 minutes left.
If the ref comes over to us and tells us, hey, we got to speed this up, we're either going to commercial or in that case, we're going off air. They're not going to extend the time. They're just not. John Moxley, being the professional he is, if he gets the Iggy from the ref and says, hey, yo, you guys got to wrap this up in 1 minute, he knows how to speed it up. And him telling, Cena, yo, come on, we got to speed this up. Cena is going to know, and Cena's a professional enough also to know, okay, how do I get to where we need to be and shave off 30, 45, maybe even a minute of time to get there.
During the fight, the dead man grabbed Heyman by the throat. Punk then attacked Taker with a clothesline to break it up. Since Undertaker had his back turned and couldn't see CM Punk, Paul Heyman squeezed Taker's shoulder, so he knew to turn around and take the clothesline.
100% right. Again, the Iggy. I'm assuming this is how the conversation went. Paul, I'll grab you for the chokeslam deal. When I put your hand over, you give me the Iggy when to turn.
While that was a pretty subtle cue, Vince McMahon's was the complete opposite of that.
Vince was the most awkward human being ever when he moved.
Oh man, I need to finish watching it. I was watching on Netflix. I was studying and I was watching Vince McMahon's. I ain't gonna lie, Vince McMahon got a crazy backstory. Vince McMahon got a crazy backstory. They got a documentary on him on Netflix. It's really good. Y'all should check it out. hopefully we could check it out if I could figure out a way how to get around it. But let's go.
Revealed he had become part owner of WWE and that he and Vince were business partners. McMahon famously started tugging at his right ear and was then beaten up by Stone Cold Steve Austin.
So his cue for this one night was, when I pull my ear, that's the cue to hit the music. Since Vince thought that as soon as he touched his ear, the music would instantaneously hit, and it didn't, he began massaging and tugging, and he was milking that mother for all it was worth.
No one's going to think anything
Shout outs to M1 Play 5 in the building. Good to see you, bro.
of Vince, tugging his ear. It could almost be mistaken as just a nervous tick. We all have them. We all have something. But obviously Vince had a different agenda. Vince's agenda was hit the music, and I never knew that. Makes sense, though. Makes perfect sense.
A more direct way wrestlers communicate is by simply talking to each other. The term is called calling a spot, and this is where a wrestler will secretly talk during a match to tell their opponent what to do next, or even to make sure they are okay.
We would get a lot of heat for calling spots or even being audible if we weren't talking to the.
Because sometimes, and I know this too, there's like, even now, I think now more than back then, there's more microphones. And I ain't gonna lie, I know my microphones, if y'all know who I am. Bro, the microphones will pick up everything. Maybe they might get it on the edit out, but like, yeah, you can hear the wrestlers clear as day, So sometimes you pick up on certain things.
Audience or talking smack or whatever.
Even the ref, you can hear the ref clear as day.
In fact, I got heat for at the end of my matches, win or lose. In my training.
Yeah. And the referee didn't put up the X for him. He still finished the match,
I was taught that as the pin is going, you thank your opponent. And a way to thank your opponent can be just whether you're going over, getting the win, or doing the job, taking the loss. You thank them. Why are you thanking them? You're thanking them for putting food on your table. You're thanking them for entertaining the fans. You're thanking them for helping you tell a story. Now, I don't know if I maybe took it wrong, but I was audibly thanking people. Win or lose, I would literally, thanks, brother. And it was loud enough to where people could hear it. And I got an ass chewing backstage. And people told me, hey, you can thank them. Just give them the icky. When you're going up, squeeze a leg, squeeze an arm. That's a way of saying thank you. And still, to this day, if anything happens that I'm doing in the ring, it's less these days, obviously, but if I do anything with anybody in the ring, the moment that we're done,
right,
I'm thanking them, even in the ring.
This is also why some wrestlers have long hair, as it can cover their faces, so fans don't see the wrestler chatting with their enemy.
Calling spots be so much easier if you have hair. You flip it over, and then once your hair is down covering your face, you can talk, and as long as people can't hear you, it's going to be harder for them to see your mouth moving. So I never had that luxury, though.
Old school wrestlers would actually take
Bro, you should see when Maven pulled up on RVD. That shit is awesome.
a step further and speak in a different language called Carney. It's similar to Pig Latin, and here's what it sounds like.
Double skiz, oop, sliz, and move on biz oath is elbows. Round around the kids on her.
People would talk Carney even when I was there. Devon, hell, still does it. Devon could probably quote Shakespeare in Carney if you let him. It was just a bygone way of communicating that I don't think is used. It was being phased out even when I was there. But backstage, guys would do it, and especially if we were out in clubs and if girls were around, guys would use it like that. Carney can be traced back, almost 100 years at this point. In the early days of wrestling, that when these guys had to communicate, hell, a lot of these matches, there would be a heel, a bad guy dressing room, and a babyface, a good guy dressing room. And sometimes these guys would not see each other until they got out in the ring. Carney was just a way for them to be able to talk without the people surrounding the rings to understand what they were saying.
If the wrestler squeezes the referee's hand, that means the wrestler is okay. After getting the squeeze, the referee will raise a closed fist into the air. This tells the backstage personnel that everything is okay. If the wrestler doesn't squeeze the referee's hand, the ref will make an X sign with both of their arms. This lets the producers and doctors know that a wrestler is legitimately hurt.
We all knew backstage that you never wanted to see the X. You knew the X was just not good, and somebody was, man, they don't use that X for nothing. They don't use the X for a boo-boo. Going back to a Batista bomb. After the 1, 2, 3, when the ref came over and knelt down on me, I mean, all of them would grab me and just, "You okay, brother?" And then, yeah, it's just a way of communicating. They want to make sure.
Yeah, it's like pig Latin, but it's like mumble wrestling. It just sounds like some.
Everyone is leaving that ring the same way they came in. So 100% right with that.
Since WWE camera operators have headsets and can communicate directly with WWE producers backstage, the cameramen will sometimes give instructions when something goes wrong.
I actually had a cameraman take me aside and take me all around the ring and show me the best way to get to just get the best reaction and the best way to utilize them. And they would, exactly everything he said was accurate. The one thing they told me was, when you're selling, sell with your head up. Obviously, this is your money maker, but selling with your head up can make sure I am watching if they have a cue or if they have somewhere that they need me to look. If I'm selling towards a camera and they know, because they have they are hearing from the truck that they're getting ready to go to the hard cam, they might be pointing that hard cam area, and I know to take that cell and roll over to get to the best reaction for the camera that's going to be on me.
At WrestleMania 39, The Miz and Snoop Dogg were announcing the attendance when Shane McMahon came out and
God, I remember
So Shane fucked his leg up. Hold on.
watching this live. Oh,
seconds in.
Yeah. This is really what I want to talk about, Link, over on Rumble, because YouTube is really gonna get in my ass if I start showing like wrestling clips and stuff like that. But Rumble, cool. Facebook, you can even do it on Facebook, but you kind of have to be in the screen, which I'm not too mad about. Like, I would have to be in the shot, like kind of have like a top down or a top up or whatever. But YouTube, y'all y'all gotta understand, YouTube put us through hell just to bring y'all some great content. I find stuff like this super interesting because I'll be looking for the cracks and stuff like that. And when I get it together and see what I can do and what I can't do, y'all. When I'm doing commentary on wrestling and stuff, I'm gonna try to get it to where we can do it live. But when I'm doing commentary on wrestling, you're gonna see I'm gonna call out I'm gonna call out stuff you probably didn't pick up on, or stuff we probably picked up on together. Cause I be catching the girls all the time, especially Bianca Belair. I be catching the girls all the fucking time. I remember one time it was like some big Royal Rumble, and like I forgot the girl's name, but she was like shoving Bianca Belair's face into Naomi's. Basically, she was just shoving her face into Naomi's titties or something in the corner, and like basically like she was motorboating. She was motorboating Naomi's boobs, and Bianca just busted out laughing. Even recently, Tony Storm. I like timeless Tony Storm. Um, she she started mocking Mercedes Monet, and that shit was funny. Let me ask y'all a question: where can I find AEW? Because AEW might be able to let me share their clips. What network does AEW come on? You know, you said setting up Cargill and Bianca finally. Yeah, I saw Bianca jammed her finger, but um I'm not gonna lie. Jade Cargill, I like Jade Cargill, but she's stiff. She's like the Goldberg of women. of women's wrestling. Like, she's stiff. She's stiff. And I'm not gonna lie, I was watching like her in the Naomi series, and it kind of really Naomi really grew on me because it kind of really showed me how good of a wrestler Naomi is. Mercedes Moné is people say she's underrated. Nah. Mercedes Moné is a very good wrestler. She real as fuck. She might be a diva, but she's a lady, but she real as fuck. Um yeah, the Jelly Roll. Yeah, I saw that Jelly Roll thing. That's the wrestler that that's the celebrity that they're pushing now over Travis Scott. Cuz Travis Scott kind of, he kind of fucked up. But yeah, if I could but no, but I did get copyrighted for AEW. They just didn't restrict the content. So I was like, okay. So I might do AEW stuff on a different page. I already got a page set up that y'all don't know about that I've been working on. See how that works? But I got you guys. You said you touched WWE property. Yeah, the scout system flags. Yeah. AEW wasn't tripping though. Timeless. I love Tony Storm. Oh shit. But no, you know who should go into wrestling? I'm not even gonna lie. Sexy Red. Sexy Red, look, she fit right in. Megan the Stallion. Her big ass, she fit right in. Travis Scott was weird. But anyway, Jade Cargill is like the Goldberg of female wrestling, which is not bad. I think Jade Cargill is cool. I think she's talented, but she like Naomi literally had to break kayfabe to kind of, you know, Naomi had to break kayfabe to like really keep Jade, you know, I don't know. She had to break kayfabe to like not show Jade Cargill's flaws, if that makes sense. You know, my thing is too with the female wrestlers is how do they wrestle with like long hair and all of this with all of this? I guess they got to be extra careful because it is a dance, but with all of this shit on their jackets and stuff like that, I see Naomi be wrestling with like razor blades on her. I'm like, God damn. But let's go.
Into it though, Shane legitimately tears quad.
Look, Shane McMahon tears his quad, and the ref had to signal to Snoop. Punch. Let's go.
All over to get to the best reaction for the camera that's going to be on me.
At WrestleMania 39, The Miz and Snoop Dogg were announcing the attendance when Shane McMahon came out and
God, I remember watching this live. Oh,
seconds into it though, Shane legitimately tears quad. With Shane unable to wrestle, a new plan had to be made on the fly.
Yeah,
WWE producers had a cameraman communicate to Snoop Dogg that they wanted him to punch The Miz, which the rapper then did, saving the entire segment.
For wrestlers, it's all just learning the layout of your surroundings.
That's who Jade Cargill reminds me of, UFO, Tiana Taylor. She definitely reminds me of Tiana Taylor.
Learning how to utilize the people that are in the show. I know for me, I would get help from the refs, especially. Kyoto was huge on just helping me keep my timing and helping me be in the right place at the right time for certain things. There was several times he'd tell me, you may be ready for this, I'll tell you when, and he might have an open palm. He might, just be, when you see me open my palm, that's when you need to be ready. And using every aspect and everyone in the show is truly the best way to communicate effectively and discreetly. Now, these are the secrets in the ring.
All right. Before we get into the topics, because I'm not going to lie, I really love talking about wrestling. That's what we're gonna transition over to. This was Naomi on Raw the other day.
Rhea isn't the only one that's going to be bringing the brutality.
She's like a horrible actor, but she's like growing on me though.
And EO may be the genius of the
Her outfits are fire though.
sky, but I can fly high too, baby. And those two, just like the rest of them heifers, are fake and phony. They all passive aggressive, but not me. I'm aggressive. And you're going to see that tonight in the 8-woman tag. It's going to be a cautionary tale. Who you throw at me, whether it's the past, the present, or the so-called future of this women's division, I'll take them all out. And when I walk out of SummerSlam with my championship and prove all the haters wrong once again, don't look shocked, because you've all been warned to proceed with caution. Rhea.
Dog. She funny as hell. All right, now look at this. So, and I ain't gonna lie, Rhea Ripley done lost her ass a couple of times. You know, what's going on, party? What's going on, party? Good to see you, bro. Hold on. What's going on, King? You said she gave me rolling, calling her ops heifer. Yeah, bro. She got you rolling, bro. It's her squeaky voice, but nah, Naomi is funny as hell. So look at this, all right? This is Rhea versus Io, and I think this is for the championship. And you can see how Rhea rolls out of. Now this is weird because it looks like she's positioning Io. You know what I'm saying? It looks like she's positioning Io to hold on. Let me do this. Hold on, y'all. All right. It looks like she's positioning Io. I don't know. This move right here is weird. Hold up. All right. This move right here is weird cuz it's like she does like a front flip kind of thing. Hold on, let's go.
Into the sky. Tonight it's from the top rope. Rhea.
It's like a front flip but back flip for Io.
Oh my goodness, Spanish fly.
All right, so Rhea tell on cue they move. Look at this.
It is a sick.
Look, they're both down, but now you hear the music.
Oh.
And now they both start moving. Look. See, I be catching it. They both start moving at the same time. Notice this. Naomi funny as shit. You said I did, and I knew The Rock didn't like the like rap. He said it himself. Yeah, he kind of knows the people that's running around in the rap industry. That shit is crazy. Oh my god. You said, Kuda, you know who I'm realizing who had a great name? Gorilla Monsoon. You know what's funny? I didn't hear that name for a good minute until I watched the Vince McMahon documentary last night. I was studying, and I was watching the Vince McMahon documentary last night. I said, damn, I forgot about Gorilla Monsoon. Gorilla Monsoon was a dope ass name. You know? You said Vampire and Brooklyn Jaw. Man, look, Naomi is hilarious, man. Naomi is hilarious. Yeah, I heard they let you keep the briefcase. The funny thing is that I heard you have to travel with it. Rob Van Dam was talking about how they that he had to travel with it, and they let him keep it. So he end up spray painting. He ended up spray painting his. He ended up spray painting his money in the bank briefcase. I think Rob Van Dam the person. Did he win the first Money in the Bank? I'm not sure. All right. Yeah, and you can use the briefcase as a weapon. Shout outs to Party Marie in the building, man. AKA Party Mari. You said if it's one on one, she wouldn't be able to use the case. Oh, okay. Oh, it has to be three. Okay, I see what you said. It has to be like a triple threat. Okay. Okay, it has to be three people in the ring. Okay. Okay. Yeah, RVD. RVD is crazy, man. He smoked a lot of weed. I thought, I used to think that weed would get you kicked out, but for some reason he been, they were talking about it how he been, you know, passing the drug tests and stuff like that cuz they were talking about the time. I ain't gonna lie, Hulk Hogan was a bit slimy, but what we were saying on the past couple of shows holds up, I mean, it was a slimy time in wrestling, so you kind of had to undercut people under you and make sure you kept your career going and stuff like that. I ain't gonna lie. Hulk Hogan did kind of he did kind of did Jesse the Ventura wrong. When Jesse Ventura was trying to unionize. In the WWE. You know what I'm saying? It goes back to what I was just telling you guys about, like, how the wrestlers, even if they're injured, they can't really take off because, hey, they get, they're going to miss out on some pay, you know? Yeah, Jeff Hardy had a crazy senton bomb. I'm not going to lie, though. Shelton Benjamin, that nigga's a beast. Shout outs to everybody here. Good to see you guys. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Please support the show. All right, let's get into this. Breaking news. Well, this ain't breaking news, but Shikari, um, she's arrested. Her ass. That's another person that need to be in the WWE. Shikari. Yeah, I do want to try Hulk Hogan's beer. I wonder if his restaurant is still open. You said their match was still ongoing with Naomi cashing in, made it a three-way. Right, made it a triple threat. All right, let's get into it.
Police report Sha'Carri Richardson was arrested after repeatedly shoving boyfriend Christian Coleman and throwing a pair of headphones at him. She's an abusive heifer, ain't she? I thought she changed her life.
Shout outs to Bronze, Flat Power God in the building. Good to see you guys here. Yeah, I do want to try Hulk Hogan's beer. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. I wonder how much alcohol content it got in it and what type of beer it is. I wonder if it's an ale or a pilsner. I told you Shikari bad as hell. I like Shikari. She alright. She just looked crazy when she first came out. You said Hogan's prime era was laced with coke, C Flair and Macho Man and Ultimate Warrior. Yeah, Hogan. All of them dudes were some wild boys. I didn't know Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels was a druggie. Shawn Michaels was a druggie. He used to wrestle, and when it came down to him getting paid, he used to tell them to pay him in cocaine. Shawn Michaels used to get paid in cocaine, y'all. Crazy.
Listen, I haven't made a video about Sha'Carri in like a couple of years. I think it's been a couple of years since I made a video about Sha'Carri. And I thought her and this dude was in love. I told y'all the Western woman is done. The Western woman is done. I've been trying to tell y'all, Sha'Carri is mentally unstable, and she has been for quite some time. All these women are going to take her side. Earlier today, Let'sRun.com reported that Sha'Carri Richardson was arrested at Seattle Tacoma International Airport on Sunday night. Now we have obtained the police report from the incident and know why she was placed in police custody. Richardson was arrested on Sunday night after an altercation involving
Shawn Michaels was a wild boy.
Fellow elite sprinter Christian Coleman at the airport, during which it is alleged that video shows Richardson.
Yeah, with adult eyes, it was hard not to see them boys was high as hell. You know, Scott Hall was even as a kid, I knew something was off with Scott Hall. Scott Hall was obvious though.
Repeatedly,
Scott Hall was more of like a drunk.
Pushing Coleman and threw a pair of headphones.
But he was supposed to be the bad guy, so you know.
Phones at him. According to the police report, Richardson and Coleman were involved in a verbal altercation as they went through security screening. In the report, Officer Paul Chung of the Port of Seattle Police Department wrote the following about the incident. I eventually learned and watched security video that corroborated what I saw on camera, that Coleman and Richardson were involved in a verbal altercation as they exited through a security screening just outside the screening area. Richardson is following and getting close to Coleman several times as Coleman appears to be trying to walk away. Y'all see that? He's trying to walk away from her. He doesn't want to get into no altercation with her. But you can't tell the black woman, no, you can't walk away from the black woman, because the black woman is going to follow you, and the black woman is going to engage in an argument whether you like it or not. Richardson then pushes Coleman hard enough that it sends him crashing into a nearby column. Coleman continues to try to walk away in an effort to get away from Richardson, but she continues to bump into him and get into his personal space.
I didn't know she had a boyfriend. Is her boyfriend white or black? Serious question. Is her boyfriend white or black?
What a masculine heifer. What a goofy masculine heifer. And y'all see why black men don't want to date black women? You see why Shannon Sharp felt like he was better off with a 20-year-old
we gonna talk about that. That's the next segment.
White woman than a black woman his age? Or any black woman? She again pushes Coleman, again hard enough that sends him flying.
Yeah, she literally just got the people back on her side, and then she recently just lost. Right?
Few feet away. At this point, it appears Coleman goes back to the TSA screening lanes in an attempt to get help. Richardson continues to follow him, still getting close to his personal space, and she throws a pair of headphones at Richardson, striking him somewhere on his body. Coleman was interviewed by the Port of Seattle police at the airport and stated that he had gotten a heated argument with Richardson, whom he said was his girlfriend of over 2 years. When asked to elaborate on what he meant by heated, Coleman declined to do so. He stated nothing happened and denied anything physical had occurred, trying to help this heifer, but they had it on video. He declined to provide his name or share his identification with the officer, and declined to participate in any further in the investigation. The police report also stated that Coleman declined to be a victim. Oh my goodness, man. You see black men, do y'all see why we get treated the way we do? Because we take the abuse of these black women, of these melanated queens. We take their abuse.
Well, just like wrestlers, over time, I'm not even gonna lie, and I've said this to a bunch of niggas. I'm like, well, y'all niggas are pain freaks. You know, niggas are pain freaks because y'all be taking stuff from women that y'all have no business taking. You know, and y'all, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna really do this. Come towards the ending part of this year, y'all. I'm not fucking sitting up here listening to a bunch of niggas and sisters sit up here and argue about femininity and masculinity and all that other shit. I like after a while I'm like, man, do these people hear themselves? You know? I want y'all shout outs to my players and my playettes, but I want y'all to be listening to some of these damn live streams and some of these damn podcasts and listen to how these men and women talk about masculinity and femininity and stuff like that. Like these people are crazy. These people got a whole complex. Like they have femininity dysfunction syndrome. You know, hold on. It's kind of like, you know, what's it called? Erectile dysfunction. They got femininity dysfunction. Like, I don't know how to explain it. And masculinity dysfunction. It's like Western women are fighting for their lives. They're fighting for their lives to be feminine. And then a lot of guys aren't even realize that by the time they try to sell you this fake feminine nothing burger, it's gimmicky. It's like ain't nobody finna go through all of this BS to see your little bullshit feminine side. What the fuck does that mean? If you spent the majority of your life dating fools and losers and stuff like that, you got more hours. You're not even professionally feminine. You spent more hours being a bulldog than actually feminine. And you got to hear this damn talk like, damn, that sounds like a personal problem. It's like, why do you have to fight for your life to be a pleasant person? It is 2025. You know, I get it. People go through things, but what did you, for the most part, what did you go through in your life to the point where it's like it's a everyday struggle for you to be okay? You know, that's like a start. That's like a base. That's like, okay, let's start off being okay first, and then take it from there. You know. Y'all be wanting women to be there for you. They can't even be there for themselves, just behavior wise. It's not even the funny part is and y'all don't even be picking up on the undertones of this shit. Shout out to my players and playettes here. I know y'all do. I'm saying in general. The people that sit here and listen to this crap all day. It's like the woman is not even, and even some of the men, they're not even negotiating femininity and masculinity with their spouse. They're really negotiating that shit with themselves. So it's like at the end of the day, you really not even getting nothing. You really just picking who can put on the better act better. And then you act surprised when you get the same outcome. Again, going back to the title of the show, The Art of Playing Dumb. Let's get it.
So much so that he says nothing happened. He's providing a fake name, and he declined to be a victim.
Yeah, for them to really care, you gotta be on your deathbed.
Y'all see why these black men are not dating black women? We just take the BS that we deal with this woman. He showed so much restraint. I have to give him props, but he needs to leave this girl alone because he has.
I'm not gonna lie. What he gonna do? Hit Sha'Carri back? Like that's not gonna happen. He'll instantly be in the wrong if he hits her back.
He has a career to worry about. He has a career he needs to worry about. And he needs to focus on that and get away from her before she ends up ruining his career. Because that's what's going to happen. However, because of the video evidence, Richardson was placed into custody on probable cause of domestic violence, 4th degree assault, and booked into the South Correctional Entity in Des Moines, Washington. Didn't know there was a place called Des Moines, Washington. On Sunday evening, though she was released on Monday afternoon, Washington was very stringent, has a very stringent domestic violence laws where an officer has to make an arrest with no discretion. If something happened within 4 hours of the officer arriving, 4th degree assault is the least severe serious of the 4 degrees of assault. They even gave her a slap on the wrist for that. According to the video, she shoved him multiple times, threw headphones at him, but they're giving her the least of the.
I don't even know why he playing surprise. What was she supposed to get? Life in prison? I don't even know why Jada Black acted surprised. Was she supposed to get life in prison, my dude? Like, what was she supposed to get a RICO? Like, what was supposed to happen to her?
Charges.
Bully.
What's going on, Auntie?
Lead that boy into not snitching. Lol, tears of joy.
Right. Snoop Pop bullied him into not reporting it. That is crazy. Once Richardson was booked, the prosecutor in this case, the city of SeaTac.
Shout outs to Auntie, man. You done missed the whole wrestling segment. Shout outs to Auntie in the building. Make sure you guys hit the like button. And subscribe to Auntie's Boiler Room. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's go.
Prosecutor's office has 72 hours in which to file charges should it choose to do so. It was not immediately clear if any charges had been filed in Richardson's case. None were listed in Richardson's South Correctional Entity inmate file. So she may get a slap on the wrist, maybe a fine for that. But what?
Of course she gonna get a slap on the wrist.
Happens when it happens again? You see, now she's gonna be embarrassed, and you know what Sha'Carri's gonna do? She's gonna do everything in her power to get him to react. Now, she's going to make him look like the bad guy. That's why he needs to walk away now. What's good, Kayla? He needs to walk away now before she tries to ruin and sabotage his career. Richardson's agent, Emmanuel Hudson, did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Nothing's really going to happen. It's going to be a slap on the wrist. They do not hold these heifers accountable. Yeah, she should be in jail. She's a criminal.
Wow, yet they claim that men aren't safe.
Right. Appreciate that, Black Goku. We put up with a lot. Black men who are in relationships with a lot of black women who have mental issues, they put up with a lot from these women.
But see, like I said, that's how they gaslight y'all though. Cause they will tell you that, oh, black women aren't protected. And we're just so angry all the time and masculine because black men don't protect black women. Meanwhile, them niggas putting them hands on you. Black men don't protect us. Sometimes she putting her hands on you, bro. How you gonna protect her when you gotta protect yourself? How you gonna protect her when you gotta protect yourself? You gotta protect them from themselves, and you gotta protect yourself from them. Meanwhile, while getting gaslit, that they got to be so masculine. They got to be He-Man. She got to be a gamma female. Because you niggas ain't shit. You niggas ain't protected. She got to be a gamma woman. Because you niggas ain't shit and you niggas ain't protecting them. This is why she has complications with her femininity. She has to be a gamma woman.
Women. That's why you see these married men over the years become more and more neutered, because they put up with so much. I could never. Because especially if I'm with a woman who's unstable. Sha'Carri was getting beat on by her Jamaican girlfriend a couple years ago. And then boom, she's back dating men all of a sudden. I knew that something could happen.
I didn't know she had a Jamaican girlfriend. All I knew about Sha'Carri and Jamaican women is that Jamaican women were whipping their ass in the was it triathlons or whatever? Dang, she's getting beat up by her Jamaican girlfriend. What the hell? What the helly?
Now there's gonna be people who are gonna try to push a narrative that she didn't do anything. He made
Sha'Carri, boom,
made her do it. Y'all know, trying to absolve her of any guilt. Sha'Carri is a self-sabotager. Yeah, TMZ not saying nothing about this. All the other
yeah, they just sleeping with anybody at this point. And then what done got into you? You got a Jamaican girlfriend.
Usual websites are not speaking about this, and this happened 4 hours ago. They're all quiet about this because they want this to go away. I would not be surprised if she reached out to these blogs and told them not to post it. But guess what, Sha'Carri? I'm not those blogs. And not only am I going to post this, we're going to dissect, like we're doing now, we're going to dissect you as a horrible girlfriend. Somebody who always ends up in a bad relationship. And again, is she going to put this dude on the T app? She needs to be put on the T app. She needs to be put on the T app because something is wrong with this heifer. Something wrong with her. Every relationship.
I mean, you could say she's running from something. Anyway.
Is a problem. I wouldn't be surprised if she was fighting that other girl. The other girl just beat on her more. Sha'Carri needs help. Sha'Carri is a self-sabotager. And Christian Coleman, who's a sprinter, the best thing he can do is walk away from, because all he's doing is helping her career. See, her being in a relationship with him benefits her. It doesn't benefit him. It benefits her and her image, because she's been trying to clean up her image. Look at Meg Thee Stallion. Meg Thee Stallion is in a relationship with
Klay Thompson.
Klay Thompson, because she's trying, Rock Nation is trying to clean up her image. But how long is that going to last?
Didn't I say this last week? Where y'all heard this from?
Klay Thompson don't be wifing chicks like that. Klay Thompson date chicks and then he breaks up with them. But it's all about fixing an image. But they got video recordings. I hope they release the video. I know she's going to try to do everything she can to keep them from releasing the video, but that video needs to get...
Y'all don't understand. It be them skinny chicks. Them skinny chicks be fighting, bro. It's because they quick, too. Them skinny chicks be fighting. If she's skinny with tattoos, chances are she gonna throw a fist at you.
Put out. So everybody can see what's going on out here. So everybody can see what us as men are actually going through.
No one. Why do why do men keep doing this? No one cares. They know and they don't care. No one cares. Like, no one cares what men go through. So why even make that comparison? Man, see, y'all got to get a taste of what men are going. No one cares. I'm kind of getting tired of this shit. Men have been trying for the longest time. See, that's kind of how we feel. No one cares what you're going through. You still gotta explain to men that it's like, bro, we get it, but you're still going through an authentic experience. You just gotta chalk it up. It's like a woman, and you could get a machine or whatever and stuff like that. I saw they had a machine out and stuff like that, but it's like a woman trying to explain to men what a period feels like. First of all, may God be with you, but I don't give a damn. And I don't care. I sympathize with you, and it's like, damn, if if my stomach was trying to kill me, you know what I'm saying? If my stomach was trying to kill me once a month, yeah, but you know, I listen. I can't. I don't know. I sympathize with you. I'll go get you some ice cream or some Motrin or whatever the hell you want to eat. But I'm not trying to feel that. I'm absolutely not trying to feel that. I'm not gonna go out of my way to feel that. So it's literally the same thing. But what's even worse is that it's life. It's life. You want, oh, I want her to understand how life is for me. And it's like, yeah, obviously you want somebody to kind of, all right, kind of take it easy on you, like ease up off of me real quick. You know, that's understandable, but then you're kind of explaining that you're at the mercy. You're at the mercy of them. So let's go.
Tory Lane's appeal is coming up. And she's, by the way, she's still trying to sanction Tory Lanez. Tory Lanez need to be released.
So recently I've heard that I don't know what's going on with. Actually, let me type that in. I heard something happened with Tory Lanez. I don't know what happened with them recently. I heard something happened that he went back to court. Hold on. Yeah, let's check this out. Shout out to Seti Nash. Hold on, give me 1 second, y'all.
Court grants Tory Lanez permission to file supplemental habeas petition with new evidence. Oh, wow.
All Tory Lane fans, choo choo, get on the train, because here we go.
So, July 28th, 2025, motion filed. Petitioner's motion for leave to amend petition for writ of habeas corpus. July 30th, 2025, order filed. The court, we have read and considered the request filed on July 28, 2025 to amend the petition for writ of habeas corpus filed December 12, 2023. The request to file an amended petition, which we deem to be a request to file a supplemental petition to petition for writ of habeas corpus filed December 12, 2023, which this court ordered would be considered together with the appeal in case number B331774, but not consolidated, is granted. The Attorney General may serve and file a preliminary response to the supplemental petition within 7 days of the date of this order. Future scheduled actions. In response, Daystar Peterson on habeas corpus, Division 3, case number B333805. Description. Response filed. Due date August 6, 2025. The Attorney General may serve and file the preliminary response to the supplemental petition within 7 days. Let's just give y'all real quick before we jump into this stuff what habeas corpus is, because some of y'all will argue and whatever, and we're just going to give you the definition. Habeas corpus is a Latin term that means you shall have the body. In legal terms, it's a powerful legal tool that protects a person's constitutional right to not be held in jail unlawfully. Habeas corpus is a petition asking a court to review whether someone's imprisonment or detention is legal. If the court finds that the person is being held unlawfully because of an unfair trial, bad evidence, or legal mistakes, they can order the person to be released or grant a new trial or even reduce their sentence. So, this is what it is. Tory's using this because he believes this conviction was flawed. But we just go ahead and get into it.
Y'all want simpler terms? It just simply means here's new evidence as to why I shouldn't be here. That's it.
Right.
That's all. Video over. All right. It's good for Tory Lanez. Some of y'all gonna be mad at you just shrug your shoulders, bro. You can't be shrugging your shoulders. Not in that lemon lime shirt that you got on, bro. Yeah. I get it.
Like I said, if I was Tory, I would have snitched. I ain't do no crime with you. We ain't up here on a drill together. No, we was drunk. Some bullshit happened. Tory could have just rapped about it. He could have rapped his way past this. It don't even matter if people gonna run around and call you a snitch anyway. Half them dudes are kids and some goofy niggas anyway. The streets wouldn't call you a snitch. You know? So
go ahead. Let me hear it. Yeah. All right, cool. Now that y'all got that out y'all system, let's get to the business, shall we? It's a good look for Tory Lanez. It's good that he's going to be able to submit new evidence and everything and blah, blah, blah. The new evidence essentially was this. Hey, I wasn't there, but I heard that she said this right here to her husband, and that's the new evidence. The effed up part about that is that's enough evidence to convict you in California for sure. But enough evidence to release you? Simon says no. One of the things that people were pointing at, right? They said Tory Lanez never shot the gun. Tory Lanez didn't shoot the gun. Y'all try to say Tory Lanez didn't have any gunpowder on and everything like that. That was one of the first arguments for people who were pro Tory Lanez. And then you found out Tory Lanez had to freaking admit, you know what, bro? There actually was gunpowder on me, but only because I tried to push the gun out of her hand, and then essentially I tried to save her. That's my thing, like, bro, like, yeah. I actually told y'all I didn't shoot no gun and everything, but actually it turns.
let me tell y'all something too with this Tory Lanez case. You know what even gets even more goofier, right? And I wonder if you guys pick up on this also. You got a lot of simps that will simp for Megan Thee Stallion, still date her, all kinds of stuff. You got a lot of simps out here, right? Simps. The reason why players and real people have like a certain type of disposition against simps, right? Is they dirty mac amongst each other. Like a simp won't give another simp credit for his good job simping. A simp not gonna give another simp credit. Kudos for his good simp, his simply duties. You know what I'm saying? What do you mean, Kuda? Well, for example, For example, Tory, even though, and who knows, that situation could have happened at any time. Tory saved Megan's life. Surely a simp or somebody that wants to be around Megan Thee Stallion could at least be like, you know what, that's kind of noble. You know, even though he effed up, if he effed up, you know what I'm saying? He kind of, maneuvered his way out of that situation. He kind of, you know what I'm saying, made up for the situation that he probably could have got all of them in. You know, he saved her life. He bat the gun out the other girl's hand that was gonna take Megan's life. They trying to make it seem like, oh well, let me tell y'all something. First of all, it ain't even really over no men. I've been telling y'all for the longest time, women don't like women. Women don't fuck with women like that. It don't take that long for women to become rivals or be into it about something. So the fact, and I'll just give them grace because they just like to blame everything on men. But I'll even say this even with men. Bruh, if your homeboy, your bro, is willing to pick up a firearm and point that shit at you, that nigga already hated you before that. He just needed a reason. I don't give a fuck what we can sit up here and sugarcoat it for bitches and lose our life trying to protect some goofy broad who gonna be in the club or off with the next nigga. But anytime your friend or your homeboy will pick up a firearm and point that shit at you for whatever reason, you can try to lie and say, oh, it's because it's abroad or whatever. Man, that nigga been hating on you and don't like you. And that ain't your homeboy, obviously. If he pick up a firearm and point that shit at you for any reason, that ain't your homeboy. Or your homie or whatever the hell you want to call it. So that night would have happened at some other time. People too stuck behind they simpish ways and dirty macking that they don't even give another simp kudos. Because there could be no Megan Thee Stallion here. You said super wealthy Snow is kryptonite to Keisha. Look, Megan would want to hook up with one of those Kardashians or Jenners, you know? Megan can't put Tori's status on another level, but one of them Jenners and them Kardashians would. You dig? Women always wave hypergamy over your head. The thought, this is how we put that word out here in the space. The thought of hypergamy is always being waved over a man's head. This is why men are paranoid by it. But women definitely can't take that when it's the other way around. And even when it's the other way around, it's more so used to attract them than it is to distract them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the gun went off while I was trying to save her life. Okay. If y'all want to believe that. If that's what you want to believe it. I'm not in the business of arguing with people about how they feel. Here's what I know. He's going to have his day in court. He's going to have his day in court. Now, if that man is truly innocent, what an effed up thing to do. If that man is 100% innocent, bro, that says a lot about the women in the industry, Megan Thee Stallion, And I can't think of old girl's name. But Tory Lanez is getting whooped in civil court right now with Milagro. His freaking deposition, he didn't even cooperate in or anything like that. All he would have had to say was a couple of things to say, your client knows that she's wrong and knows that this girl shot at me. But I'm assuming Tory Lanez is in prison and saying, what more can you do to me? F y'all, I ain't going with none of this crap. I ain't mad at him.
I mean, this is the perfect villain arc. This is how villains are made. This is the perfect villain arc. I bet you Shannon Sharp gonna turn into a villain too. He definitely gonna be over here in these red pill spaces. You already got Paul Pierce and all these other people biting off a lot of the red pill spaces. And I like Paul Pierce, but damn. This shit gonna come to a head where it's like, all right, you know, I'm watching celebrities call niggas and women Keishas and Pookies and Ray Rays. It's like, y'all just be biting. You can't even help it. You bite so much, can't even help it. After like they use that, but never mind, man. Niggas can't even stick to their own damn vernacular. But let's go. They created all of this red pill stuff all of a sudden. Everybody bold enough to say some red pill shit, but I'm not even gonna lie. It ain't even about recognizing it's not even about me or nothing like that. I know a lot of y'all don't like Angry Man, but the fact that a lot of those celebrities even pretend that Angry Man doesn't exist is crazy. Cause I'm seeing his shorts all over the place on TikTok, on YouTube, on Facebook. They're not even editing him out. So I'm like, damn. Niggas will watch a whole space and bite off of it before they show love. Crazy enough. True enough, too.
For that. I know y'all think I'm so pro Megan Thee Stallion, and when I see Klay Thompson, I'm going to have to fight him for the love of Megan Thee Stallion. It's not that at all. I'm not sorry for what I'm about to say. I don't give a damn about Megan Thee Stallion as a person. I just don't believe that Tory Lanez is innocent. That's all. Now, if y'all want to say me saying that she's telling the truth is caping up, then so be it. It is what it is. Let me put my cape on and get my Superman-esque going on. Perfectly fine. I ain't tripping on that. But what I will say is this. That's messed up. On so many levels because cousin damn near lost his life. He done lost time with his kids. He's definitely getting kicked out of America. Even if he gets granted whatever he gets granted, he's getting booted out. He's getting deported. He's getting deported. He's got to go. They're going to boot his ass out of here. But one of the biggest things I want you guys to understand is this. Part of the reason why my stance is so firm is because you cats went to the governor instead of going through the channels. That's not a red flag to y'all? If I have evidence, I can go through the process and submit that evidence. This is what you're seeing right now. So for all of y'all who would get mad, hey bro, tell Gavin Newsom to free Daystar Peterson. What? Nigga, who gives a damn about some?
All right, y'all please hit the like button, share the show. I don't know why my numbers are so low tonight. I guess this is why I got to stop randomly going live. The notifications did not go out. Please share the show.
Funky ass Canadians sitting up here shooting women in the feet in California. You take your ass to prison. If he did it. Give y'all that. You still think he's guilty? I do. But I will say this. It's a problem with me. It's a problem with my thinking when I believe you should go through the channels and exhaust everything. Y'all see, they ain't touched this since 2023. Hey, I was right. Hey. Y'all ain't gonna matter. Y'all, cats gonna hate that one too, huh? But either way it goes, let's see. Let's see what happens, man. I told y'all, I need to see this stuff played through the courts. Now, if it turns out, bruh, Tory Lanez is actually innocent, and here are the actual factuals and everything like that, I'll come back and say, shit, my bad. Hey, bro, do your thing. I might even buy an album or two. Y'all might catch me on here singing some Tory Lanez songs just to give them all the promo I can. But here's the deal. If his ass don't get out of prison, I ain't gonna do no victory lap, no. I'm just gonna sit here like this with a long video. I'm gonna pause the damn video for 1 minute and sit here and look y'all dead in the face with these brown ass eyes and go, you've been lied to. You've been duped. Y'all were told so many lies that the lies that y'all were originally told all switched up and became a new story, which in itself you should be pissed off at that you were taken advantage of in that instance.
Well, this is the thing. It's in their best interest to frame him or to make it seem that he did it, because that's gonna be a big ass kerfuffle if he didn't do it. California definitely gonna have to pay up. Depending on if he whoever he gonna take to court. Let's see what pressure point he gonna push, because if he gets out, it's in their best interest not to let him out. It's in their best interest to try to make this shit go away. But y'all know better than that. Let's go.
Now, some of y'all, it ain't gonna matter what the hell happened. Y'all still gonna think, oh man, the court systems is rigged. He's black. He's a celebrity. He got money. He got stabbed. Bro, man, let me ask y'all a simple question. You think stabbings don't happen in prison damn near every day? Or every week? Or every month? Or once a year? Man, prison is a violent place. They take your food, take your clothes, take your freedom, and take your ass. You think they won't take a knife to you? All right. I didn't know y'all thought that this was a damn kiddie playpen. They talk about the penitentiary in California bad. It's one of the worst places to be according to everything you see on YouTube. But hey, I don't know, man. I could say this. It's a good look for Tory. And if he's truly innocent, man, that's messed up. That's effed up. And Megan Thee Stallion should be canceled if it's true. But something telling me, nah, Tory gonna be sitting. You can catch his ass in 2029 for that parole hearing, but he won't be getting out till 2030. Don't believe me? Just watch. Hey.
It look like he gonna do his whole. It damn near seemed like he gonna do his whole damn sentence. But I give it to. I mean, if he stays in, I give it to about 2026, 2027. You know, this shit might spill over or pop off.
Hey,
it'd be taking a long time.
Share your sentence.
Right.
Shareable graphic preview. I just sentenced Combs to 46 to 57 months. Offense level 23.
This is Diddy getting denied again.
Criminal history
Let's
category 1. Transportation to engage in P. You be the judge. Federal sentencing calculator. What is your sentencing recommendation? DiddyDocket.com/sentencing. Entertainment purposes only, not legal advice. But I just find it funny that this came out literally 30 minutes before the document came out. I ain't feeling them numbers, bro. Like, I know some of y'all think I'm a Diddy hater or whatever, and that's cool. But nah, bro. And then, not only did that BS come out, the response from the state or from the feds came out. By electronic case filing, the Honorable Arm Subramanian, United States District Judge, Southern Court of New York, 500 Pearl Street, New York, New York. United States versus Combe, S324CR 542 AS. Dear Judge Subramanian, despite this court's clear ruling that the defendant must be detained pending sentencing following his conviction on 2 felony counts, the defendant moves again for bail.
After the court correctly found, after written and oral submissions by the parties on July 2nd, 2025, the defendant's detention pending sentencing is mandatory. There are no exceptional circumstances justifying his release. And even if there were, the defendant cannot demonstrate by clear and convincing evidence that he is not a danger to the community. That he is not a danger to the community. Yeah, they put a typo on that one. Further, following the court's unambiguous ruling, the defendant now seeks relief without even attempting to demonstrate a reason for reconsideration. Because the defendant's motion fails to demonstrate any of the required showings, he fails to carry his burden, and the motion should be swiftly rejected. The defendant has presented no reason for the court to reconsider its detention ruling. The defendant asked the court to reconsider its July 2nd, 2025 ruling that the defendant must be detained pending trial, but fails to even address the proper standard for a motion for reconsideration, let alone meet it. The court properly denied the defendant's request for bail on July 2nd, 2025, and the defendant has failed to present any reason for the court to reconsider its ruling. The court should deny the defendant's motion on that basis alone. Applicable law. Whereas here, a defendant's bail application pending appeal was previously denied. A renewed motion for bail is properly considered as a motion for reconsideration by the court. See as noted, United States versus letter number 86, case 245. We ain't doing all that. Anyways, the Bail Reform Act is silent on when or if a district judge may consider his or her own detention order pending sentence. The judicial officer may at any time amend the order to impose additional or different conditions. I'm going to be fair. I think this is going to end up getting pushed back even further. I think that's what's going to be the plan, is to have them sitting there just a little bit more, complete all of these programs, because in one instance, they did not do what they were supposed to do. What you talking about, Nash? There's no way that Diddy can apologize to Cassie and the 50 Cent baby mama at all. Can't contact them. Won't be able to. Then this is the part, and I thought people would understand, but I guess not. I think I need to start doing this every video, is basically telling y'all he got found guilty of 2 felonies. F what the felonies are for first. He got found guilty of 2 felonies. Let me ask y'all this simple question, because some of you people will say, yeah, but only if it benefits you or benefits your position, which ultimately benefits you. What person you know get found guilty and then basically they get to go? Remember that sad moment when Moontunk got found?
Sha'Carri just got found guilty, and I'm pretty sure she's out of jail now.
Guilty of violating his plea agreement.
Come on now.
And then everybody thought that he was about to leave and then had to turn himself in. I could break this news because it is what it is. They were thinking that Moontunk, his people, thought that he was going to be able to basically get his affairs in order and turn himself within 48 hours.
I don't view it as a technical violation or akin to a technical violation, considering the solemn oath that he took when he said that he understood every term within the plea agreement, factual acknowledgments, and sentencing acknowledgments, and understood and, in fact, orally answered that he understood when both asked by the prosecutor and the court at his plea hearing that a failure to abide by any of the terms would constitute a violation of the agreement, and he was notified that the entirety of his probation could be revoked. I do appreciate the fact that this particular violation is a non-violent violation. But I also appreciate the fact that some of the many reasons why this could have occurred include the fact that there is just not a proper regard for the judicial system and the seriousness with which an oath in court needs to be taken. I actually view this much more akin to perjury, frankly. than a technical violation. And the sentence for perjury is up to 10 years. I am going to revoke 5 years of Mr. Sledge's probation. And Mr. Sledge, I am sympathetic to the fact that you have generally stayed out of trouble, and I want to commend you for that. And I really hope that this revocation doesn't set you back. But we've got to take seriously the court system. So that's the sentence of the court. I find there to have been that violation. I'm revoking 5 years.
And he will be continued on probation, Your Honor?
And reinstate the balance.
Thank you.
Might I ask, is it possible for my client to turn himself in to make arrangements?
I think y'all knew when you came in here that this was a strong possibility. So, no, I'm sorry.
Damn.
All right, court is adjourned.
Good seeing you, Judge Whitaker.
Yes, thank you. Good to see you.
All right, bye.
The only person we could hear was Miss Jolly, so the only person we could hear was Miss Jolly.
Oh, wow.
Not on Zoom.
I don't know the sound.
I have not, and I'm not saying it doesn't exist, so I don't want people getting, man, you don't know what you're talking about. My uncle, 1978, and my daddy, 1998. Like, they did this, they did that. I'm not saying it hasn't happened. So let me give you that disclaimer. I've not seen it yet where somebody gets found guilty, and then basically, bro, they get to go ahead and do their run.
I mean, what they're trying to do, y'all, is if you've been caught on something big and then they found you guilty and the charges are lesser, it's like you go to court for vehicular manslaughter and then it get reduced down to like a traffic ticket. You're supposed to be free to go. That's literally what happened. You free to go. But it's because it's who it is and what they think he might do. They're holding.
Not saying it hasn't happened. Not saying it's not true. Not saying any of that. I'm just not saying that I've seen it. So with that being said, what man is found guilty of 2 felonies and y'all think he just finna walk on out of there? I think what the feds are going to try to suggest is essentially this. All right, he got found guilty on 1. Let's agree to 24. Cool. But they're going to say double A. Double that one. 2 counts. Let's get him. Let's run him. Sorry, this call came in. Yeah, but let's run him. Let's run him. Let's run him. Let's run him. And then next thing you know, Diddy people going to be happy. And Diddy's lawyer's going to be like, yeah, let's run them concurrent. Or the feds go, no, let's run them consecutively. I think that's what's going to end up happening. I Crystal Ball Nash. And I've been hitting on everything as of late. I don't see him getting no bail. I told y'all that. Some of y'all, well, this is that. And then y'all try to hit me with the double jeopardy stuff. And I'm just like, yeah, I hear you. 100%. But does sovereignty exist? Y'all like, oh shit. So I'm just gonna be honest with you. I think that's gonna be the ultimate plan. It's gonna come down to 24 months, and then the Fed's gonna say, yeah, 48. And that's gonna be the fight. I don't know what the hell that is. So yeah, I don't know, man. Part of me wants Diddy to walk out of there and do like
what is he guilty of though? Because he didn't traffic the dudes. And black people fucking up all kinds of shit. So if it is something that they're gonna get niggas up out of here, they will arrest niggas for tricking. A black man would be the first nigga to get, well, not the first nigga to get arrested for tricking, but the black man will be the first nigga to have a RICO on him for tricking. Imagine that. And niggas that ain't got no game, even in the blue pill world, don't even see the play where it's like, hold on, if y'all are enabling women to be hoes, especially if you got your hand in the dating game and y'all are locking men up for tricking, isn't that entrapment? Yeah, he guilty of being a swinger. Yeah, isn't that entrapment? Even his lawyer, Brian Steele, who did a good job, by the way, even his lawyers was looking at the evidence and was like, oh, wow, look, you got a vault full of baby oil. Where's the crime? Good job, y'all. Where's the crime? Where is the crime? Yeah, Trump might have to pardon him because this is the thing. In the White House and presidents and stuff like that have always been off on this. They still think. I mean, people do. Don't get me wrong, and this is not to belittle them, but them niggas is so far behind. They probably think, Trump probably think he's doing like a big service to black people for releasing Diddy and shit like that. And it's like, niggas, that's the older generation. Niggas really don't listen to Diddy like that. But and Diddy said some wild shit to Trump, which is crazy. But the niggas in the White House still think we listen to fucking Lil Wayne and Missy Elliott and shit. So it's like, it's like, here we go, but yeah, of course, they and the government's behind it. The government will support women. It's like, I don't know how men haven't even came up with this whole point. Like, even if guys, for the love of tricking, they're not trying to say, hey, this is entrapment. That's literally the definition of entrapment. You set a trap and then you set a enticing trap and then penalize the bear that already got fucked up by the damn trap. You know? You set like this enticing trap and then you penalize the bear that already got his leg damn near chopped off by this damn trap. You get on him for that.
What's cuz name? Ray Lewis, that slide, yeah. And then sprayed oil all on the, you know what I'm saying? Like he Triple H or something.
Put on rainwater.
But I just ain't seeing it, though. And if I'm not seeing it, y'all could try to convince me, but where have you seen this stuff? Where have you seen a man convicted of 2 felonies in the feds basically just walk out right afterwards? Whether it's sentencing.
Well, I mean, they're not going to just let him walk out like that. The feds don't want to look dumb. And I'm not going to lie. Within the past couple years, y'all, the Fed's been losing, man. To a lot of people. But obviously they're lawyers and they get, obviously they got money and they got good lawyers, right? But this is setting a precedent right now that people are like, you know what, I'm gonna take this shit to trial. I mean, we're just gonna try the feds. Hell, Hell, damn near look at this queso case. But we're gonna get into we got a
Whether
lot of stuff
it's
to cover.
probation / parole, whatever y'all want to, you know what I mean? Well, parole is once you basically been in there and coming out as far as the penitentiary goes. So basically coming out and getting some form of probation, I'm just not seeing it, bro. I'm not. And then some of you people were talking about, oh, well, the domestic violence stuff and all this stuff and everything like that. I don't know if y'all remember, but the judge specifically pointed out that they were able to introduce the domestic violence as a form of coercion. Now, if you want to argue and say, yeah, but Nash, he wasn't freaking convicted on that. So, yeah, it bears no weight. In that instance, I say you absolutely correct. There you go. Take your victory. Take your victory. I can't argue that one. If you wanted to argue that part, I'd have to say.
And that's another thing they're trying to do. And you had a lot of simp ass goofball dudes in this space trying to do that because they hate game. Because they don't have it. They were trying to say, oh, well, if you quote unquote run game or manipulate, and it's not even manipulating women and stuff like that. People manipulate people. Women are trying to manipulate you, and stuff like that. People manipulate people. Manipulation is a form of communication. Sadly but surely. Women get themselves a boyfriend and then they scale up. A lot of y'all dudes are getting manipulated. You go from paying for food to bills. They scale you up like a damn business. You get scaled up like a damn Etsy store. So people are manipulating. But if you end up getting a woman like that and you end up outsmarting her or out manipulating her, they're trying to say, oh, that's coercion. That's not coercion. Especially if she can't figure you out or feel that she can't crack you. That's not coercion. You said Harvard student can't read these days. Yeah. And then I got this video that I wanted to look at. I think it was from Aaron Clary. I think it's called Teacher Boomer. Or some video that I saw about the Boomers party. But shit, it's a younger generation now. And it's not like how it was back in the day. You know what I'm saying? And then the funny part is that they got all of this technology. They got all of this technology. And they're still having problems. So that should show y'all some other shit already. Just off the strength of that. All this digital evidence.
Yeah, you 100% right. But the thing about it is I think the judge went into the mental space of the victim, aka Cassie, with that damn letter. That letter was specifically drawn up to destroy him. 2nd, 2020.
And this is why spaces like this exist, because y'all dudes be falling for this shit. Man, he did kind of manhandle her in that hallway, man. He did. I can't understand how niggas that be getting on here crying all day about hoes and bitches can't understand how somebody else's relationship will go dealing with hoes and bitches. Even the most wildest simp you can find properly gassed up around certain women will turn into Diddy. Easily.
25 via electronic filing. Honorable Arnhem Subramanian, United States District Judge. Dear Judge Subramanian.
Simps are some of the most abusive people on the planet. Because they'll go out of their way to try to correct a woman. A player just gonna let her do whatever the hell she want to do. He doing whatever the hell he want to do. And the funny part is that you'll get more cooperation out of them to a certain degree if you know how to tactfully let them do whatever the hell they want to do. Showing that you kind of halfway there or halfway care, oh man. Give a lot of them the car keys to run all over you. You said we be appalled because we got the know-how. It's new to them / they have no experience to craft. Yeah. And this is why when you're an older man, you should, I'm not going to say you should go out of your way to go hang with younger people, but this is why when you're an older man, you should hang with the younger. And this is just to stay on point. And this is why when you're younger, yeah, you should get you a couple of real OGs so that the exchange, you get that information. You get that information. You get that game. You be ahead of your peers. You be ahead of your class. Shout outs to freshest in the class.
We write as counsel for Cassandra Ventura, Miss Ventura, to respectfully request that the court deny Mr. Combs to be released pending his sentencing on his 2 convictions under 18 U.S.C. 2421 pursuant to the Bail Reform Act 18 U.S.C. 1343A2. Detention is mandatory post-conviction on these charges. And Ms. Ventura believes that Mr. Combs is likely to pose a danger to the victims who testified in this case, including herself, as well as to the community. We want to thank the court for its time and attention to this matter. Respectfully submitted, Douglas H. Wigdor. As far as his chances to come out. So I hear all y'all, but I think the judge was like, well, since basically she's been trafficked, she has a right to say.
And she hasn't been trafficked. That was his girlfriend. I'm not gonna lie. I think a lot of guys should use this as an excuse to not do stuff for women. Because if it was the other way around, that's what they would do with you. Damn, babe, fly me out. Nope, can't do that. Because either way, if you tell them why you can't do that, it's going to plant the idea in their head. But guess what? Seems like when shit goes red and stuff goes bad, the idea is already in their head. But
I don't want him in there. And the judge can't act like he didn't see that video. And if any of y'all want to argue that part right there, I got an ass whooping for you. Why is Diddy taking domestic violence classes, pardon me.
See what I'm saying, Raven?
Yeah. Checkmate, right?
Checkmate, bitch!
Yeah, but he didn't get arrested for domestic violence. You said if they haven't picked up on this by now, it's no point. Right. Men shouldn't even, I'm not even going to lie, to tell you the truth. Men should be isolated. Men shouldn't even be talking to women at this point. In reality.
Gotcha. So I think the best course of action is for Diddy to keep on taking self-help classes and all of this stuff. And I find it funny, just to kind of show off my shiny gold medals.
Somebody said when he come out, he gonna throw the biggest freak off ever. Freak off extravaganza.
How some of y'all like, bro, you're not a lawyer, you're not this, you're not anything, you're not blah, 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 and all that stuff. You could go to Twitter or go to Instagram and see how I actually interact with lawyers. I've done this on my channel. If you don't think I don't know a lot of these lawyers, now I don't know Mark Agnifilo, but y'all damn sure know I know Brian Steele. Now I ain't give Brian Steele no advice on this or anything. He wouldn't take my advice anyways. Not saying that. But if you think that these lawyers aren't watching a lot of this stuff, then I don't know what the hell to tell y'all. It's not about everything they know. It's about the specificity in which you know. We've literally watched Young Thug's case where I literally said, bro, Adrian Love, she losing this shit. Why are you yelling?
Niggas be dumb as hell. You're not a lawyer. Have you checked your local algorithm on YouTube? Lawyers are trying to be YouTubers now. Crazy, ain't
You're
it?
not even coming off likable to the jury. And we literally watched her slow it down. Start to walk Moontook ass down. And got his ass to break his plea agreement and sucked him up the river.
Checkmate, bitch.
Not saying that was the intent for me, but if we being unbiased and calling balls and strikes, you, as the audience, must understand something. Common sense ain't always common practice. If you want to be upset, then cool. No problem to it. But please, at least, consider what I'm saying. Click right here for the Lil Durk video because...
Alright. Yeah, you got OTF Vonnie. They say snitching on Lil Durk. Now, this Diddy case is crazy. Alright? This Diddy case is crazy. And it's getting more crazier by the day. Now, y'all remember the last couple of shows, I played y'all that show where the main escort, he was sitting down and that video was raw. Pause. It was raw. It was a good video too. Y'all should check it out. And when you check it out, please hit the like button and support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal on the playback. But definitely hit the like button and support this show. Hit the Cash App and the PayPal. All right? Giving y'all some great game on today's show. As always. Now, I told y'all he gonna go on tour. There's another guy. There's even a guy on, shout out to the Art of Dialogue. There's even a guy on Vlad. I think I showed you this. Now he on the couch with the other escort that was there. That's been told a lie. Now, I'm not even gonna hold you. There's about 4 or 5 niggas running around here telling the same story about Cassie. Not necessarily Diddy, and it's funny how they imitate Diddy, but Cassie. So here's another escort that's in on that situation that was there with him. And let me tell y'all something. I want to show y'all something. I think it's in the next clip that I have lined, but I want to show y'all something real quick where, because this guy, he had feelings for Cassie. He wanted to be with Cassie. Cardinal sin. And it's funny because he's an escort. He should know better. Not to wife up the girl after the quote unquote train. Niggas be trying to wife up the train girl. You know what I'm saying? Niggas be trying to wife up the train girl. And I mean, I get the allure. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. As a gigolo, you may think that the train girl is on the same level of freak that you are, that you're on. You know? You may feel, as a gigolo, you may feel like the train guy. You know? You might start getting the nobody's perfect bug in your head. Was it going to win anyway? So, on the next clip, I'm gonna show you. He on the next clip, he basically, you could tell he wasn't happy with this guy. This is the guy that he basically lost attraction to Cassie by seeing him with her. But let's get it.
All right, man. I'm Clayton Howard. I am the gentleman who had the courage to sue Cassie for being part of the conspiracy that Diddy recently beat.
And I'm Daniel Phillip. I'm the guy that everybody's been looking for, trying to find out who I am. But yeah, I was also.
What's going on, Stoic? Good to see you, player. Hold on, give me 1 second. Good to see you, man. Let me put y'all comments on the screen. All right, let's get it.
One of the guys that was subpoenaed to testify against Diddy in the Diddy and Cassie trial. I was one of the guys that was intimate with Cassie.
Out of curiosity, how did both of y'all meet?
We met inside of a Diddy Freak Off, which is a chapter in my book.
Bro, this is wild. We met at a Diddy Freak Off.
Where the two of us had a, how can you know what? We'll just say it for what it is. We had an orgy with Cassie. No sexual activity involved. Got to say that for the record. Diddy called each one of us independently to come meet Cassie. Neither of us were told about the history of each other, but basically we were brought together for a competition to see who could last the longest to allegedly be her main provider or main guy, whatever she wanted to call it.
Yo, that's funny though, because he describes it that way, Art. But to me, I was there before him, and they asked me if it would be okay for them to bring somebody else. I didn't even know whether it was going to be like another guy or whatever, but he shows up. They never mentioned anything to me about a competition, man. Apparently they mentioned to him that we was having some big competition or whatever to see who lasts the longest. But, I'm either way, I'm happy that I didn't take that consolation prize. Let's just say that.
So take me through that exact day. Like, what exactly happened?
Let me start first.
It's just weird, bro. Like, I mean, you can start if you want, man. It's strange. I'll say that and let you do your thing, bro.
All right. So I get a phone call from Cassie this day, like, hey, what's up? And like, she's beautiful, she's intelligent. I have been sleeping with her for years at this point. And truthfully, considering the way the situation worked, every time I used to see her number come on the phone, it was like cha-ching, payday. So I see her call this day. I'm like, okay, band off. We going G off today. Cass is calling me. So when I get on the phone, normally when I get on the phone with her, she's like friendly, she's affable, she's inviting. This time, however, she's the same thing, but she throws in, hey, would you mind if another guy was here? Now, at that point, I thought I was the only guy. So naturally, and I think I told you this the last interview, I was kind of hurt. Like, who is another person? So she starts explaining to me, and she literally lays it down like this, that she has two guys, and her and, Diddy want to get these guys together to see who's the best, because he doesn't want her to have two guys. He wants her to have one guy. So she literally puts this situation before me, kind of making it seem like, you either gonna fuck or you gonna get fired.
My bad. I'm trying to put together the rest of the show. Y'all, please hit the like button. Please support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. That's what I'm saying, party. I'm like, man, he overly excited. He giddy. At first I was like, okay, I kind of feel, sorry for the brothers and stuff like that. But it's like, all right, bro, you should have just did a couple of videos and then kind of just fade to black and then just go get your M's. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he's going on this tour to get all the money, but he might not think he has a strong case. He might not have a strong case. But Party says, I don't know why they give certain people press tours. We all seen the initial interview is cut and dry. He perfecting the only story that he had. Yeah. Same thing with Superhead. Yeah. He's a good storyteller. I get that to him, but it's like, all right, bro. But you got a bunch of new escorts coming out, so he probably leading that whole band. But let's get it. Hold on, y'all.
Realizing that situation, trying to protect my income stream, because I did consider her an income stream at the time, I had to strap up and go in for war, And that's how when I got there, I came across this brother. So I'll let him take over, then we can mingle.
Yeah, man. Yo, this is just weird, bro. Like first off, it's weird as
What's
to
going on, Dollar Washer? Not buck fatigue. Raven said he milking it.
already have another man in the room while having sex with a woman, but like it's a strange dynamic to have Cassie be as visually like stunning and sexy as she is,
Fuck.
and then a part of you is like, I really want to go in and do this, but then the other part of you is like, this motherfucker in the corner over here dictating how to do this and how to do that is like really like pulling me in the opposite direction. So you take that and then you add another guy to the mix, and it just gets real strange, man, especially when once he becomes like active and you fall off and you just sitting there watching like, yo, I like it's just weird, bro. I don't know how else to explain that, man. It is weird. Bro, you ever had one of those cars that have a limiter on it? Like you can't go past a certain speed. I mean, you bought this because it goes crazy fast, but you gotta do 100 miles on that bitch before it actually opens up and allows you to go all the way. That's what it feels like. Feels like you got a limiter on it.
Yeah, like one interview, cool. Two interviews, I get it, but like a whole series, it's like, okay, bro. All right, bro. We get it.
And you can't do your thing, bro.
You know what the worst experience, the realization, it wasn't even the worst experience. I want to say the eye-opening experience. That's a better thing to say is when I walked into the room and he was in front of her with his penis in her face. I was heartbroken, yo. Because that's when the realization
Hey, Cassie got way more than enough money to get him knocked off.
that she had other men doing the same thing I was doing to her and she was doing to other men. That's when it hit me right there when I saw him and she was loving it. Like she's there, she's all engaged. This guy's, penis is in her face. Diddy's sitting over in the corner. I'm sitting on this couch. I'm sitting on, I think it was a chair there because we was in the bedroom. I'm sitting on the bedroom just drinking because honestly, I messed up. I got to get drunk just to continue because literally I'm thinking I'm making love to this beautiful woman for 2 years. And now I see that not only am I doing it, but he's doing it too. And he looks like he's having sex with her pretty much the same way I am. So it was definitely, it was an experience I had to adjust to in order to get through it.
Yeah, it's interesting that you said that too, bro, because the one thing that gets you out of this is Cassie is so relatable, like in person, like she's just a down ass, chill ass chick. Like like I was just talking to Clay before the interview, man. She used to lay on my lap on the couch, just shooting the shit, talking.
See, he don't like this
for like hours while Diddy was doing whatever the hell he was doing in another room and whatnot. And like, so when you go from feeling like you're building this kind of a friendship, relationship, connection, and she's telling you you're the only one I'm doing this with. Yeah, you feel a little betrayed, a little butthurt, bro. when another dude, no pun intended, bro, but like,
I was gonna say that too.
you know what I mean? You feel a little bit violated, bro. Like it sucks. It's not a good feeling, my man. It's not a good feeling at all. Yeah.
So can I ask him something real quick? Can you say this, that you was just as disappointed when you saw me as when I saw you?
Hell yeah, I hated you, bro. I was like, this motherfucker, like, who is this motherfucker coming on my session? Like, yeah, I didn't like that at all, bro. I ain't like it at all, man. Like,
And let me tell y'all something. This is why I be trying to tell y'all. Y'all be like, man, look. And it's not because these guys are gigolos, but fuck it. Maybe because these guys are gigolos. I'm gonna say it like this. These guys that y'all be like, oh, this guy get coochie, this guy get this, and this guy get that, and oh, these guys are getting it, and they getting to the man. A lot of these guys are fucking weirdos and whack dudes. And here you are looking at they plate as if they getting something better because they're having a bunch of sex with women and shit like that, and you like, oh, that's what I need to be doing, and that's what I, you know. Listen, man. I don't know if y'all see the ongoing theme here, but a lot of the guys are goofy. Let me get a try. Let me get a try. Gucci ain't that serious, bro. Now the money, I get it, but nah, these guys seemed a little bit too overly happy to be smashing Cassie, and not just that. I mean, of course, Cassie bad as hell, but falling in love,
And
Let me show y'all something else real quick.
yeah, but after a couple of breaks and we started talking a little something like, yo, this is crazy, right? And weird and whatnot. And, like we started shooting this shit, realized we was cool and whatnot. And, that aggression toward each other, I guess, kind of started like dissipating a little bit. But
So our friendship was built inside of a P. Diddy freak off.
yeah.
No homo.
Bruh.
That shit sound crazy, bro.
It's the truth.
How long was the sessions?
2 days.
2 days, about a day and a half, 2 days. Yo, bro,
Yeah, bro.
they used to go in, bro.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny because the session only ended. Like my brother over here was tired, bro. Like we had been up like 2 days. Neither of us was really indulging in any drugs with them at the time. So we were like regular and they were hot for ecstasy and Molly. So, they could be up 2-3 days. So me and him maybe like a day and a half in. And I remember I approached him and I said, yo, bro, listen, it don't gotta be no winner here. We could both say we tired and we could split the check. What's up, bro? He says, I don't know about you, brother, but I'm good.
Nah, but check it, dude. Like, yeah, for sure. I definitely had that, like, yo, this motherfucker right here, like, stop talking to me right now. Like, bro, I had that, right? But also, I was there already for like fucking 8 hours before you came.
Yeah.
Like, I was there for like half a day already, bro. So
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, dude, like that, and they never said shit to me about a competition or none of that, bro. So it's hilarious to me when I hear you like saying that, because I'm like, they said that to you, but the thing is, obviously, they wanted they wanted that aggression. They wanted to see us like battling each other and shit like that, and I wasn't with that shit, man. Like this shit was weird anyway, bro. There's some weirdo shit, bro, and I just was like, you know what, man, like, yeah.
Just gotta put your professional hat on, bro. That's all I did. I looked the other way and went in.
Yeah, that was the first time that I have to say that I was like, you know what? At the end of this, most likely I'm getting a bag, so let me just stick with this. But this is some bullshit, and I definitely started second guessing whether or not I was going to entertain that shit again. But then I had a conversation with her again after that encounter, and she was telling me, yeah, no, we're not gonna be with the other guy anymore. I'm only gonna deal with you, and like, like it's the same shit that dude, this shit was literally methodical, bro. It was structured.
Yeah, he running up the interview bag, but the thing is that he gotta, you gotta switch it up a little bit,
To a T.
This chick should be in jail. She's a pathological, manipulative liar. And considering I'm the person who came out with the lawsuit against her, I don't really care what the public thinks. She lied through her teeth. She manipulated him. She manipulated me. She manipulated the Punisher.
He might do it because the thing is that she might settle and he might not really get nothing. So he gotta run it up.
She manipulated every guy she dealt with to make us think that we were the only one. How is she not on trial with Diddy? I'm confused.
But you bugging, bro. Like not bugging, but I mean, like, let me see. She didn't try to manipulate us to think, or only manipulate. She flat out said it to me. I'm gonna speak.
Yeah, he giving the defense team a whole lot, but the thing is that what he said where the deception came in is that one day she slept with him while she was on her period, or she violated him and stuff like that. So that's kind of where he coming at it with. But it's gonna be interesting,
For myself, because I constantly was asking her, yo, I'm your only person that you doing this with? And she's like, absolutely, we don't really do this like that. This is not really our thing. You're the only guy.
This is the real SBE right here. So we're gonna see how the court system really acts.
That we're doing this with. And then I would give her my STD results all the time because they was constantly trying to get me to have sex without a condom. And so I brought it up and I was like, yo, if we're gonna do this, I'm gonna need your STD results. Bro, for months she kept giving me the runaround, like, oh, I had it. I just was so busy. I lost the password, all this shit. I'm giving her my shit. She not giving me hers. But you don't have to worry about it. You're the only one that I'm with outside of my husband. But at this point, man, I already knew who he was off the rip, bro. The first encounter that I had with him, he made the mistake of speaking to me. And bro, like, yeah, this was my idol growing up, bro. Like as a businessman, I wanted to be just like this dude. I wanted to have fashion companies and have properties all over the world, and like start working with people that needed resources, that had less than me. Yeah, it was crazy, man. I used to literally idolize this dude. I used to walk in Times Square past that billboard he had. You remember that billboard?
The Sean John
Yeah, the Sean John joint with the mohawk every single day. Art. I used to be like, yo, you gonna know me by first and last name. So I used to talk to his billboard. You gonna know me by first and last name someday.
Boy.
We gonna do business together. Watch, bro. And what I learned from that is the universe could be funny as hell, man. You better be very specific with the shit that you talking about, because god damn it, this is not what I meant when I said that me and this man was gonna be doing business together someday, but it's sure what I got.
So Cassie told both of y'all personally that y'all won the competition.
She told me, she flatly told me, like, listen, I got two guys. I like you. My husband doesn't want me to have two guys. So listen, you got to come for your spot. She flatly told me basically, and I'm summarizing that you got to for your position. I thought about it briefly. And I'm for the money, bro. I jumped up to go handle my business. When I got into the situation, it was the shock I wasn't expecting to see her so open and so affectionate with someone the same way she was with me. And from the second I first saw him, I knew he had saw her before this. They were too comfortable together.
Let me ask y'all this, right? Gotta ask, what would y'all do in between time? Because y'all said that it lasted, 2 days. So can y'all leave a hotel? Do they bring y'all food? Like, can y'all take breaks? I mean, how does that work?
Well, if we was in a hotel, we would probably all of that. But he and I met in Cassie's apartment on 10th Avenue in one of the Trump buildings. She used to have Diddy had rented her an apartment on West End in the Trump buildings over there. So me and him met in Cassie's apartment. There was no room service. There was no water. The only breaks was them going into Cassie's bedroom while he and I sat in the living room and waited for them, right?
Yeah.
And it wasn't long breaks. They might make us wait out there like 10, 15 minutes or something. And this is when me and him got cool. We started talking like, yo, bro, what's up? Blah, 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 blah. But basically, they leave us in the living room. They go in the bedroom, do whatever the hell they doing. Maybe he playing with some semen he saved over from somewhere else. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? Because he didn't get none out of either one of us that day. So maybe he had some in reserve from another person who been there before us. Who knows? Then they would come back out and we would start again. Because like I told you, the freak offs was literally the same routine every time you did them. Soft foreplay, fellatio, intercourse, ejaculation, baby oils, all throughout that. And then we start all over again. Cassie coming is the reset button. When Cassie come, you reset, you start all over again.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And
so they had these dudes on clockwork. These dudes are just straight up on clockwork, y'all.
To your question, yes, they will order us.
And who's gonna care? If it was a bunch of white escorts, this would have been something different. But these are actual men, and they're black. You see where that's gonna get you?
Food. They would ask us, yo, y'all hungry? You want something? We ordering food, what you want, whatever. They bring it to us. If we in a hotel, you get whatever you want for room service, bro. Like
couple times I put room service up. A couple times I cheat off on Diddy room.
They tell you
lobster, steak, all that. Hennessy. When I'm in Miami, like, yo, could you bring me a liter of Hennessy? Sure, sir, no problem. $500 for a liter of Hennessy. Diddy paying for it? It's cool.
Yeah, not a problem.
Hold on, y'all. All right, hold up. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Shout outs to Art of Dialogue. Now check this out. This is the other escort. His story is a little bit different. Y'all, please hit the like button if you guys are enjoying the show. Please support the show. Hit the Cash App. Let's get it.
So Daniel, take me through the first time you met Cassie and Diddy. How did that happen? And give me the play-by-play.
Yeah, man. So let me start off by saying I was never a freaking goddamn escort, man. I was managing a male review show, a show that's like Magic Mike, right? And I was opening up different locations around the country. I was managing our Times Square location, our Atlantic City location, Philadelphia location, so on and so forth. But we part of this show is that we had a separate service that we would provide to like bachelorette parties or that didn't come to the show. You can rent a guy for like $200 to go to wherever your location is. He does a little strip tease, whatever, and then leaves, 20, 30 minutes later. You tip him the whole time that he's there, he goes. So that's what they called for. That was the service that they to have a male stripper come. Now, my boss at the time, he calls me up and it's like 3 o'clock in the morning. He's like, I don't have any of my black guys on staff right now. I can't reach any of them. It's late, but I got this VIP client and I'm like quadruple charging them and they fine with it. So he's like, just go there. I already told them that they have to pay you double, like $400 when you get there. Can you please do it? So I'm like, okay, I'll go down there and I do it. I don't have any stripper clothes, anything. So I go down to one of those 24-hour souvenir stores in like Times Square. I buy like an NYPD shirt. And
I heard there was a fire here.
An NYPD hat. And I go down to the Gramercy Park Hotel. When I get down to this hotel, they gotta use a key, like a card, in order for you to go up to the floor in the elevator. So they send me in. They told me that I needed to ask for black. So I asked for black. They keyed me up. I go to the hotel. I knock on the door, and boy, I was stunned. Like, I was not expecting. This woman opens this door. She is in full-on lingerie, has a sheer like robe on or shawl on, and a full-on look like Victoria's Secret runway show getup. That she's wearing. Right? See-through lace. Got a red wig on, glasses on, and like these. I don't know if you refer to them as hooker boots. I don't want to refer to them as that, but like the tall platform shoes look super tall. I never seen a woman with a body this perfect before. Like she looked incredible, man. She was glistening, all oiled up, and I was like, "What is going on here?" Now I'm supposed to be here for a bachelorette party, so I asked,
bro. I am sick and tired of the word baby oil. Oiled up is crazy.
I'm like, where are your girlfriends? And she laughs and she's like, no, we just said that to get you down here. But the truth is that first off, before I say anything to you, your boss told me I needed to handle the business first. So I'm supposed to give you $400, right? And I was like, yeah. She gives me like $2,000-$3,000 right there. Boom. And I was like, what the is going on here? So she takes me in, closes the door, and it's like a little foyer that we're standing in before you can get into the hotel, the actual room. So we're standing there and we're talking, and she's like, okay, so here's the deal. It's my birthday, and my husband asked me if, what do I want? He wants to do something special for me. And I told him that I wanted a guy to come over here and rub baby oil all over my body, and whatever's comfortable for you, we'll go from there and see where things take us. But he's cool. You don't have to worry about it. He's not gay, so you don't have to worry about anything like that. And I was like, yeah, yeah, that's cool, because I'm not with that. So basically, we go into the hotel room. She's like, is he's gonna be watching. We go into the hotel room. There's candles on a table. There's a couch and baby oil, like 2 bottles of baby oil inside of
Baby oil.
champagne holders. And it's inside of water. I later learned that it was hot water to warm up the baby oil, and there's like 2 bottles of Astroglide on the table too. And so, man, I started rubbing her down, bro. She asked me to take my clothes off. I took my clothes off. She took her shit off. She asked me to rub her down, man. And 30 seconds later, man, I was in it. I was I was in it, and then I was out of it. Yeah, you know that song 1 Minute Man. Ooh, that ain't last 60 seconds at all. I was so excited, bro. But it was too much for my shit went into.
Man, this is some sex farm buck gene. Ooh-wee, never mind.
System overload at that moment. And so, but they basically, I got dressed and left. And as I
funny thing, yeah, the baby oil is the victim at this point. Funny thing is, though, y'all, this is happening in the dating game, just in the real world. This is happening in real life, but not in the way y'all think it is, but let's go.
She paid me again. I think she paid me at this moment. But as I left, she calls me again, and she's like, yo, do you think that you could come again? And I was like, hell yeah, absolutely. As a matter.
Now, hold on. I missed it. Hold on. Look at how excited he's talking, right? Now, look at the guy on the right, the original guy. Look at where he's heard enough. Look at how he switches his body language. Pay attention to how he crosses his leg the other way and looks the other way. Look.
And left. And as I was, she paid me again. I think she paid me at this moment. But as I left, she calls me again.
Hold on. No, you gotta see his expression. See, I pick up on stuff a lot of y'all miss. Look at how he's talking. That's why he got the glasses up. Both of them got the glasses on. But look at how he's talking and what he's talking about, and then look at how he processed the story. He changed his body language.
He asked me to rub her down, man, and 30 seconds later, man, I was in it. I was in it, and then I was out of it. Yeah, you know that song 1 Minute Man. Ooh, that ain't last 60 seconds at all. I was so excited, bro. But it was too much for.
Bruh.
My shit went into system overload at that moment. And so, but
yeah, he had feelings for her. He got played bad.
Basically, I got dressed and left. And as I was, she paid me again. I think.
Because the thing is that the guy sitting next to him, his story is identical with the guy sitting next to him. This is really the embodiment of you're not the only one trying to be the only one.
I think she paid me at this moment. But as I left, she calls me again, and she's like, yo, do you think that you could come again? And I was like, hell yeah.
Even looking at him. She said that to you? She said that? Huh? She said that?
And I think she paid me at this moment. But as I left, she calls me again, and she's like, yo, do you think that you could come again? And I was like, hell yeah, absolutely. As a matter of fact,
yeah, it's identical.
I think I need another go round, because I don't.
He boiling.
I'm not that 1 minute man, yo, but you're so hot. I'm not gonna lie to you, like that threw me for a spin. They invited me back up, and this time.
And he was in there making love to her.
I was up there for a couple of hours just going in, bro. And at the end of that, that's when Diddy actually spoke to me. He came up and was like, yo, my man, we like you a lot, bro. Would you be interested in doing this with us again? And I was like, yeah. Because at that point he was quiet. He didn't try like dictating and directing anything. He was just sitting in a corner. You couldn't see him. You couldn't hear him. He was in the dark, like in a corner. It's almost like he wasn't even there. So this one was just me doing whatever I wanted to do with this woman. It was perfect. So I was like, absolutely, yeah. He took my number. He told her, take my number, babe, take his number. But it was when he spoke that I was like, oh my God, yo, I know who this is. And it's funny because I tried to play it off and I asked him, I was like, yo, this place is amazing. What the hell do you guys do? And he was like, I'm in importing and exporting. That's what he said to me. I had a laugh at that one, man. But yeah, she, you know, I'm a little more careful not to I guess say the details and the type of things that she was actually saying, because I do have a healthy respect for the fact that she is a married woman right now, and I don't, you know, guy code still with me. I don't want to be out there like disrespecting her husband in that way, but you know, man, after this trial came out, I found out how many of these fucking guys are in this, man. Gloves are off, bro. I'm furious.
Yeah, I can only imagine how mad you would be, man, finding out all the men she was with. So Diddy, he told you that his job was import-export.
Now that we know what he was doing, he kind of was. He was shipping in male prostitutes for Cassie, so he was importing and exporting us back to New York or wherever he was from, so maybe he's telling the truth.
So what will he be doing in the corner? He'll just be washing or he'll be masturbating?
Jerking.
Why would you ask stuff like that? Like, y'all niggas be more interested in him and what he's doing and shit. Like, never mind.
Off, homie.
He was masturbating.
Jerking off.
He was masturbating.
Yep. And it's awkward because you can hear that shit. I'm sorry, Art. It's very awkward because you can hear it. And it's nasty, bro. It sounds nasty.
It's like a slimy type sound?
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna let him do it's nasty, man.
He disgusting.
Mad Astro.
You know it's oil. You know it's oil.
Mad Astro.
Know it.
So do you think it was a situation where he enjoyed watching other men have sex with his girl, or do you think he only hired y'all because y'all can pleasure her in ways he couldn't?
I think he's a cuckold, bro. I think he likes to watch live pornography. I think he, you know, I don't want to speculate and say that dude is gay or bisexual or anything like that. I personally never had any kind of, you know, homosexual encounters with him at all. He never spoke to me that way, never looked at me that way, never touched me, none of that. So I can't speak to that part of it, but it's possible that, you know, it's, you know, you mix those two things together, watching live porn and then, you know, BBCs in a room and like, you know, like all the elements that turn him on is in a room. Like, you know, he probably just can't get enough. And it ain't just him. It's not just him. Like they asked me this during the trial if I thought that Cassie, you know, enjoyed it. She seemed like she enjoyed it, right? And I told the truth. I was like, I can't say whether or not she enjoyed that. It seems like she did, but you know, I can't say definitively, but she seemed to really be enjoying herself.
When did he start getting comfortable to the point that he revealed his identity to you?
He doesn't let you know his identity. He realizes that you realize who he is, and then the cat's out the bag. So for me, he made a mistake and opened up a hotel door full on Diddy. I'm talking like how the old Diddy that used to walk on the Sean John runway at the end of the show with the trench coat and like full on P Diddy, bro. And he was like, yo, hold on 1 second, bro. Like, and he closed the door. I hear him cursing Cassie out in the background, bro, because she told me to come, I guess, earlier than they were intending, because we originally were supposed to link up at the Dream downtown and we ended up at the Jeremiah Essex house uptown. And that's how I ended up finding out who he was. And after that, he never used a mask or any of that shit with me again. But he did take a picture of my fucking ID that day and was like, yeah, just in case, bro. I was like, oh, shit.
And you was concerned about him taking a picture of your ID, right? You feel like he had bad intentions.
Yo, Art, if you and me are sitting in a room right now and I asked you for any reason, Yo, let me see your ID real quick. You show me your ID, I pull my phone out, I take a picture of it and say, yeah, just in case, you know. Put my phone back in my pocket and walk off. What that mean, bro?
It sounds like a low-key threat to me.
Yeah, he was threatening me.
Man, these people are stupid. That's not a threat. That's insurance. That's like, okay, shit, in case something happened, I know where to find you. Them niggas be really thinking, man, Diddy wants me. Man, Diddy don't want you. Now look at this. Let me see. Now there's another dude. This guy, shout outs to Vlad.
All right, here we go.
Now this dude, this is another escort that was on Vlad TV. Can't really do too much with the visuals, but I want y'all to hear a little bit of this. Give me 1 second. Take a listen.
Today we have Don the dealer, who was a male escort who participated in dozens of Diddy's freak-offs with both Cassie and Daphne Joy over the course of 8 years. Welcome to Vlad TV.
Thanks for having me, man.
8 years, y'all.
Well, we have a lot to talk about, but right now, like about an hour ago, the verdict is actually in.
Yeah, verdict's in.
Diddy was acquitted of RICO and sex trafficking charges and found guilty of 2 lesser charges of transportation of Cassie and Daphne Joy for prostitution. This is seen as a victory for Diddy, because all the serious charges he's been cleared of.
Yeah.
Now, the judge still has to decide if he's going to be released before the sentencing, if he's going to get bond, which I think he should. But at this point, he's still in jail, and we'll see what happens the next day or so. So, how do you feel as someone that was involved in dozens of freak-offs and got to know Diddy over the years? How do you think this verdict played out?
I feel like it played out like it was supposed to. I can only account for my point of view, but from what I saw willing participation. I didn't see like any of the rampant drug use and stuff that they were describing, prosecution was describing. So I think that given the situation.
Now his name is Don the dealer. For all you know, he could be they pusher man. 8 years and you don't see drug use? Okay.
And what really happened, I feel like justice was served, you know? I think that he was kind of more so being looked down upon for his sexual proclivities that weren't anything, in my view, an extreme. You know, voyeurism is what it is, and I think that it was kind of blown out of proportion. So I'm glad that he's getting what I view as like his, you know, due justice.
Well, yeah, I mean, the prosecution, by putting Cassie and Daphne on the stand, tried to paint a picture that Diddy was forcing them into these acts. He was controlling them by both force and finances.
Right.
You know, whether it's the beating of Cassie or saying that you're going to lose your record deal or I'm not going to pay Daphne Joy's rent or whatever else. They try to paint it as that for the sex trafficking and possibly even the RICO, but ultimately those were thrown out. And you've always maintained that both girls, when you guys had your freak-offs, were both into it. There was no level of, I don't want to do this, he's forcing me to do it. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah, his whole thing was he never made any demands. He was always like, act like I'm not in the room. What would y'all do if I wasn't here? And if we were trying to get to a certain point too quickly, he would separate us like, no, you guys go over there. So she was always the one in control. Both of them were always the one in control during these moments. He was kind of like background, you know? He kind of kept us into a certain like mindset of we want to focus like on this love hour. But for the most part, it was do what you want to do. So I don't think that he was really, you know, pressuring people or making demands against people's will, again, from my point of view, so.
Look, I've been saying this for 9 months. Every interview, every tweet, I've been saying he's going to beat the RICO, he's going to beat the sex trafficking. He might get the prostitution charge. And now it's really up to the judge. It could be time served or it could be as much as 10 years.
Yeah.
Possibly 10 years for every charge. So it could possibly be 20 years. We don't know. We ultimately don't know. It could turn into one of these OJ situations where, okay, you beat the murder, but we're going to give you 35 years for trying to steal your stuff back.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It might turn into that based on all the graphic details that were said on the stand. We really don't know, but we'll see. At this point, it seems like a victory.
Yeah, I think it's a victory. I think that overall, there was, in the court of public opinion, you know, the video footage that we did see about the Cassie stuff, a lot of people had passed a lot of judgment on him. I've been one person to kind of feel that you are more than one time in your life, one moment in your life. You can't just be judged off that one moment in time. So I think that rubbed a lot of wrong people the wrong way. And that's what applied all that pressure for him to be hit with these RICO charges, these huge charges in court. So overall, I feel like now things are kind of balanced back out to where they kind of need to be, so he can kind of get his fair shake, you know?
All right, so this is the guy that was a friend of Diddy for a long time. And not just Diddy and Cassie. He damn near was around just as long as they were damn near. I mean, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I don't give a damn if a ring's involved or not. You around somebody for 9, 10 years. Y'all are married. Problem number one, y'all falling into too much titles anyway. All right. Remember, you guys are watching the Mental Chewing Gum Podcast. Shout outs to everybody here. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. Please support the show. Good morning. Hit the like button. Support the stream. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get into your story. Now, you're an adult film star.
Please hit the PayPal or Cash App. I got you guys. Let's go. Player Talk.
Right.
And you worked for an agency called Cowboys for Angels.
Right, yeah.
Now, what happened around 2016?
2016, I just moved to Miami from Atlanta, and that's when I got the call for a celebrity client to meet at the one hotel on South Beach, and that ended up being Diddy.
Okay, now previous to that, now you did adult films, but were you actually doing escorting, you know, meeting with women, couples, and so forth?
So at that point in time, 2016, I wasn't doing any adult films. I didn't do that until 2023 is when I started, or 2024. So to that point, it was just, I had a job as a market development manager for a small startup company, and then I ended up getting into the escorting business just by way of modeling. Somebody hit me up off Model Mayhem. It looked like spam. First name Garen, last name Teed. Pitched this idea of being a gigolo.
Garen. First name Garen, last name Teed.
I had no idea what that was other than Deuce Bigelow, Mel Gigolo. So, but ended up getting into that, and it was just dates. You know, go on a date with this older lady and just tell her she's attractive and this is a great time and compliment her, and that's all it was. It was, I mean, I had one point where I went on a date with a lady and she had heart palpitations. I had to take her to the, these are old.
Damn.
These are old, these women are, right? So
like, what was
for the
oldest
most part,
woman that you went on a date with?
73. Yeah.
Did you guys consummate that?
We did not. No,
Okay.
I'm not a miracle worker. I can't make the dead rise or this. So I was just like, you know, we're gonna eat this, we're gonna eat this Italian food, and that's gonna be it.
Okay.
But that's how it was, you know, the whole thing was described to me. It was like, this isn't, you know, for contact for monetary gratification. Like this was just going to be dates and stuff like that. So, and that's really what it was up until this point in time.
Okay, so you're working for Cowboys for Angels and you get a call that there's a celebrity client and they don't tell you who it is yet.
No, they don't tell me who it is.
They told him who it is. His first name is Garen, last name Teed.
All they told me was it was a celebrity client, last name Lopez. And then they went on, as I'm on the way to the hotel, they're like, yeah, so just ask for Mr. Lopez. And in my head, I'm like, you know, this is a straight male escort agency. So I'm trying to figure out what Mr., how does this work into the situation? I'm like, they knew that wasn't my thing. So I'm thinking in my head, like George Lopez or Jennifer Lopez. It could be like, I'm thinking any Lopez celebrity name. So then I get to the hotel and the front desk clerk walks me upstairs. I said, I'm there for Mr. Lopez. Get up there, it's like Latin music playing in the hallway. So I'm really thinking this is a Hispanic person, celebrity, still trying to rack my brain to figure out who it is. And door opens up and Diddy's just standing there in like a black wife beater and some shorts. And he's like, what's up, man? I'm like, oh. First thought was like, oh, it's Diddy, like this is, and then I was like, oh no, it's Diddy, because at this point in time, people still, you know, those accusations were out there, so I'm like, you know, I had to double take that for a second, but it was chill, like walked right in, and it was pretty.
Now I want y'all to let me know who has more of a crazier story. All right, let's go.
Easy. Got in there, it looked like an episode of Cribs. It was nothing but Ciroc. From like bottom to top of the shelf in the refrigerator, drinking Ciroc, sitting, chilling. He offered me a joint, we smoking. He seemed like he was very cool guy. He just got off of some knee surgery for, and was doing some type of commercial about his recovery at that point in time. So all in all, when this very beginning, it was more so very chill, just kind of hanging out, smoking, chilling. Not until like a couple hours into that did he tell me like, oh, what were you doing tonight? And you know, you about to have the best Valentine's Day of your life. And then Cassie walks out.
Okay, so Cassie comes in red lingerie.
Mm-hmm.
And you knew who she was right away.
Immediately. I'm a year younger than her, so I grew up with the, you know, the Me and You song and stuff. I'm like, okay, this is crazy. I don't believe that I'm really here right now, but let's see where this goes, so.
Okay, so then the two of you started to talk.
Yeah, we started talking. He left the room for a second, and mind you, when I got in there, I didn't really know what was gonna happen, but I just noticed like there's a lot of towels, white towels on all the couches and the furniture and stuff. There's a red light over in the side. They're playing like, you know, some very vibey music. And there's like a ton of baby oil, like scattered about everywhere, like more than any one man should have, you know, and especially in a hotel room, right? So he had got up and left, and I'm looking at her, I'm like, I made the joke like, there's so much baby oil and candles in here, like one wrong move and we all gonna die, you know, we all gonna blow up in this thing. So, but she was very communicative in the fact that she was joking and very
This is funny as hell.
playful with me. She told me that she picked me from the site. And it seemed as if this was something that they'd been doing for some years. They said they'd been doing this for a while too. So as far as like the vibe of the night, I took my cues from them. They pretty much knew exactly what they wanted. Again, felt like they'd done this before. And that's pretty much how it started out.
So this sort of talking and, you know, sort of intimate kind of conversation, that lasted for hours.
Yeah, I mean, I was initially supposed to be with her for about 4 or 5 hours. I got paid as soon as I got there. And I'm thinking, again, up to this point, a lot of what I'd been doing was just hanging out. At that point, yeah, it was 4 or 5 hours into it. I thinking I'm about to go home, and then all of a sudden he was like, all right, you know, we're gonna turn this thing up a little bit. The music changed. More baby oil comes out. Baby oil and KY. I'm like, who got this? You know, it's baby oil and KY comes out. It's heated. They've been heating the baby oil the whole time that we talking in the tub, right?
Yeah.
So this was like
So they wasn't lying about the baby oil. And this other dude said it was like a pool of baby oil, like a tub of baby.
They kind of knew what they were doing. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on. Yeah, that's when it kind of started off. He was more so wanting us to just talk to each other. You know, his whole thing is like being very verbal. So he was in the kitchen in the dark with a bottle of Ciroc. And we're sitting on the couch, and he was like, what do you like about him? You picked him from the site. What made you pick him from the site? What do you like about her? You know, he was more so, he wanted us to talk and act like he was not there at all. So that's kind of how it progressed. But it was a very long progression over the course of hours and hours.
Right, because at one point he said, it's the love hour.
Right, and that's when when the love hour happened and he became Brother Love, then it was like a totally different, the vibe changed. It was more so like the music switched up. He was asking, did he want to refresh drinks and stuff, like a cool host almost, but you can kind of tell like they had some type of formula of where they wanted the night to go. So I was just along for the ride, honestly.
Okay, so you guys start with contact in the beginning, and that actually leads up to at the end?
Yeah, it was more so just physical touch. So there was lots of baby oil around, as I said before, and he was like, okay, why don't you put some baby oil on her? And then she was like, he asked her, do you want you to put some baby oil on him? So
Wait, y'all don't get tired of the baby oil smell? I think I would get tired of the damn baby oil smell. I think I'd be done with the baby oil smell. I'd be like, all right, bro, we get it. No more oil, bro. Let's go.
it was more so that talking, caressing, stuff like that for hours, like for an ungodly long amount of time. And at a certain point, she would start to kind of like come towards me to kind of like move things along. And he would be like, no, go back. You know, you just tell him you're moving too fast, you know? So he never was telling anybody what he wanted them to do. He never gave demands to say, touch him, do this. He would say, what do you want to do? Do you want to do this? Do you like that about him? It was all about the verbal cues for him.
Okay, so at the end, you guys actually engage it.
Yeah, at the end, about like hour 8 or 9 or something like that. It was insane.
At the end of the, though, something specific happens.
Right, so he wanted me to finish on climax on her. So, and this was something that she said that she was ready for as well. Again, we've been there for a couple hours. It was a weird thing because at this point in time, I'd never had like another male in the room like that. So when he was like, finish, you gotta finish manually. So it was a task. Like, I felt like this arm was significantly bigger than this arm by the time I left, because I'm just like, you know, this is weird. He's literally off to the side, drinking Ciroc, talking about, get it, king, get her, king. It was just a weird, you know, he's in like this. So I'm like, all right, this is surreal. But so I finish, and my thought process is, you know, they were getting up to go take a shower because we were in the living room and they were gonna go back to their back room. So when she got up to go to the back room, I didn't think anything of it. You're not gonna use these KY Johnson & Johnson towels to wipe that off, right? So I'm thinking you're gonna go to the back room. So it never crossed my mind what they were doing back there. Had no idea that she was finger painting on his chest with, you know, so yeah.
Yeah, what was funny was when I had Punisher on my show, and the exact same routine, right? Have pull out on her, and then she would like run off in the other room, you know, with it. Because a lot of times with him, like Diddy would go in the other room before they finished. And she would like go to him and close the door. And he said when he watched the trial, and when she said that, you know, that he, you know, she would take the cum and rub it on his chest, he was actually relieved because he thought that Diddy was eating it.
I don't know if I'd be relieved. I'm probably equally as terrified from both of those things, right? I'm like, that's not.
See, guys want to say, and shout outs to Vlad, but I'm just saying in general, guys want to say, yo, Diddy is gay, but like niggas want like full details on what he was doing. And it's like, bro, like what type of first of all, what type of question is that? And why are you asking another man that question, even if that happened? But anyway, let's go.
There's no way this is a good scenario.
It's all bad, no matter how you do it.
It's a lot. I found out just like he did during the court process, and I'm reading this transcript with my girlfriend, and she's like, he did what? So it was like, we were all blindsided by that. I never got that vibe from him. You know, that this was something that he was, to me, it was just, he's all about the visual, he wants to watch. I didn't know they were engaging and stuff in the back room. When they would leave, he would be like, all right, bro, you can go ahead and order room service and smoke, and, you know, if you want to leave, you can leave, or I'll come back out and we'll hang out for a second, and then maybe we'll do another one. But, you know,
crazy thing is that him and Kim Porter probably did all of this stuff. Never mind.
this is like 8 or 9 hours in. I'm not trying to do nothing else. So more times than not, it would just be wrapped up after that.
Okay, so you got paid $3,500, and they booked you 2 more times.
Yeah, they booked me 3 more times. One of those times, I came over and I got off the elevator and he pretty much met me at the door and was like, hey, she's not feeling good right now, so we're gonna scratch this and do it like a different night. I'm like, all right, cool. So.
Okay, now, as you're getting to the second and third session, it was pretty much the same routine, but certain things were different, because at one point, you guys would be having, you and Cassie, and then Diddy would like tag in?
Yeah, like so we'd be engaging, and he would be like, all right, King, like I'm about to tap in right now. And then he would say, go over there. So I would go over there, and then he'd come over, and then they would engage in their own passionate intercourse, which wouldn't last too long. And then he'd be like, all right, I'm good, come back over. And he'd go back over to where he was, and then I'd sit there, and yeah, he kind of switched off, but he never wanted me around him, which is why I thought that the gay accusations were a bit much, because knowing him as long as I've known him, right, I never got that vibe from him. He never even wanted me next to him when this was happening. I didn't want him next to me either, so it seemed like we were all on the same page, right? So
yeah,
he did his thing.
Although rubbing your cum on his nipples is somewhat gay, so
I wasn't involved in that. I wasn't involved in that.
I know
but
you
yes,
weren't, but I'm just saying.
Yes. Yeah, what he did, that was diabolical.
There's
what he
that
did
one
behind
hill you have
closed
to get
doors.
over. You know, to
Picasso
try to
on his
dispel that
chest.
myth. I'm just saying, it's a big hill. It's very steep.
It's a very big hill.
It's a very steep hill. Now, in the beginning, you and Cassie were using condoms, but that switched at one point.
Yeah, I think one time we went without, and to be clear on that, he would always ask, do you want to do this without a condom? And they would have a conversation as if I'm not in the room, very calm. She'd be like, oh, I don't know. He's like, these guys are tested. And she would ask me, I'm like, yeah, I'm tested. And he'd be like, do you want to do this? And she'd be like, no, not right now. And he would kind of just let that go. He was never forceful in like saying, you need to do this, you need to do that. So, and I think one of the times out of the 4 was one time that we did engage in intercourse without protection, but it was very quick. She came to me and started that process and looked to him to see if this was something that was like cool to do, and he kind of gave a head nod, and that's what it was.
In the words of Cameron, how's the pussy?
How do you think it was? It was great.
It was great?
It was great. I was singing Me and You in my head the whole time. It was good. It was good.
Okay. So after the 4th time when Cassie couldn't join in, that was the last time that you saw Cassie and Diddy together.
Yeah, that was the last time.
Well, then we fast forward to 2021, which is like 5 years later, and you get contacted again.
Right.
So what happens then?
I get a text message on my phone, and it was saying, he's like, hey, this is Diddy, this is Puff. Are you around? I had no idea he had my phone number. But I guess because of his inability to book in advance, the agency I was working for thought it was better that, I'll just give you his number and you guys just, talk amongst yourselves. So he reached back out and was saying that he had somebody new, and that he wanted me to come over just to explain to her about what we call the lifestyle, right? Like inviting other people into your bedroom and exploring your sexual side. And that's all it was going to be about. So when I went over there, I didn't know who it was going to be. I just knew that he kind of wanted me to kind of like drop the knowledge on what to expect with all this and see if it piqued her interest.
Okay, and this time it was Daphne Joy.
Yes, but I didn't know it was her at that point. But yeah, it was Daphne.
All right, so describe that first meeting.
The first meeting, I met him at a hotel in, I think, South Beach, and he sat with me for a second and was just like, hey, yeah, I got a new girl. I want you to explain to her a little bit about the lifestyle. She seems very interested in it because I told her that I'm interested in it. So if you can kind of explain to her the subtle nuances, you know, involved in the lifestyle, like that would be a big help to him. I was like, sure. So I come in, I sit down, Daphne comes out, we greet.
All right, now this is Daphne Joy, y'all. All right, this is a completely different woman. This is not Cassie. This is Daphne Joy, aka 50 Cent's baby mama. All right, this is 50 Cent's baby mama. Completely different woman. This is not Cassie. This is Daphne Joy. All right, y'all hit the like button, support the show. Cash App and PayPal is in the chat. Please hit the links and support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
Each other, and she's immediately like inquisitive. She wants to know every single thing about the lifestyle, what it's like inviting a third party into the bedroom, the type of relationship strength you need to be able to endure that, just every different angle of the lifestyle. So she was very much a willing participant, and I'd go as far to say excited for the journey, and that proved to be so because by the end of this, she was, you know, she was saying, coordinating what you're gonna wear or what music we're gonna listen to and how we're gonna do this and that. So it was a great growth for her during that period of time.
So imagine getting cashed out and paid so much money to run your own freak-offs. Because that's what Cassie was doing. That's what Daphne was doing. They were in charge and ran their own freak-offs.
So the first freak-off with you, Diddy, and Daphne, was it pretty much the same as Cassie?
Pretty much the same in that the way that they went about the night, the scheduling of it was pretty much the same. The difference was Daphne was so much more wanting to be in the room. So me and him had a lot of time to just kick it and smoke and talk. But with Daphne, she was like right there. She wanted to smoke. She wanted to talk. We were talking about our kid. We just, you know, we switched off, you know, in the parent mode, all of us having kids. We talked about kids, we did all that stuff. So, and then it gradually got back into the lifestyle and what to expect and what she felt was sexy and how to incorporate that into what we were trying to build at that time.
Okay, but the same routine. Essentially, you guys would start with various types of foreplay, which would lead into penetration, and then you would pull out, bust on her, then she would bring it to Diddy?
Yeah, pretty much. Except for the last part, I had no idea she was bringing it to Diddy. So, whichever camera, but yeah, I had no idea. So, but yeah, that was the whole flow of things, yeah.
Well, Daphne ended up taking the stand, and she talked about this particular situation. And she painted it slightly differently. She said the moment the relationship soured for her and Diddy was when she was asked to participate in the first freak-off, which he called hotel nights. So after the hotel was set up, she would get dressed up in lingerie, and Diddy told her that a male escort named Dawn, who he knew, was coming. You know, the woman, the escort poured baby oil on each other, 12 bottles at a time. They started with touching. You know, basically, she said that she was trying to move things along. Combs was like, no, let's slow down. But she said the initial experience performing a freak-off made her happy because it was taboo, but she thought this was just one night of fun. She didn't think she'd be doing it again, you know, but it opened up Pandora's box. She was never able to shut it. Because she said after the first freak-off, 90% of their sexual experiences involved Diddy, her, and another man.
Okay.
Were you aware of this?
I was not. To my knowledge, I knew that he spoke of other people, but in those instances with us, it was only, I kind of thought I was the only person involved at that point, at least in this area. So, yeah, I mean, I didn't know about the intricacies after the fact.
Okay, but you continued to meet with them dozens of times?
Right.
So by the second or third time, you realized, okay, this is Daphne Joy, AKA 50 Cent's baby mother.
Right.
Did you feel any type of way about that?
I don't know that, man.
It is what it is.
Man.
Right.
And, it is what it is. Like, yeah.
Well, and you guys always met in Miami.
Right, we always met in Miami.
Either in hotel rooms or a couple times at Diddy's Star Island home.
Yeah, the last 2 times at his house.
Okay. And at one point, he kind of pranked you a little bit.
He did. He pranked me a little bit. It's a scary moment. So, I don't think he did it on purpose. But so he's always made the jokes that you and I would hear, right? Like, oh, he's this Illuminati, sold his soul, like certain stuff like that. So he jokes around like that. So the last time I'm at his house, we're in his bedrooms, huge, like 2,000 square foot bedroom. Daphne's on one side, he's on the other side, and I'm kind of in the middle of the room. And he's trying to show me, because I've never been in here before, that the Alexa controls the lights and stuff. So he's like, Alexa, turn off and stumbled over his words, and all the lights went out in the room, right? So up until that point, I've known this man like 8 years at this point, right? I've complete faith that this was a heterosexual male, but because of all the jokes, when them lights went off, I got scared. I was like, oh no! Like, so I dropped down to the ground, butt down, boom, right? Just in case, you never know. It's dark, I'm in a new place, I'm scared. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, no sir. So I'm sitting down on the ground and I'm kind of like, I'm bugging out, but and all of a sudden I hear, and it sounds like it's coming from all around me. Hey, Don, they say I'm gay. I'm like, nigga, what? Like, I'm like, oh my God, bro. But he's joking. I didn't, after the fact, I realized he's joking. But when the lights came back on, he was like, what you doing on the floor, man? Like, I'm on the other side of the room. What you doing on the floor? I'm like, nothing. I'm just, I didn't want to trip and fall. Like, I didn't know how to explain that, I know you, but I don't really know you like that, man. So, but,
I don't know you like that.
He would make those jokes from time to time.
I'm thinking, like, at this point, when Diddy gets out, he should just do interviews. Diddy. When Diddy gets out, he should just do interviews. He got nothing to lose at this point. Or have his own, do it on his own website, what you call it, Revolt. Well, I don't know. I don't even know if he still owns Revolt. I'm not sure if he still owns Revolt. But shit, he could do interviews at this point. Them interviews gonna be funny as hell.
The time about just joking on himself and public perception and stuff. So, but yeah.
Well, there was a situation where you, Diddy, and Daphne were getting ready to have a freak off. And Daphne was running the tub with a bunch of the baby oil, and something went wrong.
Yeah, that was that last time I was there. So they heat up, when you have like 1,000 bottles of baby oil and KY jelly, like you can't pop that thing into the microwave if you're gonna heat it up, right? So they would run a big bath and throw all that stuff in there. So like, it's trippy to see, like if you were to look inside the tub, it's like you can't see the surface of the water, you just see floating bottles, right? So I guess they turned that on, we start talking, and she over flooded the whole bathroom, so he had to get a whole team of people up there to kind of clean this stuff up. And it's kind of awkward when you know the man's reputation and workers are seeing you there as a male. You kind of have to give them this look like, nah, it's not what you think. It's, you're not even like that. Like, I don't know how to emote to you. This ain't that type, but yeah, so it was a whole thing. But the whole bathroom flooded. It was a mess.
Now, as you guys had more and more freak-offs, because you had, 20-something freak-offs with Daphne?
Yeah, probably like 20, 25 or something like that.
I mean, was it always the same, or was there other men involved, other women involved? Like, was anything ever different?
It was always the same. It was always me, him, and her. The only difference came in, there was a time that he just bought a company that sells psychedelics like mushrooms and chocolate. And he was like, we should try some of these mushrooms. He'd never done it, she'd never done it. I'd done it a couple times, so I was like, yeah, let's try it out. So we do it, and a couple minutes later, I'm on the couch, I'm chilling, there's music playing, red lights. Daphne's dancing in front of like a mirror they bought to the suite. She's dancing. You know, when you take mushrooms, you can't lock in looking at your own reflection. You'll be there for hours. So she's dancing. And I think he was on the balcony, so I'm vibing out, and then my peripheral just face right next to me, and he looks at me with like that Diddy demeanor, like, I'll jump off this motherfucking balcony right now. You seen that movie, Get Him to the Greek? I'm just like that shit in real life. And I was just like, what's happening right now? Like, I'm too hot for this. It was weird. It was a weird scenario. Then he starts like, he's halfway crying. His ex-wife, Kim Porter, had just passed away. And that was really taking a big toll on him. So he like kind of tearing up, telling me about him taking time out with his daughters to learn surfing in Malibu and trying to get back to family and keep all that together. So, but for the most part, it was the same. Every once in a while, there'd be a deterrence like that. So that was a little...
I mean, were you ever not able to finish?
What's up with asking dudes these questions? But okay.
Ever not able to finish? I mean,
it's a high pressure situation.
It was a high pressure situation.
Right here, right?
But here's the thing though. So by 20, well, you know, like the second, third, fourth time, it was more so of like it was a hype mode. Like, you know, how many times you got Diddy in the back? Go ahead, King. Do it. You know, I'm like in my head, like, yeah. That's a shiny suit, man. Like, I'm about to go out.
Harlem shaking while you were doing
like Harlem shake, like... you know, little Diddy bop.
Was he really doing that?
He's in the kitchen. He will dance. Like, he was in the kitchen like this.
He's really Harlem shaking. Okay,
he was like, all right, King. You know, I'm like, all right. I don't think he remembered my name at that point. All right, King. And it's just, I'm like, all right, yeah, let's go. But there was times it's like, you know, it's hard because, again, I'm not really used to that scenario. So there was a lot of like, it took a minute, but, you know, you did what you did.
Well, was he actually like masturbating while you were having sex with Daphne or Cassie?
That's one thing too. So like, I make it a point to not look at things that aren't gonna benefit me. That was not gonna benefit me to see that at all. I don't wanna remember you that way. I don't wanna remember you that way. I wanna remember you dancing in the back of the videos like Should say, right? But so I never, and the thing is, there was always a lot of distance. You know, like he'd be in the kitchen and we'd be in the living room. And there's no lights on in the kitchen. And he's a darker brother. So like what he was doing in there, like I'm focused on what's in front of me, you know? So it was easy to not really tune into that, but you do know something's, you know, he's benefiting somehow over there, so.
Well,
my man said benefiting somehow over there. Wow.
You're doing these regular freak-offs with Diddy and Daphne, and then Cassie files her lawsuit.
Right.
And you actually meet up with Diddy and Daphne after the lawsuit gets filed.
I did.
And they talk about it.
They talked about it. This is the first time I ever been to the house on Star Island, right? So I get the call. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm gonna head over there. There's a security guy out front. I didn't feel weird about going to his house until I had to tell the security guy who I was there to see, right? Because again, the stigma around it. So he's like, who you here to see? And he was like, he looked at me, and I felt like he looked at my eyes. He was like, you here to see Diddy? I'm like, why you say that? Like, why you say it like that? So I go in, I'm like, all right, I'm weirded out. And they direct me around the side of the house to another part of the house, right? So I get in, and it's like a ballroom type deal with like a bunch of pink balloons. I'm like, oh no, like what's going on here? You celebrating something you shouldn't be. And he was like, Don, they're trying to get me, Don. And I'm like, you know, I think they got your ass, bro. Like, I'm pretty sure they got you. And he proceeds to tell me that, you know, this was all a money grab, that she wasn't happy with her standing after leaving, and that this was a premeditated thing to try to get some more money out of him. And Daphne...
One of the worst things you can ever do is talk about a money grab in front of a woman that's gonna steal. One of the worst things you can do is talk about a money grab in front of another woman that's gonna try to grab money from you also. Daphne in the room hearing that, but okay.
Who was right there was agreeing. She was like, yeah, I feel like she's lying. He wouldn't do these things. This is before the video actually came out. Right? So at this point, it's all speculation, and he was being railroaded. His exact words were, they're trying to get me like they got Michael Jackson. So.
Well, less than 24 hours after the Cassie lawsuit was filed, he paid her off.
Yeah.
Which was, we found out at the trial was $20 million.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So he was complaining to you after he had already paid her $20 million.
Right. And in my thought process was, when you're at that level of celebrity and power, like these nasty witch hunts, it's probably easier to put those to bed than let that fester in the media, right? So my thought process was, he probably just took care of it just to keep that, from being attached to his, to who he is. So it was making sense to me. And again, this is somebody that I'd never seen act this way. I'd known him off and on for about 8 years. And in that time, I've only known him to be very soft-spoken, very direct, chill, laid-back type of person. So it was hard to connect that with like physical violence.
Well, after the Cassie lawsuit actually comes out and gets settled, Diddy's lawyers reach out to you.
Mm-hmm.
What did they say?
That they wanted to talk, they want to see kind of what I knew. He reached out to me first and asked me to speak to his lawyers. He was saying that, a lot of people weren't stepping up for him, celebrity friends, family friends, stuff like that. And he wanted to see if I was willing to tell what I knew, because he felt that what I saw could probably help him.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't see that really, but I was willing to do that. So I went and spoke with his lawyers, and they essentially told me that if they needed me, they're gonna let me know.
Okay, so you talked to the lawyers, and then Diddy's homes get raided.
Right.
The Beverly Hills home and the Miami home you had been in. And now things are getting way more serious, and you find out there's a grand jury.
Yeah.
Are you nervous at this point that a grand jury might actually reach out to you?
I'm freaking out. Because I know that there are I'm in a lot of videos.
Oh, so he's filming the whole time?
He's been filming stuff like that. He sits and watching the films. So I know I'm in a lot of videos. So as soon as I saw.
So not only did he film, but you guys watched the films together?
I never watched the films. I saw him record. If they did watch anything, sometimes we would play some of my Brazzers scene or Reality King scenes on the TV while we're, before we even engage in anything. But I never saw any of the videos he actually
got it. But he had, hours of footage of you?
I heard he had an external hard drive that was filled with probably at least a terabyte worth of video footage.
Okay.
So he was, every time I saw him, he was right there with the phone, so.
Okay, so you're freaking out because Diddy's homes were raided.
Mm-hmm.
They have videos of you, probably.
Right. Not probably.
Almost definitely, yeah. And now there's a grand jury, and there's a serious, chance of him getting charged with God knows what at this point.
Right.
So, Diddy does this whole Instagram post saying all these lies about me are false, and I'm going to protect my family and clear my name, and these are all people that are trying to get me. Something of that sort.
Right.
And then the Cassie hotel video comes out.
Yeah.
As someone that knew Diddy and Cassie, of course, Diddy more so than Cassie, but you've had hours and hours and hours. And, you talked about how when Diddy sometimes wasn't in the room, you and Cassie would joke around and chill.
Right.
You never said that Cassie felt uncomfortable. She seemed like she wanted to be there.
Right, yeah. There was times where we was just her and I by ourselves, and I'm making jokes and she's laughing, and there was nothing about the situation that felt forced. She seemed, again, that they had done this before, that this was a routine. None of this felt new to her. So yeah, I felt that who am I for you to not tell me that you're not comfortable, especially when I got paid to just hang out. You know that because you paid me.
Yeah.
You chose me from the site. So I felt like if there was ever any issue, you could have just say, hey, let's not. But again, I can't put myself in the headspace of any of these women. So I don't know how hard it would have been to say that, but I felt there were times that she could have, and I wish she did if she wasn't feeling it, but she never did. She never let me know.
Now you're watching this video of Diddy chasing Cassie down this hotel hallway and then just beating her up like a man, basically.
Yeah, it was hard to watch, especially because it's hard to reconcile that version of somebody with the version that you know, but you also have to tell yourself, I don't know this person in every aspect of their life, right? And I also had to tell myself, you know,
Diddy didn't get locked up for that. He wasn't on trial for that. Honestly, that's what made him win the trial, to tell you the truth. Because even one of the guys that was like one of the jurors, they were like, "Oh, I saw the video right before this, which you shouldn't have." And he's like, "I'm gonna be super biased," and they had to get him off the case. So,
you know, not to be dismissive, but a lot of men make decisions that I feel should not impact how we view them as a man in whole, right? So we all make a lot of decisions. We are not those decisions. So I was more so of the mindset that, you know, this was horrible to see, and I'm still reconciling it. I still couldn't I still couldn't really get to the point where I'm like, I see you as that man in the video. I only know you as how I know you. So it took a second. That's why there was one more visit after that. And then by that time, I was just like, I just can't really reconcile the fact of what I saw.
Okay, so when you met with Diddy, the Cassie video was already out.
The last time.
Yeah. Did Diddy or maybe even Daphne address that video?
So nobody brought up anything about that last time I was with him. The only thing that was going on was he was on the phone a lot. I think he was losing sponsorships. So I heard him say, I'm about to crash out probably like 7-8 times. Trying to keep certain relationships intact while going through this court process, you know, in the court of public opinion as well. So they never spoke about it. Like after that video came out, we never talked about that at all.
Well, and then Diddy gets arrested.
Right.
And he's given no bond. When he gets arrested, what did you think?
Thought back to him saying they're trying to get me. I'm like, they got your ass. They got you, bro. Like, yeah. But I was confused as to why, because I heard like RICO and all these different like major cases. And I also do think that when dealing with the government or any form of law, they will hit you with the most that they can and then kind of whittle that down to what really fits the crime, right? So I was thinking they hit him with these big charges and it'd eventually get dropped down to something else, but I wasn't entirely sure. I knew that it seemed as if they really wanted to get him for something. So I was freaking out. I felt bad for him. I was also worrying about how I was gonna fit into this, if I was gonna be called in for this. So it was a scary moment in time, for sure.
Well, because leading up to the trial, you got contacted by Homeland Security.
Right, yeah, about 3 months before the trial. And I'll tell you this, when the government calls you, you will never expect it, right? Like you never are expecting a government call, but the nicest white man in the world picks up the phone and was like, hi, is this Don? I'm like, yeah, who's this? He's like, oh, this is Homeland Security investigation. I'm like, damn. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, had to put the phone down for a second. And he goes on to tell me he wants to talk to me about the Sean Combs case and that they want to know pretty much what I know. I was a bit worried. So I asked that I need a lawyer. They said it's probably a good idea that you get one just so you feel comfortable in talking to us. Mm-hmm. And I went through that whole process of speaking to the judge via Zoom, telling my lawyer and a couple people from the government exactly my experience, and them then telling me about a month before the trial took place that they weren't gonna need me.
How did you feel when they told you that you're not gonna be taking the stand?
Relieved.
Yeah.
I didn't really wanna get in front of a stand full of people, mostly because I saw that at that point in time, the court of public opinion was kind of painting him out to be what we thought what they were charging him for, sex trafficker, making people do things against their will. And I didn't feel that there was enough rhetoric out there yet to show the side that I would be showing, which is I didn't see that. I didn't see anybody.
No, they didn't need you because it would have made them look bad. Because you guys were the only ones trafficked in that situation.
Against their will. So at that point, I thought it wasn't a good time to really get involved in that. And I was grateful that they didn't want to call on me.
Well, the trial starts and a bunch of witnesses get called, first of which was Cassie.
Right.
When you heard about the Cassie testimony, talking about the beatings, talking about, she didn't want to do it sometimes, she would get urinated in her mouth even though she asked for it. By the way, did you guys ever do that?
Hell no.
No. Okay.
No pee-pee.
No pee-pee?
No pee-pee for me.
No pee-pee for me.
So they try to make it in the court, they try to make it seem like Cassie was getting beat up just as much as she was doing freak offs. Kid Cudi getting his car blew up and all kinds of other stuff. Oh
Got
boy.
It. The various, getting diseases that she couldn't get fixed with antibiotics and sores in her mouth and so forth. When you heard this whole story laid out with someone that you had intercourse with 3 times, what did you think?
The first thing I thought was I felt so bad for what she was telling us that she had been going through. That was I wasn't so much like thinking about me or anything that I played in that part. It was more so because I know that I didn't do anything, force anybody to do anything, and I really just took her lead because she was the one that was getting to lead these events. I cried a little bit because I'm a son. I'm a brother. I have a lot of important women in my life that play like a very large role in my day-to-day. And to think that I wasn't involved in something that somebody would later say was like a nightmare to them, I really had to reconcile with that because at that point in time, I thought it was a good judge of character, and a good judge of reading the room and what's going on. And it just made me feel like I was out of tune with what was going on in that room. So it was a lot of second guessing myself and really feeling bad for just the events that she described. Nobody deserves to be forced into doing something back to back to back. And if that's her experience, I wish I could have been a help in some way to keep that from happening, if there was some type of communication. But I just felt a lot of remorse for her and what she went through. It was hard to read about.
Well, Daphne Joy took the stand as well. And she relayed.
Both of them were lying. Something tell me though, when Diddy get out, he's still gonna mess with Daphne though.
A slightly different version, but she also said that she didn't really want to do the freak offs, and the only reason she was doing it is because Diddy was paying her rent, and 50 Cent was only giving her like $4,500, which wasn't enough to cover her rent. And then Diddy basically said, well, if you don't want to do these anymore, then I'm going to stop paying your rent. Now, there's really nothing illegal about that. Right? If you have a girl you're seeing and you guys have a sexual relationship and she says, I don't want to do doggy style anymore, right? I just hate that position. And that's your favorite position. You're like, well, okay, I'm not going to pay your rent and we can't keep dating if you don't do doggy style because that's my favorite position. But this is almost painted by the government as like coercion, sex trafficking, forced, sexual encounters and so forth. But you said she was always the opposite of that.
Yeah, Daphne seemed to be a very willing participant in everything that went on. From the moment I met, she asked me about all the angles of what it is to be in the lifestyle and invite somebody else into your bedroom. Then it became wanting me to wear certain clothes for these meetings. Then it became her telling him, no, I want to do this. He would make suggestions as far as like how to make this into more of what he called the love hour, a more like seductive type state. She was like, I want to do it this way. I want to do it like this. And he would let her run with it because he loved seeing how excited she was to make her own decisions in this, in this not being shy. So at a certain point, she was just the most willing person that I've ever seen in this type of scenario. My point of view, right? Because there were text messages between them outside of this that says otherwise. And not to discount how she may have felt after the fact, but the whole time that we were together, it felt very consensual, more so that she was in control and she was telling him what to do. She told him, I want you to sit over here, not over there. I want you to put some baby oil on. Like she felt like she was in control. She even cut down she decided how long I would stay. It just became more of the Daphne show than the Diddy show.
Dang, so that makes me feel bad. How much of a sucker did women have to look at you? Especially being Diddy. And that's crazy because, if y'all soak up the game that I be giving y'all for so long, so long, definitely hit the like button and support the show if you support the work. They basically pay women handsomely to be madams. The government, the state, the feds, they will have, and they got text messages also, so they're gonna pretend like they don't know. But they will have so much evidence that the women are guilty, they're madams, they are with everything that's going on. But they're a part of the cash grab. Shit, they an accessory to
Well, the one
crime.
thing that I heard from every escort that I interviewed, and now you're the third, is that every single time either Cassie or Daphne would book the sessions, and either Cassie or Daphne would actually make the payment.
Right.
Now, the money probably came from Diddy, of course, but is that true in your case also?
Yeah, he never handed me money. I always got cash from them.
Okay, so a bunch of other witnesses take the stand, including his assistants and so forth. And at one point, the prosecution rests and the defense announces they'll be calling no witnesses at all,
right,
including Diddy, who's not going to be taking the stand.
Mm-hmm.
It goes to the verdict. And then today, like we mentioned in the beginning, he was found guilty of the prostitution charge, but not guilty of all the serious charges. No RICO, no sex trafficking.
Right.
Which ultimately I've been saying for the last 9 months.
Yeah.
I kept saying this over and over again. Essentially, Diddy was found guilty in a federal court, costing millions of dollars for tricking.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Guilty of tricking.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. And at this point, he was guilty of 2 charges. Now, each of those charges have no minimum, but they have a maximum of 10 years. So there's a chance that the judge might give him 20 years. It's a slim chance, but we don't know. We don't know. Now, I remember I had Judge Mathis on here recently, who's, a former state judge. Mm-hmm. And he said when it comes to these sentencings, like even though the charges might be minor, the judge looks at all the stuff that's been said on the stand. So all this abuse, violence, alleged kidnapping, alleged arson, all this other stuff will possibly play a role in the sentencing. Right. So he might even catch a bunch of years, but we don't know yet. Or he might get time served and walk out tomorrow. We don't know.
Right.
What do you think he should get?
Well, first, I think that he should, one, be considered for time served because he's been in there about 9 months already. Mm-hmm. I can't really speculate as far as these maximum sentence, 20 years maximum for both, right?
Well, 10 years for
10
each,
but
20
20
for both.
together.
Yeah. If you don't run them concurrently, if you run them one after another, yeah.
Right.
That's the worst case scenario.
Yeah. I think that it seems as if they want to try to charge him with something. So I don't know if the 9-month thing is going to be enough, but you never know. It could be community service. To my knowledge, this is his first.
Yeah, it's the first
time dealing with this, right? So how much could they really give him for this? Especially when he beat all these other charges. To try to hit him with something so small, I'm not sure what the government's game would be in doing that, but I don't.
Defense could say he's not a serial tricker. Yeah. This is the first time he got caught tricking.
I hope they say it just like that. He's not a serial tricker, Your Honor.
He's not a serial tricker.
That's funny because he kind of is. Because look, he got 2 girls on his first offense, so he kind of is a serial tricker. But this is his first offense. It's like, imagine having like 5 women in court on your first offense, and you're like, well, he's not a serial tricker when he actually is. It's just the first time y'all caught. That's funny.
Well, not to trick again. If you give him time, sir.
That man can't wait for it. Freak off.
Well, Cassie's lawyer put out a statement right after the verdict. The statement says the entire criminal process started when our client, Cassie Ventura, had the courage to file her civil complaint in November 2023. Although the jury did not find Combs guilty of sex trafficking Cassie beyond a reasonable doubt, she paved the way for a jury to find him guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution. By coming forward with her experience, Cassie has left an indelible mark on both the entertainment industry and the fight for justice. We must repeat with no reservation that we believe and support our client, who showed exemplary courage throughout this trial. She displayed unquestionable strength and brought attention to the realities of powerful men in our orbit and the misconduct that was persisted for decades without
See, like I said, they use women as whistleblowers. This shit is entrapment, man. When are men gonna wisen up? I mean, if y'all like tricking so much, y'all gotta defend the tricking. Y'all can't let women do this. Like, where the tricks at? Y'all can't let women do shit like this. And then, not even. This shit spills into modern dating. This shit absolutely spills into modern dating. You got too many people stealing content, repeating people from this sector. You got way too many people oversaturating dating content to not even be speaking out about this. Just even from the dating perspective. Damn, I can't take my girlfriend. I'm in New York. I can't take her to the game in Chicago because guess what? If she buys a plane ticket, they gonna say I'm trafficking her. Diddy didn't go to jail behind no damn pros. The pro right here speaking that he should have went to jail behind if that's the case. He went to jail behind his girlfriend. And it's funny because America is trying to push people to have kids. And shit like this is going on. America is trying to dupe people. COVID, to a certain degree, was to dupe people to be indoors to produce pandemic babies. If you go look at how COVID was handled around the world, ours was handled completely different. Why was that?
Repercussions. The case proved that change is long overdue. We'll continue to fight on behalf of the survivors with the $30 million that she now has from both Diddy and.
Talking about some survivors, these bitches were directing freak-offs. This is why nobody takes shit seriously. And the fucked up part is that the real victims were the people that are really actually out here getting sexually assaulted and can't get any type of help. This is why they don't come forward. People that are real victims of that stuff, they don't come forward because of stuff like this. The evildoers are getting cashed out.
Intercontinental. Yeah. This kind of sounds like sour grapes. You know, if I were to read it.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like.
Right,
like we're
right,
mad that he's not getting life in prison. I mean, I'll just say it. I feel that this was proven in court, right? Sex trafficking was not guilty.
Right.
Which basically implies that Daphne and Cassie, on the whole, were willing participants.
Yeah.
Right? They weren't being trafficked. They were willing participants.
Just take the money and just give it to the madame. Imagine being so rich you can't afford the trick. And it's not what you think it is. You don't got the luxury to do what the hell you want with your damn money.
So you have a woman who's a willing participant, which has been proven in court, with Diddy, you know, gaining the lifestyle.
I haven't seen Cassie's thing, but for what all these male prostitutes are saying, they're like, hey man, it was good. But listen, the madames are getting paid.
Perks, having a record deal and having songs come out that never react, having fancy watches and fancy trips, to then get $20 million out of Diddy and then try to give him life in prison after the fact.
Yeah. That's
diabolical to me, man. Hell hath no fury, like a woman scorned.
Yeah.
Like, my God, you hate this man this much to do that after the 20 million and the 10 million bonus you got from the Intercontinental Hotel. So 30 million. It's kind of crazy to me.
It's crazy. I mean, here's the thing though. In these type of situations, I try to look.
Where it leaked, Raven, on Reddit? That probably wasn't it. Where it leaked, Raven? Inquiring minds would like to know
what these women say that they felt and what they were put through, because that's not what I know, but it's something that, you know, it's been documented that they felt this way, even though they may have put on the game face, like they said in court, and went out and made stuff happen because they thought that this is what their partner liked and they wanted to please their partner because they love their partner.
Oh, snap.
We all do things, and after the fact, we may have regret or remorse for doing them. I just feel that, one, as a woman, this was a hard situation to try to defend against, right? To try to speak up against, especially having the text message that we have saying that they were at some point ready, that they were organizing for certain stuff.
She said, I'm always ready for a free call.
Right, they're hitting up guys that they like.
Right.
You know, and
like
organizing stuff. Yeah, you know, not just me, but like me.
Yeah.
And it's just, it's a hard thing to differentiate between, because you see those and you see somebody that isn't a victim, but then you hear the aftermath and how that affected them. So
how do you find stuff like this? I'm glad I'm not on the dark web, man.
I mean, it's hard for me to kind of gauge it. You know, I'm not discounting what they felt, but the facts in the case are that the government didn't find that there was any real demands or being placed on or being forced into these situations. It seemed as if it was amicable. So not to discount how they feel, because that's valid, but as far as the actions that were taking place, you know, it's just doesn't add up to.
Do you feel you were sex trafficked?
I don't feel it was sex trafficked, no.
If you had a chance to talk to Cassie, what would you tell her?
I would apologize, because I just never want to be put in a situation where I'm making a woman feel as if she's uncomfortable, that there's no other option but to do what she feels that she's expected to do. And if I could sit down and talk with her, I feel that she would know that I was genuine about that, because it's, again, it's a situation that was put in by her. You know, if not for that call, I don't think he would have ever known of me. So I feel that if I could see her, I would say I apologize, and I wish I knew what was going on, because I'm always going to be an ally. I'm always going to be an ally. So I wish that I could have helped, ease that situation for her.
What about Daphne Joy?
Same thing. I'm sorry that she felt pressured to do what she says she was forced to do so she can pay her bills and all this other stuff. But at the same time, for Daphne, I would also say that, come on, those of us that were there, I don't think any of us, and I'm in contact with Sly Diggler and a couple other people, and I don't think anybody
What the hell is that, Raven?
in those situations are gonna say that
I'm actually scared to know.
you were forced to be doing something that you didn't want to do, because I don't know anybody else that picked out.
They were sitting up there saying Diddy forced escorts to do all of this stuff with Cassie. He forced escorts to do all of this stuff with Cassie. And people ain't changing their captions. You got the escorts that he forced. I just showed y'all 3 of them. There's like 2 more. How the hell did he force them to do something with it?
Spandex draws for me to wear, because she just had to see me.
And that would make them guilty.
That just seems like you're happy to be here to me, so but it is what it is, not to discount her feelings, but I would apologize too, because at the end of the day, I don't know the grand scope of their situation and their relationship, so I wish that there was some way to go back and fix that, but it is what it is at this point.
So let's say Diddy gets out and calls you up for the biggest freak off ever. He says he's got a swimming pool filled with baby oil.
First of all, that's diabolical. I'm not swimming in no baby oil swimming pool. I'm gonna be the most ashiest motherfucker in the world, because I'm never gonna moisturize ever again after this. I don't need to.
You don't need to. You moisturize enough.
I've got
right,
the generations of baby oil. Generations. I'll never be ashy for the rest of my life. But if you were to call me, I'd be like, brother, God bless you, but nah, I can't. This is one ride.
Get back on that train again?
One ride was enough.
One ride was enough?
One ride was enough, man. It's time to get off.
Well, you and I spoke last night, and you said that this lifestyle is kind of a slippery slope. When you start, bringing people into your bedroom activities and so forth, things can kind of go wrong, feelings, start to rise and so forth. Because you've done this with other couples as well?
Yeah, in my personal life, my girlfriend and I are in the lifestyle. We swing, so we have many instances where we're meeting with another couple, or
remember, 2022 is like yesterday, bro.
A situation where other people are around, and in those situations where you're inviting people into your bedroom and you're expanding your sexual horizons, you got to be solid. You got to be a super solid relationship. Know your partner. Know their tells of when they're uncomfortable and comfortable, because the thing is, a lot of us go through these certain situations where we want to see our partner please. We may not feel good about that. You got to be able to communicate that, and the relationships that go the distance that can do this are the ones that communicate. They talk to each other. They say, did you like this? Do you like this? They talk about do's and don'ts prior to getting into this, prior to getting too deep. So that's a big thing. If you're gonna do this, and a lot of people engage in the lifestyle, it is not a taboo thing. It may be taboo, but it's not an uncommon thing. You just gotta be solid. You gotta have that type of communication with your partner. If you don't, this is the type of stuff that happens. If you're telling your partner what they wanna hear.
Number 1, don't tell them how much you make, and don't have no damn money. You can be a voyeur and be a rich man for the rest of your life. Obviously, you see what happened to Diddy.
But then you're feeling the opposite behind closed doors. This is the opportunity to talk about it, Now, not now in court. The opportunity to talk about it is when it's happening, before it's happening. Especially when, for Daphne, we sat and talked about the possibilities and what was required for this to be able to be something that everybody enjoys. And I thought she understood that. So that's a big thing to make this work.
She did. She don't care. Man, you can sit there and tell a woman what the hell it is, and they will still pretend like they miss Bo Peep in court. Am I as a victim?
It's not for everybody.
Well, yeah, look, I'm friends with Adam22 from No Jumper, and I recently had him and his wife, Letter the Plug, on my show, and they are swingers.
Right. Shout out to Adam.
Yeah, shout out to Adam. You know, not only do they have threesomes on camera, but also she's had, you know, solo scenes with Jason Love twice now. And then they had a group, you know, a threesome with Lil D, and, you know, like all types of stuff happens. He's had solo scenes without her, and they seem like they have a loving, good marriage.
Yeah.
From my point of view, you know, I've been around a lot of couples. They seem like sincerely happy. They have one kid together, another possibly on the way, you know, but you know, at the end of the day, things could potentially go wrong. And at one point, Diddy actually wanted to go with you to a swingers club where he was going to disguise himself.
Yeah, he was like, this was around the Daphne time. This was because the Daphne time was a heightened time for everybody. She was like, oh, that's a great idea. He was like, I want to go to a club and I want to walk around and just see people. You know, the way he said it in that Diddy voice, he had the kind of like that bottom lip hanging, like, yeah, I just want to go to the club and just see people doing their thing. You know, and I'm like, all right, like,
y'all gotta remember, Diddy's old now. He's like an old, disgusting player at this point. He definitely, I mean, I'm not gonna say he looked young, but he's an old player at this point, so.
Let me see if I could set this up. And I was in the process of going through that with some places in Miami, and last minute he canceled. He's like, you know what? I don't think it's a good idea, you know, all the cameras and stuff like that, which is ironic because now he's known for exactly what he didn't want people to know about, which is wanting to be a voyeur and walk around and do and explore this sexual realm. So, but he wanted to go out because he wanted to just experience watching multiple people have sex, have fun, whatever that included, you know, so.
It seems like this cuckold thing seems to be popular, particularly with wealthy couples.
Yeah, it's usually a wealthy couple thing.
Right, so for example, I'm not gonna say who, but one of the escorts that I spoke to off camera said that they did, you know, that he had a cuckold type session with A-list celebrity and her husband.
Mm-hmm.
And when he told me who it was, I was like, my jaw dropped.
You believed it, but I felt like you believed it, right?
I believed it.
Yeah.
I'm like, whoa. He even said that he thinks that the husband is gay based on the way he was kind of acting and so forth. And it was like, whoa. They have kids together and so forth. For example, you know, Kanye and Bianca, he named his album Cuck.
Yeah, he's been wild.
And I've heard from multiple people that not only, I know one guy that actually did, you know, a cuckolding threesome with them, but I also know people that were, you know, they had reached out to him and there was bookings in process that ultimately never happened. Did you hear about this as well?
I'd heard the adult film industry is filled with people that got stories just like this. People reach out to us all the time and try to make fantasies reality. And it doesn't surprise me
Yeah, Stormfront.
that this particular person was getting hit up or putting out feelers to try, because it happens so much, you'd be surprised, you know. I've heard some stories. I can't be substantiated, but I mean, if this is any indicator that this happens, then the other ones probably are true too.
I heard a story that this porn girl told me this story, right? I'm not gonna say who this is on camera. I'll tell you afterwards. I'll tell you, but this story was wild. This was years ago. An agency reached out to her and said this famous Black Hollywood couple are having a sex party and they want you to come. She was like a popular, you know, Black porn star at that time. She was like, sure, no problem. okay, but we also want you to bring a male porn star or someone that, could perform in this type of environment. She's like, okay, cool. I know some guys and so forth. Like, well, there's one more detail to the story, right? What the couple wants is they want the male to have sex with a woman, pull out, and come in the husband's mouth. And she said, I don't know anyone that does that.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, I don't know one damn person that's gonna do that.
In the porn world, and I've had lots of friends in the porn world, both male and female over the years. It seems like the gay porn world and the straight porn world really are kind of separate.
They're separate.
Yeah.
We don't go, it's not like we go to the same events. It's a different way that things are done.
It's a different part. So yeah, and this was not something that she was on the internet with or doing an interview about. This was just a private conversation, we had one day, and it was like, damn, like those two? She's like, yeah, those two. And when I tell you, you're gonna be like, I'm not really surprised.
I'm saying right now, I'm not gonna be surprised.
You're not gonna be surprised.
I'm not gonna be surprised.
You're not gonna be surprised.
Nothing surprises me anymore. I've done scenes, I'm just like, this is what people are really thinking about out there. Like the scripts I've seen. It's a sick world. So people, there's nothing that's gonna surprise me anymore.
He said she looked like Skin Diamond. Okay.
At all. 1,000 bottles of baby oil. I'm unfazed.
Yeah.
I'm unfazed.
So after all the dust settles, Diddy does whatever time he has to do, whether it's a slap on the wrist or maybe a year or two, or maybe Trump even pardons him if he gets a longer sentence. Do you think that Diddy will come back and get back to kind of where he was before, or do you think that the stigma of this is just going to haunt him forever?
So here's the thing. So I think the stigma is going to stick around for a while, just because sex is such a taboo thing in this country. I think that his association with that, and with the charges that were brought forth and all the media controversy behind it, for him to get past that, it's gonna take some years. He might have to go to Africa like Dave Chappelle did.
Nah, that's bullshit. It ain't gonna take no years. And plus, this is the perfect time for Diddy to do whatever the hell he wants, even though he was doing whatever the hell he wanted anyway. This is Gen Z we're talking about here. Gen Zs are freaks. Diddy don't even have to really talk to or address anybody in his generation no more. He could just come out and do him. Like, I wonder, it's funny why people think that they could cancel somebody. Nigga, if you got somebody like Saucy Santana running around and talking freely, man, listen, Diddy could do whatever the fuck he wants to do.
He might have to go to Africa with the people and chill out for a couple years, just because the type of endorsements he had prior to this, I don't think a lot of those people are going to be hitting him up, which is unfortunate, because everything that he was charged with, now it just comes down to these two things. If it was just two things in the beginning, would he lost a lot of these sponsors? I'm not entirely sure. But I think right now he's probably a little bit radioactive. And they're gonna wait till that to cool down. But the thing about him is, nothing about him has led me think that he's gonna just sit back and just fade away, right? He's a survivor, he's a hustler, he's a businessman. He's gonna make his money and make his way back, as he's hungry, you know?
I mean, look, he's still rich, and he's got 100 lawsuits against him. But what's interesting, because I talked to a lot of lawyers around this case, some of which were even asked to be on the case and, turn them down. If any of these civil lawsuits were based on actual facts, they would have been incorporated into the federal case.
Correct.
Not a single one outside of Cassie's civil lawsuit was included.
Yeah.
Which makes you assume that all these civil lawsuits are based on a lot of nothing.
Right. I think that's a lot. Again, my first impression of meeting him was, oh no, it's Diddy, just because of the stigma surrounding him.
No, Diddy became a phrase.
It became a phrase
in the
immediately.
Urban world. When you say no Diddy, everyone knows what you're saying.
The diddler. Like, this is it's crazy to me, but I feel that, I don't know, I think that overall, he's gonna be fine, because he's got the money, he's got the know-how, he's got the connections. It's just gonna take time.
Yeah.
it's gonna take time. But I don't think this is the last we've seen of him.
I don't think so either. I don't think he's good at being low key. I think he's
nothing about this man.
He's gonna have a
is low key. For all we know, he opens
party.
up. He could open up the next.
Some people show up.
He can open up the next Pornhub or the next browser studio. Diddy,
Yeah, I mean, listen,
know.
you can't argue with a man anymore because all the guy got to say is like, well, he's had to rub dudes come on my nipples. What do you come back from that? You can't come back from that. That's it. That's the end of the argument.
I'm trying to forget these things, man. There's a lot of therapy that's going to be involved after this interview. I'm like, he did what? He did what? Oh, God.
Yeah, man. He probably did it with yours.
I would like to think that mine, for whatever reason, was unusable. He was just like, you know what? This is not my style. Like, I'm a go wipe that off. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, like yesterday, I interviewed Rico Bozant, who was one of the escorts also. He met up with him, a few times. And he basically would say, like, he would bust, and then Diddy and Daphne would basically have sex with just the man juice sort of like in between them, sort of like it's still there. Like she would never wash off. So it was just that.
Yeah, well, that's a thing.
That's a thing.
That's a thing that happened to him. What did he stay in the room after that? After that, I'd have to.
Well, no, they would sometimes have sex in front of him.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say about that. That's a little much for me, but
Yeah.
That might have been the last time.
It's a bit much for everybody.
That might have been the last time I came over to the Diddy house after that one, because I don't know.
Look, it is what it is, and like I said, I feel that overall I'm happy with the verdict because I've been saying that this is probably what's going to happen, but you're saying that if you have an alternative lifestyle, if you don't have a wife or a traditional girlfriend, if you have multiple girlfriends and you fly women out and you're having threesomes and drugs might be involved, but everyone's taking the drugs themselves and no one's being forced to take the drugs.
Right.
Because remember, the jury even asked, if you ask for drugs, is that the same thing as distributing drugs? Like, is that person distributing drugs that the person asked for it?
Yeah, you said
right?
that.
Right.
I've never heard a story of like, there's a pile of cocaine on the table and Diddy like grabs a woman's head and shoves it in the cocaine and like, take
happened.
this or else.
There was no
like,
Scarface moments.
There was no Scarface moments.
And I never saw drugs
other
than the weed we were smoking and the mushroom we took one time. So
I just feel like you've turned tricking into a crime, essentially. Or you turn polygamous relationships into a crime. You turn cuckolding into a crime. You turn a bunch of stuff that really is just people's pleasures and preferences. Like there's nothing wrong. I remember even on the closing arguments, I think it was Brian Steele was like, oh, here's exhibit 48, 100 bottles of baby oil. Good job, fellas. Where's the crime?
Right.
Where's the crime? Good job.
Rico
the feds
does not want Rico.
got these pictures. This
Rico
is part
does not
this is
mean
part of
Rico,
the trial.
so.
Where's the crime? And it's like when you look at successful men, rich men, famous men, and women, as well, they fly people out because they're busy.
Yeah. It's a slippery slope.
It's a slippery slope, but they fly people out. Now, is that trafficking or is that just dating? You give, a woman $1,000 to go shopping. Is that prostitution or is that giving a woman some money to go shopping?
Right.
Because you're busy and, you want to treat her nice. Like a threesome. Okay, it's not, I've done threesomes, I've done foursomes, right? Nobody was forced.
Right.
I would hate for someone to come back and say they were trafficked by me.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying?
But that's what this kind of leaves the door open for,
Yeah.
It says that I feel like you can get in trouble now. You can be arrested for the fact that you did not communicate to the fullest extent in your relationship. And that does not mean that you as a man didn't communicate to your wife, because it seems in these instances.
I think politically, not even politically, but how politics is going, it's gonna make a lot of people run back to the church. A lot of people going run back to the church. A lot of people going to run back to the church at this point. I don't think this might restore monogamy though.
Instances that the wives or the girlfriends aren't communicating that they're not liking this situation. It doesn't mean that they didn't talk about it, because they talked about, he said what he liked in the very beginning with these women. You know, that's what the court document said.
Right.
So
And when I mean run back to the church, I'm talking about be monogamous, stay faithful, deal with only one or a handful of women, get married, if that, or just stay single. A lot of the guys are just gonna stay single. Well, let's go.
I don't know. I just feel that it's a slippery slope. I mean, not communicating with your partner can now lead to sex trafficking charge against you.
Yeah.
It just, you know, where does that
crazy.
end? And who's next?
It's crazy, and it is a who's next. You know, and it's sort of like, I think the prosecution said, as long as Cassie did not want to do one of the freak-offs, you have to convict him for sex trafficking. So she did 100 of them and she liked them, but one of which she wasn't comfortable with, that's now sex trafficking? Is like, come on. Yeah. We all have bad days. We all do things for our partners that we may not want to do at that very moment, but we do it for them.
Right.
Whether you're a man, a woman, a trans, gay, straight, a relationship is a relationship.
Yeah.
A relationship is not always.
Men need to strike back. You could pay 1,000. You could pay a fuckload of this woman's bills, but the moment you don't want to pay one, or felt some type of way about paying one, you should be able to take her to court.
It's a traditional relationship, and sometimes there's other people involved.
Hey, you already got the receipt, my guy. Let's go.
And when you're dealing with certain types of people, usually they're open about letting the other person know, hey, listen, there's other people involved. You and I have something special, but I'm also seeing some other people as well.
Right.
I also have a baby mother. I got kids here. I got this person who I'm living with, but I'm also have a place over here and I can put you up and whatever else. All that to me is fine. It should not be criminalized in a federal court. Exactly. And I think we saw that today, and it just kind of bothers me. And I feel like, people like Cassie who are being, who are painted as victims, I don't really feel like they're really the victim in this point, because everyone I talk to have always said, between you, Punisher, have always said Cassie was with it. Cassie seemed like she was totally into it. Daphne Joy, the two escorts I talked to, have all said that she's with it. She was totally, fine with it. Deep down inside, if someone thinks differently, I guess, but if you do something 100 times, you say one time I didn't like it, that shouldn't turn into a disaster,
right?
Legally for you. And so, that's my take.
Yeah,
and I've been saying it all
on
the time.
That we agree. We definitely agree on that. So,
well, Don, I appreciate you coming in.
All right, shout outs to Vlad, man. Vlad always doing his thing. Let's switch gears real quick. All right, give me 1 second. All right. Are you guys entertained? Now, speaking of tricking, who else they went after in the meantime, and it got old? Well, when the Diddy situation got old, I could say, they went after your boy Shannon Sharp. And recently, Shannon Sharp lost his job at ESPN. That's fucked up. And that harlot that he got busted with, she got a way bigger payout than Cassie. Ain't that crazy? If this is true. Let's see if this is true. Together.
Guys, our man Shannon Sharpe is taking loss
Shouts to Lita
after
Turner.
loss after loss. First, we all know that Shannon paid Gabriella Zuniga tens of millions of dollars to settle that lawsuit. So many people thought it was so crazy that he got extorted by this 19-year-old. You'll remember that she was the one texting Shannon that it would be $25,000 per cheek. She was texting Shannon saying, "Hey, what's taking so long? Where's the cash?" This is the girl sending Shannon text saying, "I want you to choke
$25,000 per cheek. Oh, hell no.
me, daddy," and then turned around and filed a $50 million lawsuit claiming that he was choking her. Oh, it was
25 million per cheek. And bitches like this don't even have no ass. She got an ass? I don't think she had no ass. I don't even go look for her.
was pure extortion, and it worked. Reports say that she got over $20 million from the lawsuit. Shannon's almost 60 years old, but this young 20-something is laughing all the way to the bank at his expense. It's interesting also that a lot of people were calling Shannon Sharpe out for the way that he treated Gabriella Zuniga versus the way that he treated his own daughter. People noted that he was paying Miss Zuniga tens of thousands of dollars, which turned into millions, but would only pay a small amount.
Got no business giving a woman that type of money.
For his own daughter's wedding.
I don't know what you could have. I ain't the one getting married.
Oh, come on now, Unc. Why you gonna do your daughter like that now? You're paying the white girl. Oh,
I don't give a
come on, Unc. Our man Unc was wilding out. And a lot of people ask, what's the difference? Why do you think that Gabriella Zuniga deserves so much more than your own daughter?
But that's why, and people wonder why they don't get the blessings that someone else. Ask yourself.
What?
See, you think you're doing everything right, but see, God know your heart. See, you can fool everybody else, but you can't fool that man upstairs, and you wonder why. Ask yourself. Ask yourself when you're alone and you by yourself.
All right, shout out to Unc. He's saying some people deserve blessings and other people's don't, and you gotta ask yourself when you're alone. And that's fine, that's all good, but look at what has become of Shannon Sharpe. Not only did he have to pay Zuniga tens of millions of dollars, but it came out yesterday that he has been fired from ESPN. Guys, the amount of money that Shannon Sharpe has lost over this girl is insane. Not only was he paying the $25,000 per cheek here and there, but then the $20+ million to settle the lawsuit. Then he lost the ESPN contract, which was tens of millions of dollars more. This man alone has lost generational wealth for his entire bloodline. And now on top of that, guess what? He's getting sued for another $20 million. And he's gonna pay. Mark my words, Shannon Sharpe is gonna pay off this lawsuit. Now, is he gonna pay the whole $20 million? No, we saw from the Gabriella Zuniga lawsuit that that's not how the game is played. The women ask for a high amount, Shannon Sharpe comes in low, and then they meet somewhere in the middle. Now we have another woman, the opposite of Miss Zuniga. This woman, an older black woman, she's gonna get her slice of the pie too. Let's take a look here and see what is going on. It says here, Shannon Sharpe.
Black men have been guilty for this for a long time, but only a nigga will make it guilty to sleep with some goofy white chick. But let's go.
Is being sued for $20 million after the former ESPN star shamed a woman over a viral flirty video with Usher. All right, here is our man Shannon right here.
So this woman, what happened was basically she went to an Usher concert and she had her mouth open so she can eat the cherries from Usher's hands and do some type of goofy shit where she sucks on the cherries and all kinds of stupid shit. Right? Ocho Cinco and I think Shannon Sharp got a knockoff Manosphere show where they just get on there and they just repeat our talking points and talk about other people and dating and stuff like that. Cool. They said that she was in a relationship or a marriage or something like that. And she's not in a relationship and she's not married. But what she's suing for, y'all, is like a defamation. Because she's like, oh, well, you know, people believe that. It followed her. She can't work. Real nasty shit.
And if we scroll down a little bit, we can see the plaintiff. This is the woman that is suing Shannon Sharp for the $20 million, all right? The exact opposite of Ms. Zuniga. This woman appears to be in her 40s, and of course, she's African-American. Zuniga, 19 years old and a white woman. But listen, Shannon Sharp is gonna pay out all of these women, apparently. All right, if we go back up, it seems that, let's see, the woman claims that Shannon Sharp and Ocho Cinco, Ocho's on the hook too, knowingly propagated a false narrative about the woman's marital status. Says here that Sharp, 57, just settled a $50 million lawsuit. He was officially let go of ESPN. In this lady's complaint, it says that on April 2nd, I participated in a fan engagement moment at a Usher Raymond concert where I interacted with the artist as a selected audience member. The interaction quickly went viral after fans noted the intensity between Tillman and Usher in the fun moment. And I think if we scroll up, we can see that moment right there. All right, there is the one and only, the talented Usher Raymond, and there is the plaintiff right there, hot and sweaty, ready to go. I think someone said, auntie, please, okay? And now what's the issue? She's having her moment with the one and only Usher Raymond, so what could have went wrong? As we scroll down, the plaintiff says, following the event, the defendants Ocho Cinco and Shay Shay made and disseminated false and defamatory statements suggesting that I was married and that my husband was filing for divorce due to my participation in this audience experience. I am not married, nor am I currently going through a divorce. She went on to explain, I was not married at the time of the fan participation moment during the Usher concert. Now on Twitter, guys, a lot of people are saying, come on, lady, now you're asking for $20 million, you don't deserve it, this is a frivolous lawsuit, he didn't defame you, it was all jokes. But is that really the case? Did Shannon Sharp defame this woman by saying that she was married when she really wasn't, and saying that her husband, who doesn't exist, was gonna file divorce papers? To really analyze this, we need to have a little understanding of what defamation is. Here, guys, we can look at the 5 elements of defamation. Elements we can think of as just ingredients. If you have all 5 of these ingredients, all 5 of these factors, then you have defamation. So we're gonna go through these quickly, and you tell me, do you think Shannon Sharp is on the hook? The first element that you need is identity. So you must be able to prove that the statement in question is about you. Now we can see here from the picture that is obvious that this is the lady that they're talking about. So that's an easy element that she can check off. Then we go to the second publication. It says the statement must be published, meaning a third party must have seen, read, or heard about it. Guys, we know this to be true as well. This actually went viral. Millions of people saw Club Shay Shay talking about this lady and what her husband was going to do with these divorce papers. So we have identity here, and we also have the publication. Again, it went viral. Third is negligence. It's the third factor. You must prove the statement was made with a reckless disregard for the truth or negligently. Now, did Shannon Sharp and Ocho, did they know this lady wasn't married, or did they just not care? Did they research it? Were they kind of being like journalists and fact checked it, or did they just recklessly spout out these statements about this lady? You tell me in the comments. Do you think
they could have read it from the comment section? Somebody in the comment section like, oh well, she married and whoop de whoop, and it's like Wrong, my guy.
Think that Shannon Sharpe recklessly disregarded whether or not this lady was actually married or not. Before we go any further, let's kind of delve into this negligence a little bit. Let's see what the article says about this whole situation. Now, the lady goes on to say that Shay Shay's and Ocho Cinco's false narratives were shared widely across their platforms, reaching millions of followers. Yes, and I think she tried to refute those false narratives, but you know, their reach is so wide. The woman, who is a global director for the Harold Washington Cultural Center, said she even went on national media shows to refute the allegations from the ESPN First Take star that she was a married woman. All right, what else did the lady say? Ocho Cinco and Club Shay Shay continued to post the defamatory content across their social media platforms. I made numerous efforts
now,
to contact.
The wording is brilliant because she put Ocho Cinco first, even though clearly the money for the most part is going to come from Club Shay Shay.
The defendants to request the removal of this false narrative, but these requests were disregarded. The single mother added, single mother, okay, I don't know why that was important, but the single mother added that the false statements have caused significant harm to my character and reputation. All right, guys, this is very...
They put single mother because it implies that she has a family and kids to feed. Wording, y'all.
Very important. Hold up, let's pause for a second for a quick word from our sponsor, Chapter Medicare. If you or...
Hold on.
The number's right here on the screen, 572-243-0163. Give yourself peace of mind today. If we take a look at our chart, what does this lady need to prove? She needs to prove the identity, that it's her, we got that. She needs to prove the publication, she can do that, it went viral. But the negligence again, she needs to prove that the statement was made with reckless disregard for the truth or negligently. Did Shannon Sharpe and Ocho Cinco make these statements recklessly? Did they disregard the truth? Well, I think they did, right? She's not married. She went on numerous TV shows apparently to try to prove that she wasn't married. She contacted them in numerous ways, according to her, to let them know that she was not married, and they disregarded all of her communications. This lady was pretty serious about trying to clear this up, but it all went to no avail. Now, I can tell you, we can kind of go a little bit deeper in the weeds about whether this lady is famous, whether she's a public figure or not. I'll just tell you pretty quickly that if you're a public figure, it's much harder to win these defamation cases because you're putting yourself out there in public. But the law says that if you're a private figure, then it's much easier to win on these claims. So even though she was pulled up on stage at this Usher event, and even though she went on news media to try to correct the narrative, the law is probably going to consider her a private figure, and that's going to make this a lot easier for her to win. So I think she's got the negligence factor too. The law is going to try to protect her a little bit because she's a private person, and you have Shannon Sharpe and Ocho Cinco who have millions and millions of followers and subscribers on their platforms making content about this lady who is not putting herself out there to be ridiculed like this. The fourth element is falsity. She's going to need to prove that...
I mean, going to an Usher concert knowing that you're being filmed is literally... Are we kidding? Going to an Usher concert knowing that you're going to be filmed? That's not putting yourself out there? I'm just saying.
that the statement that she was married during this time was false. She's going to need to prove that her husband is not filing divorce papers against her. She's going to need to prove that those statements are all false. That's going to be easy for her. She's going to be able to testify that she's not married, and then Shannon Sharpe and Ocho Cinco are not going to be able to produce a marriage certificate showing that she was married at the time of the event. The last element is harm, all right? She's going to need to prove that the statement caused material or reputational injury. Now, again, this is going to kind of depend on whether she's considered a public figure or a private figure. Not to get too deep into it, but if she's considered a private figure, it's going to be easier for her to prove damages. We're going to continue to read the article, but what do you guys think right here? Has she shown identity, that the statement was about her? Has she shown that the statement was published? Has she shown that the statement was made in a reckless disregard for the truth? Has she shown that the statement was false? Can she show that? And can she show that the statement caused material or reputational harm? For this last one, it's still a little up in the air. Let's see what the article says. This lady continues that the ongoing misinformation has resulted in emotional distress for the plaintiff, damaging her reputation and adversely affecting her personal and professional relationships. Now, guys, I know when we hear all emotional distress, we think, oh, forget it, it's all made up. But if this lady is a professional, I think she was the director at some center, and people are saying, hey, that's the lady that was up there with Usher. Did you know she's married? Did you know her husband is looking at filing a divorce? Her husband was so mad. How do you know her husband was mad? Well, that's what Club Shay Shay said. That's what Ocho Cinco said. She was up there dancing and looking deep into Usher's eyes. Can you believe this, heifer? I absolutely believe that there could have been a lot of whisperings behind her back from people who tangentially knew her but didn't know if she was married or not. This actually could have hurt her reputation, guys. The article continues that the woman is a Chicago native whose previously homeschooled daughter received her doctorate while still what? Her daughter received a doctorate while still a teenager, and she taught her daughter. All right, this is a very important fact. Guys, this has nothing to do with the actual defamation case, but it shows you that this lady here is serious. Despite what we are seeing on the screen, and this lady's about 3 inches from Usher's face, this lady homeschooled her daughter, and while her daughter was in high school, her daughter earned a doctorate degree. That lets you know that this daughter has some serious intellectual genes, and some of those surely belong to the mom, who again is some director of some center. The mom took it upon herself to homeschool the daughter, didn't let the daughter go to public or private school, brought the daughter up herself. What does that mean? To me, as an attorney, this means that this lady is not going away. Despite what we might think, this lady is not one of those, oh, my neck, my back, my neck, and my back plaintiffs. Shannon Sharpe and Ocho Cinco are dealing with a very serious person. This is not a game. Again, this has nothing to do with the actual defamation case, but I'll tell you as a little tip that attorneys were always sizing up the plaintiff. Is this person for real or not? Is this person educated or not? Is this person serious or not? Can we blow them off? Can we ignore them? This lady apparently is not to be ignored. She has the capability to really go hard on this case. All right, so the article continues that the U.S. Sun has reached out to Shannon Sharpe's attorneys for comment. In a conversation with the U.S. Sun, Tillman added, "We've been in communication with the legal team of Shay Shay Media, who was also representing Shannon Sharpe." All right, so now the woman is talking to Shannon Sharpe's legal team. The woman says that they're looking to resolve this matter quickly, and we will probably have more to share upon our next conversation. Guys, this sentence right here tells you all that you need to know. If this is true, this lady's saying that Shannon Sharpe's legal team is looking to resolve this matter quickly. Does that remind us of anything? Is that similar to another lawsuit that we heard about just a few months ago? I don't know if you guys remember, but when Shannon Sharpe was hit with this $50 million lawsuit, His attorney came to social media and said, we didn't even know she was filing this. We were trying to get this resolved quickly under the table without anybody knowing. We had offered Gabriella Zuniga over $10 million to settle. We were in active negotiations and they just went and filed this. This has taken us by complete surprise. So we already see that Shannon Sharpe was trying to resolve that Gabriella Zuniga case quickly.
He had to settle out. All right. UFO Kamikaze says professional broadcasting has editors, legal teams, editors and legal teams to review their stories before airing. Podcasting is mostly individuals winging it without any safeguards. Podcasting is literally people just going live. Most of these people don't even have equipment to do a quote-unquote broadcast. You know, I've proven this multiple times, UFO. And then people going live. Look.
And under the table, and now Tillman is saying they're trying to do the same thing with this case. Why are they trying to resolve it? Again, if we look at the factors, this lady may have a really strong case. She can prove that the statement was about her. She can prove that the statement was published. She can prove probably that the statement was made in reckless disregard of the truth because she's not married, and I don't think that Shannon or Ocho really investigated to see if she was married or not. She can prove that the statement was false, and she can prove damages. I believe she can prove some reputational injury because it's going to be easier for her to prove these things since the law is going to consider her to be a private person. Guys, the law is pretty clear that when you're a private person, people can't really play with your name like that. We can sit back and say, oh, Ocho Cinco and Shay
Suing for 20-something million. You wasn't going to make no 20-something million. He didn't stop her from making no 20-something million. Shit is laughable.
They were just joking, and they were. But the law says, hey, you need to be careful when you joke on private people's names. If you want to joke on somebody famous, if you want to go at Monique, or you want to go at one of these celebrities, fine. They've got big platforms. They can defend themselves. But these private people, they don't have an audience. So when you spread a rumor like this, it can really affect them because it's so hard for them to refute it. This lady may be able to
20-something million of effect.
Prove, as she said, that she tried to contact Shannon Sharpe's team numerous times to get them to take down the clips. They would not do it. She wanted them to take down the entire episode. They would not do it. She wanted them to issue a retraction. They would not do it. They disregarded all of her communications. Now, maybe they didn't get them. Maybe she was sending emails to an inbox that was never checked. We're gonna have to kind of figure out the details on this. But it seems like Shannon Sharpe saying, hey, you know what? We're gonna go ahead and settle with you. We're talking to your team. We want this quickly. I've already lost the ESPN deal. I've already got hit for $20 million with Gabriella. Let's just settle this for a small amount.
What's going on, Sam?
And it's my belief that that's what's gonna happen. So what do you guys think? Do you think that Shannon Sharpe and Ocho Cinco should have to pay this lady any money? Were they just joking? Or do you think, hey, you shouldn't be able...
Those pros aren't so pro as we've seen multiple settlements from CNN. Yeah, true. Absolutely winging it.
Able to joke like this on regular people's names if they're not asking for it. What do you think? Let me know. If you were the judge in this case, would you order Shannon Sharpe and Ocho Cinco to pay any money? And if so, how much would you order to pay them? Put your answers in the comments below.
So at some point, he gonna have to settle out. He gonna have to settle out. I think this dude said something about it. Hold on.
Tatum thinks that the
Yeah, he said something about Shannon Sharp right here. Hold on real quick.
Friend.
I'm talking about Kamala wanting to run again. Hold on, y'all.
My brother, I pray every day that these Democrats nominate Kamala Harris in 2028 again. And you're here down talking. I don't understand.
I just don't see it, Scott.
I need you to help me will this into existence. It would be the best for America.
Well,
Democrats,
for our party,
if you,
of course.
If you, whatever.
But Scott,
I say that you don't like. Please, Kamala Harris.
If you somehow are an adult and you pay taxes and you can read, there's no way you should be a Democrat. Hey, parents, I want you to listen to this. I'm telling you.
And the funny part is that Officer Tatum strikes me as a Democrat. I don't get MAGA vibes from Officer Tatum.
Straight. This is one of the things that you got to do with your kids this summer. Go see Sketch. Trust me on this one. This movie is fun, it's fast paced, and it's nothing like the junk that's out there right now. Monsters in this movie literally come to life off the page, sometimes silly, sometimes strange, sometimes larger than life. But here's the thing, at its core, this is about family, about sticking together even when life gets messy and hard. Sketch shows how kids process grief and how powerful their imaginations are. And it reminds us as parents to stop and listen. And let me just say, Tony Hale, phenomenal. He'll have you laughing 1 minute and have you tearing up the next minute. This is the kind of movie we need more of. Original, creative, hopeful, something that you can actually feel good about taking your kids to see. Now, here's the best part of this, and I know some of y'all gonna like this part. You can get 2 free tickets to see Sketch in theaters when you become a premium member of the Angel Guild. And it's not just the free tickets. When you join, you will help support a studio that actually listens to you and makes content that reflects your values. You'll also get access to Angel's entire streaming library, plus a voice in choosing which project gets made next. So, my brother from another mother, I took a picture with Scott Jennings recently, man. He a cool dude, man. He one of my favorites. I think Scott Jennings may be my favorite on television. He is in the fire, literally, with packs of what they call it, a fire extinguisher on his back every day, just blowing out these fires. Every day he's in the fire, just putting out, they popping up. Because these people are lunatics. Let's quit acting like they more than what they're lunatics. If you somehow are an adult and you pay taxes and you can read, there's no way you should be a Democrat. And if you're ignorant as a Democrat, I get it. If you're willfully a Democrat, you should be ashamed of yourself.
This shit sounds so crazy coming from him. Years ago, I went over a video, maybe last year. I worked so hard. I don't. My timeline isn't even unrealistic at this point, y'all. Please hit the like button, support the show. If you've been watching the show for 5 hours and 17 minutes, please hit the like button and support the show. Giving y'all some good game. I seen this guy on Jubilee, and you couldn't even tell if he was Republican. He didn't wear a MAGA hat over there on Jubilee. I can't even picture him at a MAGA get-together or parade or anything of that sort. Awkward.
Or if you forget the Democrat, let me retract that. Forget the Democrat. If you believe in the principles that the Democrats believe in, you crazy. You silly. I was silly. I was ignorant and silly when I thought that Democrats.
I wonder when he went MAGA.
I was silly.
And now the light switch came off, and I realized these people are stupid. Like what principles they stand on? Illegal immigration? That's completely stupid. Raising tax on the wealthy? Completely stupid. The wealthy is our problem. Now the thugs in the hood is your problem. When the last time you saw Jeff Bezos go to the hood and start spraying it up? When the last time Jeff Bezos had you on the back of a one pushing you down, making you have kids out of wedlock? When was Elon Musk telling the daddy he can't come home no more? When would that happen? Last time I checked, these billionaires want to give your baby daddy a job. That's how he can pay child support to you, because the billionaire gave him a job.
What the fuck is he talking about? And I'm not gonna lie. I mean, lead attorney and a lot of people that's calling him bootlicking. Oh, let me see if I can find that video. There was a white officer that broke down his version. Well, all right. I'll say this. He went at this white officer and called them racist or whatever. And the white officer basically came back and basically broke down. He left his bias out of it though. He said he was gonna break down hold on, y'all. Damn, even Myron going in on Officer Tatum. But he said he was gonna break down Officer Tatum going over the JSO pullover. See if I can find that. Give me 1 second.
Don't get me started. Come on, Scott Jennings, roll it.
Friend, my brother, I pray every day that these Democrats nominate Kamala Harris in 2028 again. And you're here down talking. I don't understand.
I just don't see it, Scott.
I need you to help me will this into existence. It would be the best for America.
Well,
Democrats,
for our party, of course.
If you, whatever.
But Scott,
I say that you don't like. Please, Kamala
Harris. Be careful
Harris.
for what you ask for.
Be careful what you ask for. Now, I'd vote for her to run in the primary. I'd vote for her in the primary. I want Kamala Harris to win the primary and run against J.D. Vance. I'd vote for her in the primary.
Hell.
I know J.D. Vance is gonna get the nomination. I want her to get the nomination. Now, I'm just joking. I wouldn't waste my vote like that, but I can see it being a thing. Let's get her in the nomination against J.D. Vance. What are y'all talking about, bro? This is gonna be a cakewalk. She already got dusted off like a dirty vinyl from 50 years ago. She got dusted off. This woman is the epitome of stupidity. She don't know her A from her elbow. She don't know what policy positions. There's no way she can stand up to in the Qatari government or talk to Benjamin Netanyahu or anybody with prominence and actually have a real conversation with them. You think her and Putin gonna have a conversation? Putin is like, shut up. Shut this woman up. Let me tell you why I say that. Give me the next clip. Let me tell you why I say that. Because Kamala Harris.
I said this years ago. You can't put that woman in no damn room with no damn Putin.
Them went to Ukraine, or I think they went to Russia or something, or Ukraine or something. They had a big meeting, and after she left, they invaded Russia. Hold on. Yeah, Russia invaded Ukraine after she left. And I think she went and met with Putin or somebody. And they ended up invading after she left. So that means her diplomacy wasn't good enough to stop the invasion. Roll the clip.
Who's leading the Democratic Party? I'm just curious.
There are lots of leaders. And
there's generally a leader of the Democratic Party. You know, like, oh, that's the leader of the Democratic Party. Who comes to mind?
I think there are a lot of, I'm not going to go through names because then I'm going to leave somebody out and then I'm going to hear about it. But let me just
Let me say this. I think it is a mistake for us who want to figure out how to get out and through this and get out of it to put it on the...
Chaos started off as a small content creator and grew his platform worldwide recognition without the safeguards of broadcasting networks. Might be another reason he went easy on Nicki Minaj. Nah, he didn't want them barbs on his ass. Them barbs would have fucked up his operation. I wouldn't go after the barbs neither.
The shoulders of any one person. It's really on all of our shoulders.
I'm just saying, I'm gonna move on from this, but I hope that she runs. They don't want to see. They try to stick together now because they losing, but it is going to be on the back of one person because only one of y'all can get nominated. And I do think she's going to run again, which is weird to me because I don't know how she thinks she's going to fare. And I said this on the show the other day, and I saw the host look at me like, "Oh, really?" I can't imagine there being a woman president. And the reason why is because for you to end up being a woman president, you got to have the presence and the authoritative demeanor that's greater than somebody like J.D. Vance. What woman do you know authoritatively represents themselves in such a bold and strong, confident manner like J.D. Vance? Physical appearance is still also...
Oh, you got the Vance talks. Y'all got the Vance talks going on already. Okay. Niggas moving on from Trump that quick. Let's go.
Problem. I mean, also an issue. You see the way J.D. Vance told, hold on, bro. Zelensky, you came into the White House talking this. You lucky. You should be thankful. Like he told Trump, watch out, Trump. Like, what you mean, bro? I'll shut it down up in here. I don't see a woman having that like J.D. Vance.
Right.
I don't see it. But if there is, she has to be the baddest woman that we've ever seen to be the president of the United States of America. And I just don't see any women coming out like that. I just don't see it. I see other roles for women in prominent positions, but the president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris, definitely can't. She's nowhere near a strong, powerful woman with a good... I think the only chance of a female president that I have seen on the Democrat side was Hillary Clinton. There will never be a female president from the Democrat side, ever. If it is going to be a female president, it'll be a Republican. The Democrats cannot put up a female president. There's nobody. Hillary Clinton was the closest one. And I say that because she was Secretary of State, and then she also was the wife of a president, and which, you know, she was also the wife of when he was, I think, mayor or something. What is he, governor? Senator? I can't remember what Clinton was. It was a long time ago, y'all. Forgive me. I think he was...
Every time a female gets voted, wars happen. Women go to war. Women easily feel disrespected and pull triggers, so that shit would not work.
Senator. He was the governor of Arkansas? I don't know if he's a senator out of Arkansas or governor. So he was the governor of Arkansas, and she was the first lady. And then he became the president. She was the first lady. Then she became Secretary of State.
And once their emotions cut off, once their emotions cut on, politics cut off.
And that was her only chance. And that was the only woman that you could see that kind of finagled her way up through the ranks to get to that point where she's viable enough to be fairly represented. And she made it to the end. It was her versus Trump. And Trump won.
And they went in on Trump and say the only reason why Trump can win is if he beats women. They really pulled that off, that narrative, y'all. And Clinton's done messed up Haiti. Let's go.
And then you go Kamala Harris. She lost the worst victory ever. I think just about. Almost. She's probably third worst loss ever. So who else they gonna put up? Kamala was the vice president. You think you're gonna get somebody who's not in politics at all? Not happening. Really, the only person that can do what Trump did was Trump. You ain't never gonna get somebody that...
Kamala couldn't even be a vice president. She was fucking that job up. Biden had to tell her to go sit down behind the scenes.
Ain't it? I don't think you're ever gonna get somebody that have never been in politics before that be the president of the United States, except for Trump. He's the only person in world history that could probably do that. At least that I know of. I don't know if any other presidents had no political background. I mean, even Reagan had a political background, and he won the biggest victory I think ever in presidential history. I think, and he had a political background. I'm not sure if somebody else didn't have a political background, but I think Trump is going to be the only one that do this. I can't imagine it going any other way.
Tatum is weird, man. I agree with some of the stuff he says, but for the most part, it's like, something ain't right. Something not fitting. Sidebar, Raven, did you see this? This just popped up on my timeline. I didn't know Roddy Rod Piper had a daughter. She looked like Mercedes Moné. Oh, she got the cake from the store. Her name is Cake.
Ron, I'm going to tell you right now, I think a lot of people who have not been to the Northeast, here, Baltimore, Maryland, and
ooh, they in Baltimore.
They might be thinking about crabs, maybe the Inner Harbor too. Baltimore is one of the toughest cities I have ever been to. I used to live near there at one point, and I'm a Philly kid. Baltimore makes me nervous. You walk the wrong block, you out. You out, dog. I can slice and dice Philadelphia. You run from Baltimore, man. Casey Lennox might be beautiful. She might be sassy. She's going to kick your butt, you mess with her.
She's bad. She's dangerous. The folks from Washington, D.C. know better than to go into Baltimore.
And that says something, man.
And that's crazy how, like, most of these wrestlers are baddies now. They're not even butch.
And her opponent.
Big official debut here.
Not going to wrestling those opponents. I think this is Roddy Rod Piper's daughter.
She is making her shine debut from Portland, Oregon. Weighing in at 150 pounds. She is the Wild Child.
Okay, it's her. You can see the skirt.
Teal Piper getting a great reaction here. Of course, we saw her official debut from the perspective of on air back at Shine 81, getting interrupted by Catalina Perez and Lexi Go.
I wonder how this type of wrestling goes, y'all. I wonder if they call spots. I wonder if it's the same thing. Are you putting people over?
Gomez, but
anyway.
Tonight finally in ring action, facing off though against the veteran Casey Lennox. I'm excited to see what can Teal Piper do in a Shine Wrestling ring.
Oh, she's a veteran. Oh, she's a veteran.
Just the genetics and
he said the genetics, nigga.
The upbringing of just being born into professional wrestling as the daughter of what, I mean, quite frankly, has to be one of the biggest stars in the history of pro wrestling.
Yeah, that's the camera.
Oh, there's no question whatsoever. Roddy Piper. In fact, recently on A&E special on Most Wanted Treasures, you saw Teal Piper appear. Of course, they were looking for some of the Hot Rod's old items, and you can see Teal Piper.
Look like she messed up on something. Is she calling? Is she calling spots? In the middle of fucking up.
Able to listen to Casey Lennox outmaneuver Casey, and Casey can't stand it.
One thing Teal definitely has in common with her legendary father is to say she's got a screw loose or might not all be there would be an understatement. She is just a complete psychopath. Absolutely no idea. Completely unpredictable like Roddy.
Well said. Unpredictable. There's a reason. Truthfully, when you look at it, she's called the Wild Child. As we got some wrist control here by Casey and a lot of smack talk, but fighting off. Teal Piper.
Firing away and again showing that she's made it very clear she feels not only does she belong in Shine, she wants to be looked at for title consideration now. She thinks she's at that level and she's here to poke in the eyes. The great equalizer.
Hey, textbook, clearly. Watch some of those tapes of Dad right there. No exaggeration, and I think Casey Lennox did not expect this, getting hit with the headbutt as well. I think Casey Lennox thought her ring IQ was going to be higher, but guess what? You're fighting a brawler. Remember what I said about Baltimore? Well, Portland's not so nice either.
Just ground and pound, and I've seen several pictures and videos in the past of Teal working with the great Ronda Rousey, who's a renowned, huge fan of Roddy Piper. So again, we know she has the MMA experience as well, just making her doubly dangerous, but I'm not sure this is advisable. You have the advantage, but I guess she doesn't want any break in the action. She doesn't want to give Casey any chance to recover, Trevor.
You can't. Casey Lennox, so good, nearly a decade now in our sport. Another one of those cases where I remember when Casey was brand new, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, nice young lady. A lot less of that sass, to say the least, but she's went on to win championships. Casey's went on to not only be a standout here and shine all throughout our sport. So, I'm sorry, step up senton. Where the hell did that come from? Leg is hooked. But there's the toughness of Casey Lennox and the smart ring IQ again. Say, get the hell out of here. Let's stop this momentum of my opponent.
I really like how fluid that was on the part of Teal, making it look relatively easy, but just so much punishment to the back of Casey Lennox. And again, Teal not wanting to give an inch. Oh, and it totally blew up in her face this time. Casey able to send Teal Piper careening into that steel turn post.
That's back to that point, right? Casey changed the momentum of the match, got out of the ring.
Right.
They said they were going to use Shad's body.
And I believe this was Casey's plan all along. I think Casey believed coming into this thing, she knew more than Teal could possibly about playbook-wise what to do in the squared circle. And now we're seeing the smile on the face of Casey Lennox.
I think it's cool is we got our sponsor, TerritoryTees.com, so heavily involved, and you got somebody whose father was one of the biggest, not only just wrestling stars, but one of the greats when you talk about the Pacific Northwest, Mid-Atlantic, Georgia. He was a top guy wherever he went.
That's the whole idea, TerritoryTees.com, where nostalgia meets the ring. Championship Wrestling from Florida t-shirts. Of course, Bruce.
We need Liv Morgan to get better. Before Dominic starts to cheat.
American Giant, but back to the action right here. You just said it. I think for Teal, her goal really is wants to get to the pinnacle. Wants to not only be known for that last name, make the last name that much more famous. I mean, it's a lady with a great attitude. Of course, I wouldn't get across the ring from her.
Right.
But when you're talking to her, you can tell that it's a young lady who's here to fight, but is possibly, maybe not possibly. I was about to say could possibly be out.
How about the frustration by Casey Lennox? And when you talk to Teal, the one thing that is very clear, she doesn't want to go through her career being known as one of the daughters of one of the greats. She wants to be one of the greats.
Unquestionably. But of course, if I'm Casey Lennox, I want to cut off that momentum right now.
Absolutely.
Because as much...
Yeah, so Amazon is going to kill it. Fallout, Mass Effect, and now it's adding God of War. Yeah, I was saying Triple H should have been Kratos. I think Shawn Michaels should play, was it Shawn Michaels? Who I was looking at? Should play Big Boss. Triple H could play Big Boss also. A younger Triple H could play Liquid. Triple H could play a lot of people. Snake.
Much as Teal has 4 years in the sport, hell, she debuted at AEW Double or Nothing. How many people get to debut on AEW? Guess what? I got news for you. What ends up happening instead is, here's Casey Lennox saying, I beat that person with that big debut. I beat her in her first Shine match, and now
I forgot who could play Big Boss. I was just looking. I don't know who. I think it was Shawn Michaels. Who was I looking at that got a big ass beard now?
I'm going to step on her like she stepped on me. Well done, Casey.
And kicking dirt back onto the prone body of Teal Piper, who's got Casey. Trevin, I remember you and I at the Orpheum in Ybor City. Casey was a ring announcer at the time. You went her and Young Kid Cadets. That's, I mean, you talk about going back. She's been around, paid her dues. Didn't matter what the role was. But now as a wrestler, she wants to prove she belongs on that upper echelon, but a little bit of frustration here. Raining down punches to Teal Piper.
And perhaps Casey underestimated Teal from the perspective of thinking maybe, oh, it's going to be an easy night. No, obviously not the case, albeit notice a handful of hair. Our official Larry Powers doing what he can. And now it looks like Casey is perhaps thinking,
hold up. Hold on, y'all. Everything is going bad right now. Hold on, I'm having... I'm always having technical difficulties. Hold on, y'all. Alright, you guys should be able to hear me at least a little bit. Give me 1 second. Shit. Yeah, I can't wait till they do Metal Gear. Metal Gear will be perfect.
trying to wrench in there, a bit of a headlock, maybe thinking submission. As Teal fights off. What a forearm, Ron.
Yeah, I like that forearm. Laying it in. Casey says, what you can do, I can do better. Dealing out receipts. Standing toe-to-toe in the middle of the ring. Ooh, a little bit of head of steam there, Trevin.
Yeah, I told you both ladies are tough. We're going to see who can handle it more. And what a spine buster. It looks like Teal going to be taking control. Or is she?
Talk about the fact that she debuted at AEW. Just too much pressure again for a first match. And I see her here. And with all the experience traveling around the world, really have gained a lot of experience and confidence. And I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing here.
Boot is caught from Teal and able to hit the right hand, though. And I'm wondering, you see Casey looks a little loopy. Is she out on her feet?
Snapmare taking over. Teal Piper measuring Casey Lennox. Big boot right to the face. Casey out, covered, hook of the leg, 2, not enough. God, that was close. Trevin, I don't think it gets any closer than that. Teal Piper right there, just an inch away from picking up her first victory here in Shine.
And Teal might have been going for a sleeper, but was reversed by Casey Lennox. And that kick, oh, DDT countered, but able to pull down Teal, and that was hellacious, the way the knee got torqued.
Nasty.
Ron, you know the knee is hinged to go forward and backwards.
I do.
as the ladies now struggling, and it looks like it could be a sleeper hold. Now it's applied all the way. And Casey Lennox has two options, Ron. Get to the ropes or pass out.
And those ropes might as well be a mile away at this point. Locked in.
There's the tap out. That's it.
He did say she was tired.
I'm impressed, Trevin.
Oh, no question.
I'm not impressed easily.
What a matchup. What a battle.
Looks like a dude.
Hell of a debut for Teal
What type of angle was that?
Piper here at Shine 82 at the OCC Roadhouse. You get the feeling, folks, that this is going to be one of those debuts and matches that we look back and go, hey, remember when Teal Piper debuted at Shine 82?
Exactly. This could be a trivia question one day, and I'm not exaggerating.
All right, I never seen this spot. Let me subscribe for research purposes, y'all. Research purposes, quote unquote. All right, I wonder if I should split this into a second show. All right, give me about an hour. We'll be right back. It's Player Talk Radio. Peace. Actually, let me do this. I'll extend the show. What's going on, War Master? Man, you came in right when I was about to go. I was like, let me do this. I'll extend the show. I got one more clip. Shout outs to War Master. War Master have missed all the wrestling spots, but I wanted to. This popped up on my timeline. I wanted to show it to Raven. Raven just said that Mass Effect, God of War. What was the other one you named, Raven? You said they're gonna be under Amazon. You said turn this Temu ass wrestling off. Hey, I thought it was something. Shit. All right, but this is what I was gonna throw on before we bounce. My bad. I had one more thing before I got into that. I wanted to get into this. I don't know if you guys saw this on the whatever podcast, but let's check this out real quick.
Depending on the episode.
Okay.
Good morning. Shout outs to War Master in the building. Let's get it. We were just talking about politics. You said you stayed up way too long. Well, look, we were just talking about politics. We just went over Officer Tatum, and like I said, he doesn't strike me as a Republican. But he was going over people saying that they would vote for Kamala. Or they want Kamala to run against Vance. You know? People think it's going to be their time, I guess, or their turn. I guess, if Kamala beats Vance. But, hey, I don't see that happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, so what was the takeaway from the Black Mirror episodes?
Like, there was this one episode where each person had a rating. And
I haven't
so
watched
it was
Black
kind of
Mirror.
like a study of how people treat you by the way you're rated.
Oh, like the social credit.
Mhm.
I think I know the episode you're talking
Yeah.
about. Black Mirror's been out for a while.
Yeah, exactly.
It was the woman, right? Like
Yeah.
the blonde woman,
Yeah.
and her score was.
And then
fucked
someone
up.
like ranked her down or something. Like she was like top notch, and then someone was like, "Oh, forget this lady," and ranked
Yeah.
her down. And then she started getting treated less than because her
Gotcha.
rank was going down.
Was there any like sociological thing that you learned that you could bestow upon us from your education?
I'm a hairstylist now.
Yeah, but you got your degree.
I know. I don't know. I'm a firm believer in pretty privilege.
So
And that's something I wrote a huge paper on.
So they taught about pretty privilege and
Yeah.
were-
Well,
yeah.
like in a sense, yes, but they taught about pretty privilege, but I also wrote an essay of like the backhand of it.
Wait, Nick, leave this one's kind of funny.
Okay.
Isabella, can you read this?
Shout out to Hot Topic for allowing their employees to be available tonight for the show.
All right, that's funny. That's a funny one. We got this a hot topic. You guys just came from the My Chemical Romance concert. All right, you can exit out of that. Thank you, man. So okay, give me one other thing that you learned that the sociology degree, has taught you or whatever.
Shout out to War Master, not Willie Brown's chew toy. You've been saying that for a minute. That's an inside joke right there, y'all. You said Kamala, aka Willie Brown's chew toy, will get schlonged like Hillary. Hillary did come close though. That was mentioned, and that is true. Hillary did come close. That's why I said they try to make it seem like the only people that Trump beat were women. Ironically, a black and a white woman. Ain't that funny?
I guess a lot of people don't leave their neighborhoods when they come from neighborhoods that are lower income because they feel like they owe it to them to not in a sense make it out, but give back.
Okay. But I'm thinking more of a higher level sociological principle. What are the principles of
I'm not
sociology?
gonna lie to you. I barely went to school. I that's why.
How did you get this degree?
I passed my classes. I went to 2 commuter schools, so it's attendance was never really.
Right, but sure, even if you never went to class, but certainly to pass the class, you must have learned something or.
I mean, I feel like I shared.
Yeah, they said she was fudging ballots, man.
3 different things.
Well, okay, you watched Black Mirror.
I'm telling you, this is what happened in college.
Pretty privilege, and then people who grow up in
the hood, they don't really leave the hood because
they don't leave the hood.
Yeah, because they
but
feel
do rich people leave?
Let me give y'all the game. I heard what she said, but I pick up on the undertone. She's talking about black people. She's talking about black people, because let me tell y'all something. I can't tell y'all one white person that came from the trailer park or the hood and feel obligated to go back once they made it. Unless it's Paul Wall or somebody. I don't know any white person that's from the quote-unquote hood or any other poverty-stricken area like a trailer park or something that's like, hey man, once I get rich, I gotta go back. Find me one, please.
Where?
Don't rich people just stay where they're at too?
Well,
isn't that just where, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's better because they're rich.
Yeah, true.
Watch this conversation circle around. If you keep talking about it, it's gonna circle around the black people.
Why would you want to leave rich?
Yeah, but they're
area? You want to leave the
sure,
hood.
but okay. I feel like I could just see that shit on Twitter or something.
Yeah, a lot of it was just common knowledge.
Do you feel, in question, you went to a private university or
No,
public?
it was-
What was the university you went to?
East Bay? Cal State East Bay? It was a state school.
Cal State. Okay, Cal State. That's a good system, I guess. Did you have a scholarship or?
No, I paid out of pocket.
Just curious, how much total was it? Are you still paying your student debt or sugar daddy?
Yeah,
paid for
no,
it?
I don't have a sugar daddy.
Okay.
When I got my diploma, my student loans were at, I think, $24,000.
Okay. Do you feel like, based off what you learned, your degree, do you feel like, and spending all that time, do you feel like it was worth it?
Honestly, I did it for my parents. So my parents are from a different country. I don't like school.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
my parents wanted a degree, I gave it to them. That's why I went to cosmetology school.
Okay.
Was because that's what I wanted to do.
Okay.
So why did you pick I can't say it. Sociology?
Sociology.
Sociology.
That. If you're not going to do anything with it in your future career.
I wanted to go into social work, But I wanted to work with juvenile kids, and when I graduated college, I was 21, and so I wasn't ready yet emotionally. And so my last semester of college, I went to cosmetology school, and it stuck, so.
Okay, so you were basically, you weren't taking it super seriously.
No.
All right, gotcha. So it sounds like it was kind of a waste.
In a sense, like I could go back for my master's, but I don't choose to. Like I like
don't do that.
hairstylists. Yeah,
Don't.
I like being a hairstylist.
Okay. Really quick, guys, we're going to, Nick, pull up the shop.whatever.com. Going to shout a couple people out because we have some people who purchased,
Pearly White's
Bean Boy,
promoter.
thank for the purchase of a shirt, it looks like. Thank you. And then Shave Your Arms, what the fuck, how did I not win? He also bought himself a t-shirt. You know what? Maybe we gotta.
The plot.
All right,
we gotta recenter men, y'all. Men have been decentered. We gotta recenter men, y'all. All right, please hit the like button. Support the show. 5 hours and 55 minutes into the madness. Let's get it.
Nick, pull up the Discord. All right, guys. Discord.gg/whatever. We're going to hook our boy up. He bought a shirt, so we're going to hook him up. That's just for Shave Your Arms, Just for Shave Your Arms. I kind of baited him a little bit. Pull it up here so we can see it. And then, guys, you can, if you want, really quick, discord.gg/whatever, become a member. Can you scroll up and try to find it? I think, yeah, it was definitely higher up. No. Scroll up. Scroll. There it is. All right. Hook him up with a roll. Thank you for purchasing a shirt, man. Recruits, yeah. All right. Welcome to the Discord, brother. Thank you. Appreciate it. We have Cat GPT gifted 50 memberships. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it. And then thank you for 50 gifted memberships. Oh my goodness. Guys, W's in the chat for Kat in the YouTube chat. That was very nice of her. And then did that come through this one? Hold on. Simp Pull Jack. Thank you for the membership, man. Or sorry, not the membership. The shop.whatever.com t-shirt purchase, man. Appreciate it. All right. So, what about you?
My name is Nix. I'm 19. I'm in school right now, but I also work as a retail cashier, and I'm from Santa Clarita, California.
All right. What are you studying at school?
I'm studying cinematic arts at Cal State Long Beach.
Cinematic arts. Okay. And then what do you want to do after school?
I want to be a producer, like film producer.
All right, cool. And Nix, is that your government name or is that your stage name?
Stage name? Sure.
Or your
nickname, is that the word?
Your gamer tag or something.
Yeah, that was my gamer tag.
Is that how you like Fortnite? You're just
no, not
people
Fortnite.
Up? Not Fortnite.
Just when I was a crazy.
You strike me as like a. Hold on, what game does she play?
Ooh. Call of Duty.
What's that?
No, not COD.
Minecraft?
What's the COD? Are you thinking of like Animal Crossing, like that kind of game?
Minecraft? Wait, is that the?
Well, that's a game.
You don't know Minecraft?
Yeah, that's a game. Building stuff.
Yeah,
Minecraft.
Minecraft.
Yeah, the whole movie just came out.
That's okay. That's your gamer tag or whatever.
Yeah, actually I don't game, but yeah, that's my gamer tag.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. So Nix, is it short for something?
I just like it.
N-I-X?
Y. N-Y-X.
N-Y-X. Okay.
Yep.
Is the Y silent?
No, that's instead of an I, it's a Y because I like that better.
Like, is it short for Nikki?
Oh, yeah. No, it's just Nix.
That's your actual like government name, legal name, or? It's not.
What's going on, Ghost Man? Shout outs to Ghost Man Kang. You said she can produce her OnlyFans for a nigga to rub one off. Look. It's crazy how the manosphere destroyed itself arguing with me over production, but hoes can see and find the value in production more than dudes in this space, man.
Cute.
Okay, I'm gonna call you Nikita, I guess, for the rest of the show.
Like Dragon?
No, I'll call
Nikita
you
Dragon.
What about you?
I'm Emily. I'm 22. I'm a coach, and I'm about to complete my degree at Loyola for psychology.
All right, cool. And where are you from?
Oh, I'm from Orange, California.
All right, welcome back. What about you?
I'm Keely. I'm 35. I'm from Snohomish County, Washington. Unemployed. out of corporate America. Currently in school for bachelor's in finance.
Gotcha. Okay. And you have a bachelor's in finance, or sorry,
Yeah, currently in school for bachelor's.
You're working on it. That's what I meant. Yeah. All right. What about you?
Hi, my name is Poss. I am 22 years old. I grew up in Santa Barbara, and I'm currently not really in school, but I do take courses at a dental school. I work in dental as an RDA.
Okay. And any work, any job, anything like that?
I thought I just said it.
Oh.
I work as an RDA at a dental office.
Okay, gotcha. I thought that was like a component of the schooling that you're doing, but that's okay. And do you have an associate's degree or anything like that?
Yeah, so I actually didn't finish my last year of college, but I did finish with
Absolutely, Ghostman.
My was I guess like a degree in math and architectural engineering. Not that I'm doing anything with it.
Rock and roll, cool.
That's real.
All right, we have thank you Assyrian Michelle for the. Did it not come up, or it just like comes up very briefly? Thank you for the merch purchase. Really appreciate it. Thank you. That's shop.whatever.com, guys. If you want to get your own T-shirt, hoodie, whatever. All right, going around the table once more. What is your current relationship status? If you're single, how long have you been single, and longest relationship?
I'm single. I've been single for a little over a year, and then
Okay.
longest relationship is 4 years.
Is that the one that ended a year ago?
No, that
Okay.
was 2 years.
That one was 2 years. Okay.
Yeah, so I've only had 2 serious relationships. One was 4 years, one was 2 years.
Gotcha. The most recent one, the 2-year one, who broke up with who?
He broke up with me.
Okay. The 4-year one, who broke up with who?
It was mutual.
Okay. The most recent one, why did he break up with you?
I wanted kids and he did not. So that was not a compromisable, like you can't compromise on that.
Yeah.
So
Was it he didn't want kids at the
he
moment?
didn't. No, he didn't
at
want
all?
them point blank.
Okay.
And I wanted them.
Gotcha.
Like I knew that was like a calling for me. So
Okay.
I was like,
All right. What about you?
I'm taken, and I've been in the relationship for a year and 7 months.
All right. Is this your longest relationship?
Yeah.
All right. Did you guys meet at a rave, or where did you guys meet?
Met at school, actually.
Oh, in school? Okay.
Yeah.
You guys had like a class together, or?
Oh, we were just in the same friend group for a while, and then.
Gotcha. Cool.
Social circle.
What about you?
I've been single for 4 years, and my longest relationship was 4 years.
All right. And then the one that ended 4 years ago, was that the 4-year one?
I mostly broke up with him, yeah. Sorry.
It was
I
the 4-year
skipping.
one?
Yeah.
And you broke up with him?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said you've been doing OF for 6-7 years?
Yeah.
Is it solo content, boy-girl content?
Mix of both.
Okay. Had you done content with your previous ex?
No, it was solo before we broke up.
Then you started doing boy-girl?
Yeah, I lived in Miami for a little bit. And did,
Oh, in Miami. Okay.
Yeah, I did a little bit of, not just solo
Jason
content.
Love?
No Jason Love.
No Jason Love? Okay.
Just Jackie Love. Jackie.
Oh, you.
Jackie.
Oh, got it. Okay. And I think nobody else here does OF, right? Nobody else? Okay, just you.
no.
Have you dabbled?
Nope.
Any dabblers?
Nope.
No
Dabbled?
dabblers.
Nix? Any dabbling?
Why me? No.
Oh, no. It's like, no dabbling. Anybody? Poss? Dabbled?
So I'm the
dabbled?
only hoochie here?
No dabbled?
Crazy.
Okay.
Zero dabbling.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. And do you have any kids?
I do have a son.
Okay, just one kid?
Yeah.
And that's from your 4-year relationship?
No.
Okay. From your what?
From just like a hookup.
Oh, okay. I thought you were about to be like Virgin Mary.
No,
Just
no
the
Virgin
Immaculate
Mary here.
Conception.
No, sorry.
Just from a hookup.
Yep.
Was it, how old's your kid?
Dang.
7 months old.
Oh, okay. So this is pretty recent then.
Yeah.
So the hookup,
Yeah, let's get into it.
was it like a one night stand, or?
It's the one I know, but yeah.
You knew him, but it was like the only time you
He
guys.
was a coworker when I bartended. Yeah.
He was a bartender.
He was security at
security.
my casino I bartended at.
Okay,
Damn.
so you guys knew each other from work, but you guys only had hooked
Work,
up
baby.
once.
Yeah, and I never wanted to do it again. And then I
Was
found out I
it-
was pregnant, so
Oh, was it? Why didn't you want to do it again?
because it wasn't good.
What did you do wrong?
It was just
You did.
there's no
like, you didn't-
chemistry.
you didn't
There was just no
perform, right?
chemistry.
Huh?
There was no chemistry.
No chemistry?
Yeah.
Oh, that's just my go-to. I always blame the woman.
What I do wrong? There was just no chemistry.
Just
It's like
kidding.
mutual.
What's that?
He wanted to do it again, but I didn't.
No chemistry.
Yeah.
You know, question for you. Once you found out you're pregnant, which was how soon after the hookup? Like a couple weeks after?
Like a month and a half.
Okay. While you were pregnant, were you dating anybody?
No.
It's totally single. No, wait, how about when I say date, I use it pretty loosely, like
Went out.
you're not in a
Not talking to
relationship, but
anyone.
just it could be casual, sneaky link, hookup.
Not really, no.
Not really? So a little.
No, I mean, like, it's like I wasn't hooking up with anyone. I really wasn't talking to anyone. I was pretty much focusing on myself. I flirt for fun, like,
Okay.
but I wasn't
were
hanging out with
you
anyone.
were celibate throughout the course of the pregnancy?
Yeah.
I feel
It
like
sucks.
that's.
I don't know about that. She had somebody. Brian is finally starting to actually become red pill. He's actually starting to cross-reference and pull and you know push a little bit. Not much, a little much, and it's like you know, they kind of because they're not ready for it. They crack under a little bit of pressure. So he's finally actually growing some damn legs. But I think she lying right here about this damn, you know what I'm saying? She lying about this damn pregnancy.
It really
You're
sucks.
like that's free birth control for 9 months. Like you threw that away. Like you can't get pregnant
But
twice.
like, how do I hit someone up like I'm pregnant? Let's hook up. Like that's so weird.
Some
Like,
people are into it, to be fair.
well, yeah, I could have made a lot of money, but I'm just not out there like
capitalize
that.
on that one.
I should have. I know.
Business
Now you
101.
know for next time.
My next baby. Yeah, my next baby.
He copied.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. That's shit.
Any more questions?
So was it weird when you saw him at work? Like, hey, baby dad.
I avoided him.
Okay. Is he in the picture?
No.
You have full custody?
Yeah.
Does he pay you child support?
No.
Have you?
Because he made threats towards me. So.
What do you mean? What kind of threats?
He basically said he would steal my kid. So.
Oh.
And I'm gonna tell you the truth though. He's probably not the only guy that she's messed with at her job. That's probably why this is happening. He's probably not the only guy that she slept with at her job. So hey.
The state was like, not included.
Who makes more, you or him?
Me.
Oh, okay.
I'm the breadwinner.
Maybe he should have gone for child support.
Well, he should have made. He should not have made threats.
You would
So-
have had to take care of the child, though.
Right.
Wait, hold
He's
on.
going for child support. Like, no.
So he doesn't want to be in the kid's life?
He wants me to not be in the kid's life. He wants to steal him because I do like OnlyFans and stuff. He thinks I'm not a good mom.
Oh, is there a current custody dispute?
No, the
Has he
state
seen-
won't
has
even
he-
bring him into it because they literally like he's made threats towards stealing the kid, my baby. the
Like
kid.
he's from his own words said, "I'm gonna steal the kid,"
He said
or
that.
or has he said
I'm
something
gonna
along
take
the
the
lines
baby
of,
from her.
"As the biological and legal father, I have certain rights to see my child."
No, I wanted him to see him.
Okay. but
Like
he
I
wanted full
encouraged that.
custody.
He said literally like, you don't have a real job, like you don't have a real home because like I have roommates. I don't have my own house.
Does he have any of that or?
He lives with his parents, so that makes no sense. But yeah, so literally he was like, we're like, if I see him, I'm gonna take him, and I was like, okay, we're not doing that.
Good times. Good.
Awesome times, like it's.
But he's
like,
never met the kid then.
He has met him.
Oh, he's met the kid.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does he do visitation or?
He said
He doesn't have any rights because of
All
those
right.
threats.
He said she's not a breadwinner, for fuck's sake. She's just a baby mama. Right. Right.
Oh, so this was adjudicated in court.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where is your son right now?
He's at home with my aunt in Washington. She's visiting from Arizona. So.
And that's interesting though. So you have 100% custody.
Mm-hmm. I don't get much time, so I'm really making use of this time.
And there's not
having fun.
there's not an award of child support.
No, because of his like they don't even want to contact him like through Social Security because like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good times. Good times.
Yeah, it's
any
awesome
guys?
times.
Any guys in the picture currently?
Kind of, but not really.
How
That sounds
many?
like a yes.
How many?
There's someone I like, but that's it.
Do you have side pieces?
No.
No side pieces.
No, I don't even answer messages.
Oh, okay.
Like.
Sure. All right. What about you? Relationship status?
Single.
Single?
And I've been single since
Your sociology degree?
pretty 2020. Yeah. Yes, actually.
So 5 years.
Yeah.
Single. Okay. Longest relationship?
She's cute.
3 years.
3 years. Okay. Was that the one that ended 5 years ago? Who broke up with who?
It was really toxic, so it was just we broke up multiple times.
Oh, what did you do that was toxic?
She is running game, and maybe she could get child support. But the thing is that some women, they don't want to go to court and put it out there that they do OnlyFans like that. You know what I'm saying? So they gotta have like a cover-up job or something that they can kind of cover up, you know, and bartending really ain't too sufficient. But hey.
I didn't do anything.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because bartending just sounds like you're gonna be away from the kid for a significant amount of time, whereas OnlyFans you're at home in the house with the kid. So.
Were you perfect?
No, I wasn't.
What
I
did
wasn't.
you do? Tell me 3 things you did wrong.
The 3 things I did wrong?
Yeah, 3 things
I
you did.
allowed him to hit me.
Wait, hold on.
So then.
Ryan!
Cover me.
You walked right into that one.
Yeah, I allowed him to be a bad man. Get out of here.
Right. So I stuck around for too long. I did that wrong. And I didn't walk away soon enough.
Valid.
Wait. So okay, you let him hit you. What was the second one? Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, when you get hit, you should leave the first time. So that's wrong.
But we think it's not going to happen
Let's
again,
say, but I'm asking more so from in terms of the relationship dynamic. I wouldn't say that like you getting hit. That's not you doing something wrong. Perhaps like retrospectively, it was a mistake that you didn't leave sooner. But I don't think you didn't do anything wrong in the relationship, if that makes sense. But I'm looking
I've
for like.
cussed him
what
out
did
a
you
couple
do?
times.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
But it was provoked.
Okay, he provoked.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hit him back. That's what ended all of it.
Did you ever hit him back?
The last time, yeah.
The last time?
Like that was when it ended. But I never did.
Did you
hit him.
choke a bitch?
No, I did not.
Is Wayne Brady gonna have to choke a bitch?
Okay. How did you hit him? Is it?
No, I beat his ass.
Oh, you beat his ass.
Like, yeah.
Is he what? Was it the white guy?
Yeah,
he was
just basically
Hispanic.
Hispanic guy? Okay.
In psychology.
So you beat? Did you have a belt and you were whipping him, or how did you?
No, with my hands.
Okay, you gave him the hands. He caught hands.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't do that anymore though.
So who won the?
These hoes be lying. Oh, she's just so strong. She put hands on him. Let's go.
That last one, me.
You won.
Yeah.
Did you knock him out?
No, but I almost broke his jaw.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys wrestling around or something?
No, I don't even think. I blacked out. I just know
you blacked
that.
out?
Yeah.
Scratch marks? You got, show us the nails. You got some,
Oh yeah.
did you get the nails too?
No, my fist was closed.
Good times. Good times. Okay. All right. So you mouthed off a bit, you said?
Oh.
What, wait, well, hold on. Why you?
All right, hold on, guys. before we get into this, because it's just a lot of cap. Let's get back into a little bit of politics and stuff. Let's catch up on what's going on with the Donald man. Said that he sent some submarines close to Russia.
President Trump says he's ordered
Give me 1 second.
the deployment of 2 U.S. nuclear submarines to the appropriate regions in response to threats from the former Russian president Dmitry Medvedev. Both men have been taunting each other of late after the White House this week said Russia had 10 days to agree to a ceasefire in Ukraine or face tough sanctions. In response, Mr. Medvedev reminded him that Russia possessed nuclear strike capabilities. It's not clear exactly where Mr. Trump has ordered the submarines to be deployed. We'll have reaction from Moscow in a moment with Steve Rosenberg, but first, Gary O'Donoghue has our top story from Washington.
In recent days, Donald Trump's rhetoric on Russia has turned up a notch.
Russia? I think it's disgusting what they're doing.
But rhetoric has now turned to action with the deployment of 2 nuclear submarines, not specifying whether they were the kind that could carry nuclear warheads. He was responding to the words of the former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev, who accused the US president of playing the ultimatum game over threats to impose fresh sanctions on Russia next week if a ceasefire in Ukraine wasn't agreed. The former president said, "Each new ultimatum is a threat and a step towards war, not between Russia and Ukraine, but with his own country." In a post on Truth Social, Donald Trump said he was deploying the subs just in case these foolish and inflammatory statements are more than just that. Words are very important and can often lead to unintended consequences. I hope this will not be one of those instances. The 2 men have met before in 2017 at a summit in Asia. President Medvedev called Donald Trump open and well-meaning. While former President Medvedev retains a role in Russia's National Security Council, he is not seen as the voice of Vladimir Putin, but nonetheless is provocative in his statements. Today, the current Russian president, pictured here with his Belarusian counterpart, was more measured, declaring that disappointments only came from excessive expectations. The US has more than a dozen submarines that can carry nuclear warheads. They form part of the
I wonder if he actually really sent these warheads out there, or did he is he pump faking? Is he just saying that just to see what they're gonna do, or see if they're gonna show their hand?
Land and sea deterrence, the most undetectable part of America's strategic nuclear force. Donald Trump's latest deadline on Russia runs out at the end of next week. He's already said he doesn't expect fresh sanctions to change Vladimir Putin's behavior.
Dang, really?
Well, in a moment, we'll hear from Steve in Moscow, but first back to you, Gary.
War Master said 1 Ohio-class submarine can destroy all of Russia, and Medvedev is playing poker with a horrible hand. Damn fool, right? It's like y'all already getting boxed over the head with Ukraine. Y'all really think y'all having a hard time with Ukraine? Y'all really think y'all want to play this game? It's like, dang. Scandalous.
Gary in Washington, this all seems frankly extraordinary. The deployment of nuclear submarines?
It is extraordinary, Clive. I mean, it's not clear whether these are nuclear-armed submarines or nuclear-powered submarines. It's worth saying that. And we don't know where they're being put. And yesterday, the Secretary of State, also the National Security Advisor, really downplayed these kinds of comments from President Medvedev, saying he wasn't a relevant player, he wasn't a decision maker in Russia. And today here we have the President sending off a couple of submarines in the direction because of these comments from President.
This is like a negotiation tool. It's like, all right, your boy ran his mouth a little too much. Now you got subs sitting in your waters and you don't know. Pull out of Ukraine. and maybe I might send them home, type shit, you know?
Former President Medvedev. So it's unclear exactly how serious this is. We're always told that we should take his actions, not his words, seriously, and these are...
Nah, Ghost Man, the U.S. got some scary-ass weapons. Have you ever seen this show called Future Weapons? The U.S. got some scary shit.
Actions, and in the past few minutes, the president has said that a threat was made, it wasn't appropriate, and that he had to protect our people, as he put it.
Well, I don't know. They said, this is the thing though, War Master. They said that they were gonna get some weapons from Europe. I don't know if that ever manifested. Vance and Trump was talking to him sideways, but he did kind of had on the Neo Under Armour shirt while he came to visit, so he kind of, I don't know.
This is a significant escalation, but we'll see really whether it amounts to more than words. And there will be this crunch point at the end of next week when this deadline runs out in terms of Ukraine, and extra sanctions could be put on Russia and its trading partners like India and China.
Yeah, that deadline now taking on added significance. To you, Steve, in Moscow, Mr. Medvedev, former Russian president and prime minister, now deputy chairman of Russia's Security Council, he's been an outspoken critic of the West since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, hasn't he?
Yes, he certainly has. Interestingly, there's been no reaction so far from the Kremlin, from the foreign ministry, from the defense ministry, anyone here really. I think everyone's trying to work out what on earth is going on and what, if anything, has changed in relation to where these US nuclear subs are being positioned. There has been reaction from the Moscow stock market, which has fallen sharply. Judging by the reaction in the local media here, Russians are surprised, to say the least, by President Trump's post. And I suspect that no one is more surprised than Dmitry Medvedev himself, because for more than 3 years he has been tweeting and posting some very bombastic and provocative social media posts, most of which have gone unnoticed, I have to say. But now suddenly he has been noticed, and he's got under the skin of the President of the United States in a big way. Meanwhile, while all of this is going on, we think, Donald Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, to arrive in Russia, possibly to meet Vladimir Putin. And tonight, one prominent Russian news site described, he likened Mr. Witkoff to a rabbit being pulled out of a magician's hat, the magician being Donald Trump. But I think it's a big ask for Mr. Witkoff to magically ease all.
That man said he gonna send some submarines over there, and he gonna pull up on y'all. He gonna send some subs over there, and he gonna pull up. What that be about? Let's get it.
All the tensions.
I'm only speaking facts. Russia is a pale shadow of what they were. Trump is calling Putin's bluff, which he is, and he has been for some time now. He said every time Putin makes a threat, it's always, we have the most nuclear weapons. Yeah.
We're seeing at the moment.
Indeed. All right, Steve, thank you for that. Steve Rosenberg live in Moscow, and Gary O'Donoghue in Washington. Many thanks.
Shit, anytime somebody say anything about America is nuke this, nuke that. Fucking president pulling up. What's wrong with this man's face? Damn, like half his shit is up here, half his goddamn Bell's palsy probably. That can't be his face.
Moscow, and Gary O'Donoghue in Washington. Many.
Dang, his face on slant. God bless him.
I think you're right outside of the White House. President Trump, moments ago, looks like about to make some comments to the media.
Are you gonna go to talk with Putin before your deadline coming? I mean, 10 days war in the...
Well, we'll see what happens. We're going to have some meetings and we'll see what happens.
Oh, yeah? Mr. President, you said the jobs report today were rigged.
Oh, yeah, I think so. And if you look at before the election, the same kind of thing happened. And I think you'll see some very interesting information come out. But we got ready. You have to have honest reports. And when you look at those numbers, or when you look at just before the election, and then after the election, they corrected it by 800,000 or 900,000 jobs. Yeah, I would say so.
And thank you.
Korea and the United States.
We have a great relationship.
Let me talk, sir, and when do you have it?
Yeah, we have a great relationship.
What's going on, traveling architect? You said I thought the video was glitch. Yeah, his face was crazy.
Relationship with South Korea.
But you said, are you ready? Are you open to negotiate with Brazil? The Brazilian President Lula said he'd like to call you. He requested a conversation. Would you talk to him now?
He can talk to me anytime he wants.
So are you open to tariffs?
Yeah, he can talk to me anytime he wants.
What is on the table for Brazil?
Well, we'll see what happens. But I love the people of Brazil.
What evidence do you have?
Mr. President, why you send the two
I love the people of Brazil.
So why
two Marines close to Russia?
Because the people running Brazil did the wrong thing.
What evidence? That was raped.
7 years. 7 years from the time that you learned that people were being stolen from Mar-a-Lago to the time that you picked that you took Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, I don't understand your question.
Where are the submarines being deployed? The nuclear submarines.
Say it?
Where are being deployed the nuclear submarines?
Oh yeah, well we had to do that. We just have to be careful. And a threat was made and we didn't think it was appropriate, so I have to be very careful. So I do that on the basis of safety for our people. A threat was made by a former president of Russia, and we're going to protect our people.
Hillary Clinton finally be investigated for election fraud.
I hope so. I hope so. I don't know whether or not that'll happen, but I hope so.
Mr. President, why did you fire the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics?
Because I think her numbers were wrong. Just like I thought her numbers were wrong before the election. Days before the election, she came out with these beautiful numbers for Kamala. I guess Biden/Kamala. And she came out with these beautiful numbers trying to get somebody else elected. Then right after the election, I think on the 15th, November 15th, she had an $800,000 or $900,000 massive reduction. Said she made a mistake.
Damn. Kamala's still catching strays, y'all. You said America spent Russia's entire peacetime military budget on upgrading America's nuclear arsenal. Also, Russia doesn't really do maintenance. Yeah, I heard a lot of their shit fall apart. I used to get Russian engineering mixed up with German engineering a little bit. Two completely different things. Yeah, I heard Russia's not good with maintenance stuff. I heard all their satellites be falling apart, their rockets be falling apart. And it don't even be it be just straight up maintenance issues, so I've heard. That's why they don't have like a huge automobile industry. You know. Even the engines, y'all, you know those cars that's in Cuba, like the Havanas and those old, 60s Chevys, Belvederes and stuff they have in Cuba. They got Russian engines in them. I heard them things still break down. Maintenance.
No, that woman's numbers are. Say it. Yeah, one of the governors, as you know, of the Federal Reserve has just announced she's resigning. I understand it was over the fact that she disagreed with somebody from her party. She disagreed with Too-Late. You know who Too-Late is? Yeah. She disagreed with Too-Late on the interest rate. So we'll see what happens. But we just found out that I have a open spot on the Federal Reserve Board. I'm very happy about that, John.
And what did Medvedev say to you that made you really mad
Well, you just have to read what he said. He was talking about nuclear. When you talk about nuclear, we have to be prepared, and we're totally prepared.
Mr. President, on the monthly jobs report, going forward, why should anyone trust the numbers?
Well,
and if
you're right. No, you're right. Why should anybody trust numbers? You go back to election day. Look what happened 2 or 3 days before with massive, wonderful job numbers, trying to get him elected or her elected, trying to get whoever the hell was running. Because you go back and they came out with numbers that were very favorable to Kamala, okay? To trying to get him elected, trying to get her elected. And then on the 15th of November or thereabouts, they had an 800,000 or 900,000 overstatement reduction right after the election. It didn't work because you know who won, John? I won.
But here's the thing. Your supporters have had issues with these numbers.
I've had issues with the numbers for a long time. But we're doing so well. I believe the numbers were phony, just like they were before the election. And there were other times. So you know what I did? I fired her.
Right.
And you know what? I did the right thing.
If any government official going forward is presenting data or information you don't like, should they fear for their job?
I've always had a problem with these numbers. You know, I was thinking about it this morning. Before the numbers that came out, I said, who is the person that does these numbers? And then they gave me stats about before the election. I had a similar problem. I mean, she gave out numbers that were so good for the Democrats. It was like unbelievable. And then right after the election, she corrected those numbers with, I think, almost 900,000 corrections. I think nobody had ever seen anything like it. Well, today she did the same thing with the 253,000, whatever the number was. No. We need people that we can trust. I mean, your question is a very good one. We need people we can trust.
What would you like to see from Switzerland?
You know who you plan to replace her with? I've got about 3 very good. I have a lot of good candidates. I will say everybody wants it. I've had more phone calls, but I have 3 people that are.
Do you have a background in labor statistics?
You know, I could do a long-term thing, or I could do a temporary. It's a 14-year term.
Right, but do you put someone in who actually has labor statistics experience?
I put somebody in who's going to be honest. That's all we want. I have a choice. I can have 4 months. I can do a short term, or I can do a 14-year deal. So we'll see. We have a lot of people. We get a lot of good people around.
Can I ask you a construction question?
That was the stock, the tariff rate with Switzerland. It was higher than other European.
Well, the problem with Switzerland, we have a $40 billion deficit with Switzerland, and I spoke yesterday to Switzerland. But we have a $40 billion deficit with Switzerland. That's a big deficit.
Question on the construction. Can I ask you a question on the construction? You say you're raising $200 million. You're donating a bunch. Others are as well. Are you blocking foreigners from donating money to build that addition?
Honestly, I never even thought of it, but it doesn't matter. I'm putting up my money, but it doesn't even matter. They've wanted a ballroom at the White House, and it's been very popular. You know, when we put it out yesterday.
Ruling out that a crown prince or some European
I'm not looking for that. You know, you have very strong restrictions as to who can donate, and we go by the restrictions.
It's not
a lot of. I mean, it's not that much money.
Will you release the names of the donors?
Yeah, I'll do that. I didn't even start yet, by the way. But when I do, I'll release
them. How many donors do you think it's going to take to get the $200 million?
Maybe 1, me. But
you would cut that check yourself.
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Did you talk to Steve Witkoff today from his journey to Gaza? Did you talk to Steve Witkoff?
I did. I spoke to Steve Witkoff. We had a great meeting with a lot of people, and the primary meeting was on food. And he also had some other conversations that I'll tell you about later. But he had a meeting on getting the people fed, and that's what we want. And I'll see you later on. Well, I understand India no longer is going to be buying oil from Russia. That's what I heard. I don't know if that's right or not, but that's a good step. We'll see what happens, okay?
How is your health?
On tariffs, obviously the Treasury is taking in so much money right now. Some Republicans have been pushing for tariff checks to go out. The basic idea is move the money back.
There are a lot of people that would like to see us do sort of a dividend to the people of our country. It's something I consider.
How much would people?
I want to pay off debt, but there's a possibility I do a dividend.
Can I ask about sorry. I know, sorry, it's crazy. On tariffs, obviously there's.
All right, those were the remarks there from.
All right. The boy Don the man got a plan, all right? Shout outs to everybody here. 6 hours and 34 minutes into the madness. Please hit the like button. Support the show. You said there are about 7 zones in the hemisphere where they test that no one can see. No one you got a satellite. US has about 68 subs. Hold on, guys. Oh God, this is horrible. Please hit the like button. You said Russia's military budget is only 60 billion. Damn, that's small. All right. Now, this is what I wanted to get into a little bit earlier. I totally forgot. I brought this one up. Hold on. We were talking about Officer Tatum, and I told y'all there was another officer that went over his Jacksonville pullover. And I wanted to go over this real quick. Let's take a look at this. Now, this guy is a police officer, and he got a bone to pick with Officer Tatum, but he said he's not going to bring that bias into this critique. So let's check it out. Oh, you guys can't see it. Hold on. Oh, it's not coming up. Hold on, y'all. Fuck. Man, my equipment is fried. Hold on. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back. Fuck. Hold on. Please hit the like button, support the show. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Man, my shit is fried, y'all. Hold on. I gotta restart. Hold on. What the hell? Alright. We should be back. I'm having a horrible week, y'all. Alright, let's do this.
Capture the circumstances surrounding this.
All right, I want to thank Danny Zimmerman for making the suggestion. He asked me to review Officer Brandon Tatum's content on the William McNeil traffic stop. If you're new to the channel, my name is Dominic Izzo. I'm a retired police officer from the northwest suburbs of Chicago. I was a field training officer, an FTO, use of force instructor, defensive tactics expert, and somebody who actually has done the job extensively in a great area with some phenomenal damn cops. Brandon Tatum, I'm going to remove my bias from this. I don't care for Brandon Tatum, and I want to see, do I agree with him on his points, or is he backpedaling from his content? Brandon Tatum, many years ago, about 4 years ago, he watched my content and he put up online that I am a racist and I am the problem in law enforcement. Uh-oh. So Brandon Tatum doesn't like when people critique him, but he sure as shit has no problem passing judgment on others. So I'm going to remove that from the side. I'm going to go, okay, we're going to hear what he has to say about this. Make sure, if you want to critique videos with me, you want to go over these things, guys, I appreciate all of you. The calls, the emails, the voicemails, the text messages. I'm one. If you go to patreon.com/CopTalkLive, we are creating a culture and a community to make these changes. Your voice is needed. I can bring up the conversations. You can do the action just as hard, if not harder than I am. There are many of you who have skills that I don't. Patreon.com, become a member. We have a weekly roll call and a monthly town hall. I don't care if you hate the police and you want to see change, or if you support the police and you want to see change. We have to go according to the Constitution. We need your voice, your support, and your abilities. Let's watch this. This is Lackluster's critique of Officer Brandon Tatum, who's no longer a police officer for many years now, and Officer Tatum's rebuttal of this. This is the closest I can get to seeing if I agree with Tatum or if I counter, because he's not going to have me on his platform to discuss this. So let's take a look.
Tatum thinks that the officers used a proportionate amount of force for the situation because he's a bootlicking moron.
If you don't know what you're talking about, don't make a video about Brandon Tatum. That's it. To make a video calling me a bootlicker and all kind of other stuff when you have no idea what you're talking about according to the law. You have no idea what you're talking about according to police interactions. You have no idea what you're talking about according to what you claimed that I said and the positions that you said I took and didn't take.
That's a good thing I do, Brandon.
Now well, other people ain't going to figure it out, but he's talking to the lead attorney. But this guy don't give a shit. But let's go.
So I know a lot about this subject, more than most. So let's hear what you have to say, and let's see whether or not we agree.
Listen, y'all, the system you and sent me a video last night and said, hey man, this guy is talking real crazy about you, man. It's crazy. He's saying all these negative things about you, and I said, let me check out the video. And this is regarding the police incident that occurred in February, that we just not hearing of it because the guy is a grifter and he want to make money off of police interaction and not because he really cared that he was done wrong by police, in my opinion.
Okay, did you call out Rahm Emanuel and the city of Chicago when the Laquan McDonald black man knife was shot and killed?
Calling a civilian a grifter is diabolical.
When he was shot and killed, and that body camera footage was suppressed for, I believe, 18 months because it was an election cycle and Emanuel could not afford to have that out to lose the election. If you're going to have this same type of rhetoric and condemning somebody for when they choose, we don't know when McNeil went to an attorney or when he went to find an attorney. It could have taken him several months to find somebody who would have taken this case, because we get police interactions are in the millions. How do we know that he didn't release it way back when and it got like 5 views and nobody cared?
You know this guy, War Master? War Master said Tatum don't know what he stepped in. Well, he cleaning it up a little bit, especially with I did a story on him on the last show with that guy that that they're roasting right now, Joey Swole, who had some comments about Hulk Hogan. But let's go.
We don't know what his intent is. You cannot. If you're going to say, let's start this right here, Brandon. If you are going to say that McNeil's intent was to go ahead and be a grifter and scam the system for money, then I'm going to say every one of those cops on scene, including the black ones, were looking to thump a black guy that was driving through their neighborhood, and McNeil just happened to be the one that drove through their neighborhood that day. So we'll take that. Since you know so well what's in the heart and mind of this man, then we can absolutely take the stance that we all know what the mind of the
And that's crazy how you have a lot of white people coming out the cut on Brandon Tatum. Out of all people, you got a lot of white people coming out the cut going in on Brandon Tatum, calling him a coon. That's crazy.
cops were. I'm glad we set that precedence.
So I'd never heard of this guy before. I don't even know the name of his social media thing.
Lackluster.
It's Lackluster, I think is what it's called, which is pretty ironic, because I'm getting ready to debunk this gentleman every step of the way.
Another white dude that said Brandon Tatum was tripping. Now, I don't know, like I said, I don't know if they're mad at him because he's a MAGA, which is weird to me. But you never know. Some people will just take up issue with you because of your political stance. You never know. So let's go.
On this video. This is the easiest debunking that I'm ever gonna do probably in my life. If you don't know what
All right, we're getting ready to go into another segment. Please hit the like button, y'all. 6 hours and 48 minutes into the madness. Please support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
you're talking about, don't make a video about Brandon Tatum. That's it. Put your biases aside, put your anti-police rhetoric aside, do some research before you decide to make a video calling me a bootlicker and all kind of other stuff when you have no idea what you're talking about according to the law. You have no idea what you're talking about according to police interactions. You have no idea what you're talking about according to what you claimed that I said and the positions that you said I took and didn't take.
All right, remember, I'm putting my bias aside. You called me a racist publicly. You put my content up and said, this guy is a racist and the problem in law enforcement. I am putting my bias aside. You know nothing about me. I'm going to hear what you have to say and see if we align. I won't be shocked if we do. Maybe there is some common ground. I am willing to put my biases aside, as you said.
Ladies and gentlemen, get this guy on the show. I'm finna debunk him every step of the way. Roll the clip.
Welcome back to the Lackluster channel. Today's video is a response to the one I made yesterday. I released that video with the information that I had at the time, and since that video, the sheriff has released the body cam footage and has made a statement. Apparently, there's a police report out as well.
The cell phone camera footage that began viral circulation over the weekend does not comprehensively capture the circumstances surrounding this incident. Tonight, I'm sharing the footage from the body-worn cameras of the arresting officer, Officer D. Bowers, and two of the assisting officers, Officer D. Miller and Officer G. Curse.
We'll include some of that and review some of what Officer Brandon Tatum says on his Substack. Most of you know who he is and know that he can make some ridiculous claims. And in this case, it is no different. First, he claims that the full body cam has been released, and while most of the relevant footage has been posted, we have only been granted the opportunity to view the incident from a few angles that the sheriff's office decided to show.
The currently available information and play the relevant body-worn camera.
Second,
current relevant body-worn camera. That doesn't mean that they pick and choose and show you this angle and cut this angle. It's relevant, meaning the body-worn camera that's released that shows the incident at hand. That means that if you were involved in this incident, the body-worn camera was shown. If you had no involvement in this incident, there's no need to show the body-worn camera during a press conference. The first lie he made. Roll it.
He said, I used to be subscribed to Tatum. I'm subscribed to Lackluster. He is very thorough and actually looks up laws, unlike Tatum. Yeah, I mean, I think Tatum had him on the show or was on his show. I think Tatum ended up going on Lackluster, or I think he did a response. I don't know. I think I covered something on that. Okay. So this should be interesting.
I have no idea what your point is on that one. Maybe I'm lost, but I would assume that's a complete... You're not going to take video footage of somebody whose back was to the scene and they were filming birds or some type of other occurrence in their backyard. You may talk to them. They said, hey, did you happen to pick this up on your cell phone cameras when you're doing it? But it's the par and course for every other police investigation out there. So I don't know what you debunked him on, because I didn't hear him say anything that wasn't untrue.
Bold lettering that JSO was justified in the force used against McNeil. He follows this statement by claiming that only the palm strike was being reviewed to determine whether it was in policy, and fails to mention the several other punches inflicted to McNeil despite agreeing to exit the vehicle.
Step out now. All right.
And placing his hands behind his back.
Behind your back! I'm resisting! Behind your back!
Within his defense of complete dog shit, he claims that nothing was criminal in the officer's actions. And sure, the DA hasn't filed criminal charges. But we
Stop right there. The DA, the state district attorney's office, deemed, according to the chief, that there was no criminal action conducted by the law enforcement officers on scene, who watched the amateur video from the suspect and also watched the body-worn camera footage and all relevant footage that's made available.
Well, that's probably because right now, if it was criminal, it would be a federal offense. It would be a violation of his Fourth Amendment and his excessive punishment, cruel and unusual punishment, right? Because of what they were doing. So the DA charges on a state level. It would have to be a federal level for due process. And we also know cops operate under Graham v. Connor for use of force, objectively reasonable. So it's the biggest margin of error to lower the threshold of whatever force they use. And they have qualified immunity, right? It's a blanket overall protection as long as they're acting righteously within the use of a force continuum based on their exercising of the law. See, the problem is too, the articulation factor is insane. I don't want to because it'll make me fucking feel like a scumbag. I could do a video and I could review the use of force that was done to McNeil, and I could make it fit policy, and I could make it fit Graham v. Connor. It's all how you articulate the law. That's why cops get away with shit all the time. It's ambiguity behind it. Well, the strikes were this, and the palm strike was this and that, and you can articulate all of this. This is the biggest problem we have in law enforcement, and nothing will change until people are willing to say, who are pro-law enforcement, no, this was unacceptable. This was excessive. This was a federal level violation of somebody's civil rights. We're not there yet. So as far as the lack of criminal charges, it's a state level. We need to have federal charges. So when a cop is exercising force in the application of doing their duty, there's not going to be criminal charges because you're based on intent. There was no crime there. Federally, it's a violation of somebody's civil rights. Needs to be federal charging. Department of Justice needs to get involved.
And they decided that there was no criminal activity. They decided there was no criminality. Not Brandon Tatum. The state prosecutor said that it was no criminality. Now, when you can't, now if the state prosecutor said that there was criminality and the officers were wrong, buddy over here.
I'm not gonna lie, that kid is actually lucky that he was recording it, because honestly, if the public didn't see it at the angle that he recorded it, it wouldn't have really had done nothing, you know? But let's go.
Would have said accepted it. But guess what he says about the prosecutor now that the prosecutor don't agree with him? Roll the clip.
The government to protect itself.
Oh, it protects itself.
Is often referred to as the county's top.
Yeah, Brandon, it does protect itself. It's 100% it protects itself. It's protects itself from liability, from being sued. You're not going to get somebody come out from the brass position and say, yeah, the officer fucked up. They're not going to do it.
Right.
Lawsuit central. The county will be sued for hundreds of millions of dollars, opening up lawsuits to everyone. So they're not going to admit it. They are. Their job is
you said Tatum is like licorice. Not licorice. He bootlicked too close to the sun.
Protect themselves and shield themselves from
not licorice
lawsuits and investigations.
Cop, no charges, does not mean no criminal activity. Tatum correctly states that the law gives officers discretion to use reasonable force during arrests, but incorrectly adds that that's what we saw in the video. So,
time out. How is what I'm saying incorrect when the state prosecutor agrees with what I'm saying, and also the police chief agrees with what I'm saying, that there's no criminality? Because
all three of you are fucking wrong. All three of you are wrong. Yes, there is criminality on a federal level. His due process was violated. He was punished excessively. And Fourth Amendment, he was seized, which again, I have a problem with. Because again, if we're going to go back to that, if we can stretch all the way back to that initial stop, that's traffic stop. That traffic stop needs to be looked into by the definition of inclement weather. If that's the case, it was not inclement weather. If we're really going to go and split hairs on this, it was an illegal traffic stop. Therefore, his seizure, his Fourth Amendment rights were violated. Criminal on a federal level. Your guys' small brains are thinking state charges. There needs to be federal charges on these cops.
Afoot. He mentioned that he will continue the investigation of whether or not it was in department policy, which I wrote in my op-ed that he's referring to. But of course he don't want to show that part because he's trying to make his own point, which is ridiculous. Roll it.
Before we watched the video.
Why is it ridiculous? See, your stuff is ad hominem off the beginning. You have a problem with, lackluster, fitting name, and you're accusing McNeil of being a grifter. All of your content is sensationalist. Every one of our stuff. You only grab attention with sensational titles and sensational thumbnails. Don't act like he's doing something you don't do on a daily fucking basis. Keep it to the facts of the traffic stops and stop attacking personal bullshit.
Let's discuss what reasonable force is and when officers are lawfully allowed to use it. We can start with the first body cam of the deputy that initiated the stop and compare it to Tatum's assertions. He claims that McNeil's headlights were not on and that he was not wearing a seatbelt.
All right, again, how do you know, Tatum? You didn't see. You were not there. You're going off of what the information...
I mean, Tatum didn't say anything. That was the video.
After the fact was like the rest of us. The driver, or the initial cop, said unknown occupants, which means he could not see inside of the vehicle. And the windows of the vehicle were tinted, which kind of defends people who flat out said, well, then how can you pull it was a racist stop? Shitbag car. I'm going to tell you flat out, anyone who lies about not profiling vehicles because we know who's driving, you're a fucking liar. If it's a Chrysler 300, we know.
Well, yeah, like I said, I mean, we know why he got pulled over. That's a no-brainer. We know why that black man got pulled over. Like we don't have to second guess that one, black man. We know why you got pulled over, Mr. Black man. Oh shit, my battery about to die. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, guys. My bad. I had to switch over. My battery's about to die. Hold on. Oh, God. Shout out to War Master dropping the Q as always and sponsoring today's show. Dropping the huge. $20 on the Cash App. War Master says, hold on. War Master says, hold up. Christ, hold on. War Master said, licorice is wild. Not licorice, man. At first, I thought he was saying licorice, because you know how the bottom of a boot is like black, and it's kind of shiny, somewhat like licorice. But nah, licorice is crazy. Licorice is crazy. Licorice, y'all get the joke? Shout outs to everybody here. Shout outs to War Master. Hold on.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Shout outs to War Master. Not licorice. Licorice is crazy. Shout outs to Ghostman King. Now hold on. Now, War Master, you said that you were subscribed to Officer Tatum. When did he become a MAGA? Because when I covered him on Jubilee, I didn't get any MAGA vibes from him. When did he become a MAGA? And is he conservative or is he newly converted? Yeah, salute to War Master. Is he a conservative or is he newly converted? Now let's get into this. This officer is gonna rip him a new asshole. Let's go. Pause.
It's going to be Hispanic or a black guy driving it, right? So there's no way the initial officer who pulled the traffic stop could see the seatbelt being secured or not. So we don't know. We're going off of his words. I do not believe the dash cam footage can show it clear enough, and we have to go off of the words of the officer. So again, Tatum, you're asserting things that were done after the fact, and we always believe the cops, period.
The suspended license and having marijuana are facts that
I will add, I have said this was racially motivated. How? Because once you make contact with the driver and you see what skin color is, you can continue on your bias on that. It's a black guy. I'm going to write him everything. Oh, it's a black guy. He wants to resist me. I'm going to rip him out of the car. It's a black guy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know when did he become MAGA? And I guess he's not conservative. War Master said, I don't know, maybe. War Master probably hasn't been following him for the longest time. War Master said, I haven't followed for the longest time. Whoa, for the longest time. Now, I don't know. If a cop like this pulled me over, I might be a little afraid, but then again, I might not, because I would assume that he rides motorcycles. I'll be more afraid if an Officer Tatum type police guy pulled me over. I'll be quick to tell him to get that flashlight out of my face. Whereas a cop like this, I don't think he would ever put a flashlight in my face, but never mind. Let's go.
If this was a Buick, a 2025 Buick with a white guy in a suit driving in it, okay, sir, just turn your headlights on. Have a great day. And anybody who is challenging me on that, you are so fucking full of shit.
I'm glad he said it, because I said the same thing too. If that was a Hellcat, if that was a LeBaron, if that was a Cutlass, Billy Joel, you said Tatum for his mods kept deleting my oh yeah. Yeah, War Master. I know a comment section would hate to see War Master coming, or a comment. Look, very potent with the words. You know, that makes sense.
that were only revealed as a result of an unlawful traffic stop conducted by JSO. The probable cause.
None of that is relevant. What I articulated in my op-ed is all of the circumstances surrounding his detention, arrest, and his resistance. So I don't have to separate the two when I'm talking about the totality of circumstances. All of those things he was found guilty of in the court of law. And then also...
No, he wasn't found guilty of it yet. So I don't know what court you're into. He's been accused. He still has the presumption of innocence because he hasn't gone to court yet.
It does matter if a person is driving on suspended driver's license and they do have drugs on their person. Because what? It explains why he was resisting arrest and acting a fool. Wasn't because he didn't understand the law. It was because he didn't want to go to jail.
How do you know? Are you in that person's head? Or is that something you know for certain? Now, I want to go back to a point that you made here. I want to back up. I want to get your words out of this when you held up on this.
In my op-ed is all of the circumstances surrounding.
But this is the thing. The kid pleaded guilty. The kid was for sure guilty. He you know, he did his days in jail. He got charged. He pleaded guilty. We're talking about the process, though. We're not talking about if he was guilty or not. Did he deserve to get treated like that and punched in the face? And I don't know about y'all. I mean, he kind of got slapped, but I'm going to tell y'all some real shit. A palm strike is way more deadlier than a fist. Because if you hit somebody with a fist, at least there's like a joint, which is your wrist, in between the fist that in a way cushions the blow. You can get strength straight from your shoulder dead into a palm strike. Palm strikes are very fucking dangerous. Let's go.
His detention, arrest, and his resistance. So I don't have to separate the two when I'm talking about the totality of circumstance.
Yes, you do, Brandon, because you have a responsibility for things, seeing as you're a public figure, especially leveraged by conservatives, as a black man with law enforcement experience. Let's go directly to your post on this when this came out. Now, this was when the information came out. Brandon Tatum, Officer Brandon Tatum, body camera released. William Anthony McNeil's arrest was justified. He was resisting lawful orders, had a knife, and was in possession of drugs. You very conveniently took the totality of the circumstances and put him in a post.
Calling weed drugs in 2025 is crazy.
Where people believe what you say because of the authority in your past as a police officer. And the morons that are out there that believe everything think that he was pulled over and arrested because of the knife and the drugs. That's your compound sentence right there with no separation. Because what you should have done was he was resisting arrest after a equipment violation traffic stop, and subsequently, upon being taken into custody, was found to be...
Right. I'm glad he said it that way, because that's what I was trying to say. Basically, the drugs and all that stuff was found later. But let's go.
In possession of a large knife and drugs. That is the responsible way of distributing information if you truly want police to be held at the highest standard possible and the highest regard as public. So it's good to see you backpedaling when it fits your ass for defending your position.
All of those things he was found guilty of in the court of law. And then also, it does matter if a person is driving on suspended driver's license and they do have drugs on their person. Because what? It explains why he was resisting arrest and acting a fool. Wasn't because he didn't understand the law. It was because he didn't want to go to jail.
Now, I've talked about that extensively in videos where I said this current generation does not process information the way that Tatum's does or mine did. They were never told because I said so, and they need to have all the information possible. I am leaning on the fact that these current kids on the street who have driver's license, kids I say because they're several years, if not decades younger than me, they don't understand. They have too much influence online thinking they can resist all the time. Teachers, employers, parents, and cops. And again, too, words matter. He was in possession of a knife. The knife was on the floorboard of the vehicle, the floor. He wasn't in his hands, it wasn't in his lap, it wasn't in the passenger seat next to him. That's like saying if he had a bazooka in the car, in the trunk, disassembled, locked up, he was in possession of a bazooka. It's all how you paint the picture for your clip.
Even... Hold on, y'all. So even when he was getting his ass whipped, he still didn't even reach for that knife. But let's go. Give me 1 second. Damn, everything's going wrong. Hold on, y'all.
Clicks and likes, so you can't get butthurt and defensive when you're being called out for this because you're just as bad as spreading misinformation.
Therefore, you can paint the whole picture in totality of circumstances. Roll it.
As stated by the deputy, was that his headlights weren't on. But again, the law states during any rain, smoke, or fog.
Time out. Inclement weather, rain, smoke, fog. It also talks about sunrise, sunset. There's reasons that you have to have your lights illuminated. He did not have his lights on. He did not deny that his lights were not on. He did not skirt these charges when he went to court. Now they decided to keep him on the bigger charges and dismiss the other ones because the other ones were criminal. So you don't try to charge him with both. But he still was found responsible. He did deny responsibility. No one has said that the officers were wrong on the initial traffic stop. Why? Because I
will say they're wrong. It's not something we pull people over for. It just isn't. Unless you want to search a vehicle for drugs or weapons, or check the driver for warrants. That's it. Inclement weather. Look up inclement weather. It's going to have some severity to it. It's not just rain and fog. It's visibility conditions. And anybody can see from that stop that, in my professional and personal opinion, inclement weather does not fit the description of what is needed for headlights. That's why this is so subjective. This is an extremely weak probable cause traffic stop, and everything else after that should be looked at as fruit of the poisonous tree. The traffic stop should be deemed illegal. It should be, because there's no way you can justify not having, especially the hypocrisy. 3 of the 5 squad cars that pulled up did not have their traffic lights on, or their headlights on. They didn't. So again, if we're going to charge the driver for that, the police officers 100% need to be held criminally responsible for that same vehicle code in the state of Florida. We need to start doing this, and we need to start getting really fucking petty if we're going to ask police to be held accountable, if we're going to see some real change and actually support them.
Prove to you that this is inclement weather and it was raining. All right, Nick, let's get the exhibit.
It had rain. Not gonna lie, a lot of police officers want to hold cops accountable when they're not on the force anymore. Notice that? Oh yeah, hold us accountable. I ain't on the force anymore. Hold all kinds of shit accountable. They liable to get pulled over now also, just as much.
So at what point can you turn the lights off? Because we see drops on the car, but we see no drops continuing during the time. We hear no rain on the body camera. So what does the law say about when you have to turn those lights off? And then how soon? Oh, I see 3 drops, got to turn the lights on. When the drops stop, because no windshield wipers are being moved on his car either. How long? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? An hour? How long does a driver have to wait before they can turn their headlights off again? This is complete subjective perception when it comes to this traffic stop, and I can't stand it. It's insane how the hill that these cops were willing to die on for this.
Ready? Because you're going to hear this guy talk about it. You see people say it online. It's the most asinine and ridiculous claim. It's because they hate police and they always want the police to be wrong, so they will make up anything. It wasn't raining. Look at this video. That
could be anything, Brandon. He could have gone past a tree on the side of the road where the droplets were coming down post-rain. We don't see, there is no running rain on here. Now, I'm from Illinois, the Midwest. We get a lot of rain. This is post-rain. This is drops that could have been splashed up by a car driving in the lane next to him. This is drops that could have come off the hood of the vehicle and saturated the rest of the car. There is no running droplets indicating that it was currently raining at the truck. He could have gone through a fucking car wash and not hit the blowers on the way out. This is not proof of rain whatsoever.
Fresh rain droplets still hanging onto his vehicle. If
it rained 20 minutes ago and there's no sun to come out to dry it off, it's still gonna be fucking wet. It's not that hard, Brandon, to say, man, this is a shitty stop, dude. These cops really fucking stretched this in order to get a black guy into custody.
somehow it wasn't inclement weather, which means it wasn't raining at all, you wouldn't still see rain droplets on his car. Inclement weather doesn't mean that it's only inclement at the instant that it's raining. And then if it stopped raining for 30 minutes or 30 seconds, then all of a sudden it's not inclement anymore.
Okay, hold on. I just got my monitor back up. War Master said, never assume cops know the law, especially one like Licorice, the bootlicker. I didn't expect to come back and read that. Licorice the bootlicker Tatum. Not LBT. Oh my god. Lucario. Man, listen. Alright, let's go.
It's not just the rain.
Yeah, that's exactly what it means. Because if it's not raining anymore, it's not inclement weather anymore. The definition of inclement weather. Inclement weather refers to severe or harsh weather conditions that can disrupt daily routines or pose safety risks or cause damage to property. What is considered inclement weather? Any severe, catastrophic weather conditions which delay the scheduled arrival or departure of a common carrier, but not including normal seasonal changes and what not including normal seasonal climate weather changes. So this does not fit the definition of inclement weather, Brandon. You're wrong. The cops were wrong.
Rain and rainy conditions. That's what the hazardous life.
Tap dance.
And see, a lot of people don't like that a lot of people are defending this brother, because I'm not gonna lie. During the traffic stop, he did come off as a wise guy. You know, as an asshole. And like I said, black people, when they start to learn about their rights and their laws and stuff like that, they take that as a green light to go argue with the police. For some reason, they take that as a huge green light to go argue with the damn police. They only, and that's the only reason why they go look up their laws or their rights or anything. If they actually go look it up, they only really look that stuff up to go argue with the police, to have something to say back. Because really, before some of this stuff came out, I mean, a lot of people didn't know what the hell to say to the police. Back in the day, black people, they were just arguing with the police. They didn't know what the hell they were asking the police. What's my rights? What you pulling me over for? What the hell? They didn't know what to say. Let's go.
Little Sammy Davis Jr., Sandy Duncan, Gregory Hines, well done. Come on, Brandon, keep going with this. Die on this fucking hill, please. It was not inclement weather. Big guy, it's okay to say, I was wrong. The cops were wrong. It's okay. Eat the shit sandwich. I've done it many times on my content.
Lights and putting your lights on is for the conditions that's associated with rain. When it rains, visibility is lower. There's rain on the streets. People need to have better visibility when driving. That's what the spirit.
They're really trying to run this rain thing. He's really trying to run this rain thing in the ground, bro. It wasn't raining.
Of the law says that's why no one contested that he was pulled over rightfully. You would not.
We all contested it. We're all still contesting it. It was a bullshit traffic stop, Brandon. You're the one who's fucking dying on this hill just to be right because you don't want to be wrong. You're wrong. It's okay. I've done it. Sir, you're free to go. I thought you had your seatbelt off. You don't. It's secured. I was wrong. Have a great day. I've done that before. It's not, this is a pride issue. This is completely a issue of pride.
Not have rain droplets on your car if it had not been raining. The ground is wet.
if it had not been raining. Correct. The ground was wet. The ground can be wet and you can still drive. You should be more concerned about brakes or tires at that point. You can have the sun come out after it has rained and the ground is still wet.
Actually, you know what's funny? And a lot of people do it, and I used to do it also. When it starts raining, to a certain degree, it's actually dumb as hell to turn on your wipers because it actually smears the water across your windshield. You don't really need to turn on your wipers during the rain sometimes. And it depends on how your windshield is placed. But literally, I'll just drive with the dots on you can still see the road. Sometimes I wait to the very last minute to turn my wipers on. Shout outs to the drivers and the truck drivers in the building. War Master, do you turn your wipers on immediately when it rains? Or is it just me? I let it damn near, unless it's like really heavy rain, I don't really turn them on.
Inclement weather, severe, that impedes normal traffic or flow of traffic getting to a destination. There is no impediment of normal travel at this point. Maybe
a lot of drivers that don't turn their wipers on immediately.
Speeding. If it was traveling too fast for conditions, that'd be a better stop. Because the conditions, wet roadway. You're going to die on the hill. You are 100% wrong. The more you're dying on this hill, the more you're showing this was an illegal traffic stop. This was a Fourth Amendment violation. The Department of Justice needs to get involved, and they need to federally charge the initial officer for his stop.
It is raining, ladies and gentlemen.
No,
Maybe
it's not.
it stopped raining for a small period of time. That does not preclude the justification of having your lights on.
Bro, you know a nigga lying when he just start using big words. The justification, it does not preclude. Preclude? Oh, you know when a nigga start using big words, he get the lying. Preclude.
During inclement weather. All right, let's go back.
If it doesn't preclude, you can't sound any more stupid, my guy. So that
even a white cop picked it up.
Means if it stops, then he should keep his windshield wipers on because there was a 20-minute pause between it rained, but it's going to rain again. So you are not allowed to turn your headlights or your windshield wipers off because the rain's going to come again. The rain's going to come again, right? Your argument, you just realize you used the word had, past tense. Past tense. I didn't know that McNeil or the cop were weathermen who were able to say, hey, listen, you got 5 more minutes to drive like this. Turn those headlights back on because the inclement weather is coming back. The inclement weather argument is complete horseshit, and everything after the stop needs to be looked at. Brandon Tatum, thank you. You just completely aided in the defense's argument of the inclement weather because your definition as a law enforcement former professional, someone who still has officer in his title, so the world should listen to you. You're a conservative mouthpiece, and the world knows you. So Officer Brandon Tatum just told you it had rained, and he misspoke about the definition of inclement. So if he didn't know it and the cops didn't know it.
Shout outs to everybody in the building. Please hit the like button, support the show. 7 hours and 27 minutes into the madness. Please preclude the like button. Let's get it.
Everything's got to be tossed out. We need to look at federal charges on the cops.
Back to the video.
None of which were present. And as to the claims of not wearing a seatbelt, the officer transmits over the radio that he did.
All right, let's look at this again, Brandon. I want to look at this. Do we see
in inclement weather. All right, let's go back to the video.
Let's see if the cop
Of
has
which were
windshield wipers
present.
going.
And as to the claims of not wearing a seatbelt, the officer transmits over the radio that he didn't have any details about the occupant.
I did not see the windshield wipers going from within that squad cruiser. Didn't see it. So the rain had.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, if it's sprinkling, I don't turn it on. Yeah, I'll probably turn my headlights on or like my fog lights if I have fog lights. But yeah, windshield is 6 feet off the ground. Okay, yeah. So you don't really need to. You don't really need to play around with no damn wipers. Let's go.
Stopped. There was no inclement weather. The traffic stop was illegal.
Or occupants of the vehicle.
Hold on.
Prior to
having any details about the occupant or occupant's vehicle has nothing to do with visible observation of a seatbelt in a traffic light or not having your lights on.
What? Yes, it does. We're going to question his credibility. If he can't see how many occupants are in the vehicle, how can we determine that he can accurately see whether or not the driver was wearing a seatbelt? This is you can't be this stupid, or you can't be this disingenuous. That's 100% has a correlation. If you cannot see or state with certainty large mass shapes, shoulders, heads, and you can't count who's occupying front seat passenger, rear seat occupants, how can you accurately see a little 2.5-inch piece of cloth that's covered by maybe 3 to 4 inches of space? How can you see that if you can't see the amount of occupants who are in a vehicle? Okay, let's keep going.
Not having, I guess, information about the people in the car means that I didn't get his driver's license. I didn't talk to him. I'm not sure if there's other people in the car. It's not that I didn't see him driving.
I gotta back up. This is a friggin' Kamala Harris word salad here. I want to hear this again.
the occupant or occupants of the vehicle.
Hold on.
Prior to
having any details about the occupant or occupant's vehicle has nothing to do with visible observation of a seatbelt in a traffic light or not having your lights on. Not having, I guess, information about the people in the car means that I didn't get his driver's license. I didn't talk to him. I'm not sure if there's other people in the car.
No. The cop called out over dispatch unknown occupants. Unknown occupants. That's what he said. He was not able to identify how many occupants were in the vehicle. You are now saying that after the initial stop, he was not able to identify anyone in the car. Plus, the visual ability to identify things, 100%. The observations is what a police officer bases their.
A lot of the police and the cops, like a lot of the officers, they learn a lot by being in court all the time. So they go to court. They learn a lot by being like around lawyers and certain processes and stuff. Lead attorney called Tatum out for the same exact thing. Introducing variables and words that's not used or in the actual stop to prove his point. And lead attorney was like, see what he said there? We would eat him up in court. Had he had said that in court or introduced that in court or wrote it down in his in the stop or So this officer caught Tatum on the same thing, introducing variables and things that's not even a part of what's being talked about.
Probable cause for a traffic stop on. You're incredible.
It's not that I didn't see him driving with no headlights on and no seatbelt before I pulled him over. Just for reference.
That's literally what it fucking is. That's literally the cause of the traffic stop.
He turning into Alex Jones, y'all.
Maybe. Comment in the comment section if I'm stupid or not. I've got to hear this again. This is incredible. I'm going to listen to him talk
Go
about the
back
whole
to the
thing.
video.
None of which were present. And as to the claims of not wearing a seatbelt, the officer transmits over the radio that he didn't have any details about the occupant or occupants of the vehicle.
Hold on.
Prior to...
Correct. When he called out, traffic stop, unknown occupants. He was notifying dispatch that he did not know how many people were in the car. What does Officer Brandon Tatum translate this as?
Having any details about the occupant or occupant's vehicle has nothing to do with visible observation of a seatbelt and a traffic light or not having your lights on.
Yes, it does. Because the other people in the car has to be wearing their seatbelts also. Shit, this shit is infectious, y'all. Am I bugging now? I'm about to get mad. Don't your occupants have to have their seatbelts on? It does have a lot to do with it. There's been plenty of times I'm in the passenger seat and it's like, hey, yo, the folks are behind. Put your seatbelt on. But my seatbelt is usually on. Or I got to tell my passenger to put their seatbelts on.
Not having, I guess, information about the people in the car means that I didn't get his driver's license. I didn't talk to him. I'm not sure if there's other people in the car. It's not that I didn't see him driving with no headlights on and no seatbelt before I pulled him over. Just for
You are the dumbest man. Please leave this video up. There's a level of mental retardation that is going through your head because literally the observations are what the traffic offenses, both moving violation are, equipment violation, so the non-headlights on in inclement weather, the seatbelt being failed to secure, and the police officer, the contact officer, the initiating traffic officer stated that unknown occupants. You are stating that means, well, he didn't investigate the people that were in the car. My first thing is, Brandon, you didn't watch the body camera footage. You didn't. 100%. I don't believe you watched the body camera footage at all.
Reference. He got pulled over. This is where he stopped. The cop observed his lights not being on and observed him not having a seatbelt on. So he conducted.
Not possible. Was not possible. He observed that seatbelt not being on with inclement weather. Somebody tell me, unless this cop has eyesight of an eagle, if the weather's inclement, if it was raining, if there were tinted windows, and he couldn't see how many occupants were in the car, how the fuck did he see that he was not wearing his seatbelt? Please explain that one away.
Looked at a traffic stop. He pulled here and stopped. What are we saying? The cop is pulling him over because of his observations of the no seatbelt, in which the suspect never denied. Roll the clip.
McNeil.
For you guys, I'm going to suffer through the rest of this. This man is extremely unintelligent. He only got appointed to the position of where he's at because of his conservative support as a black man. That's it. And the title of where he's at. If he removed the title from his stuff years ago, he would have no relevancy whatsoever.
Opening his door.
Yeah, Florida 24 Bravo Echo Charlie Whiskey on a silver Kia. I know like this.
These two facts eliminate all probable cause for the entire stop, which means everything that occurs after this moment was unlawful.
I agree. I'm going to say this right now. Based on Officer Brandon Tatum's assessment of what inclement weather is, the definition of it, and the totality of the circumstances, it was an unlawful traffic stop. It was not currently raining. That car, I don't know where this car came from. It could have just come in from someone's driveway. Car could have had rain on it. Trees, condensation from the leaves could have fell on it. He gets in the car. It is not raining. He travels down the road. We don't have any of that information yet to my knowledge. It's not the visible conditions on the road. See, daylight seemed like. The argument that it was inclement weather, again, going with unknown ability to identify how many occupants are in the vehicle, the tinted windows, inclement weather, that negates the cops seeing a seatbelt violation. So in the totality of the circumstances, based on how this is, I believe this was an illegal traffic stop. This was a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Everything after that, then, if the cops violate someone's Fourth Amendment, everything is criminal after that on a federal level.
Hold on. It's a lie. I just disproved that.
No, you didn't.
I just proved inclement weather, which the court agrees with me on.
Oh, my God. The court didn't agree with you on it yet, Brandon, because he's still presumed innocent. He hasn't gone, was this already done? I'm sorry. Maybe I'm wrong on that, because I'm thinking this is right. So this was done in February. If it came on that, how do we know McNeil didn't plea? I don't know what the outcome is of the McNeil case. I don't know if he pled to the inclement weather condition or traffic ticket. And I'm going to tell you this, too. Does anyone think that the court is not going to look at the severity of that video and a black man having the shit beat out of him in today's society, and the court's not going to go, fuck, we can't dismiss this ticket. Because if we dismiss this ticket, we're fucked. 100%. They will triple the fuck down, and they were probably fighting it. McNeil, I don't know. Somebody put in the comment section, did McNeil get crump after he was convicted of everything? Did McNeil have a public defender in the beginning who said, you need to plead, we're going to plead on this ticket? We don't know. I don't know what any of that is. So I'm going to admit to that. If the courts agreed with it, I also know how manipulative of it is. They are. I absolutely know how in cahoots they are. It's a corrupt fucking system.
And everybody with a brainstem does. And then I just proved that the seatbelt violation, the officer observed seatbelt violation. He was charged with all these things, and he did not deny any of these claims.
I've been to court countless times for traffic. You know, you go to traffic court, it's always a pain in the ass. I hate it. And it's always my word against the driver. Do you think the judge ever ruled against my word? Cops, always. Their word is always the gospel truth in court. Always. So it's gonna because there's this assumption that the cops are always gonna tell the truth, that they always have integrity. I have integrity. I always told the truth. Never fucking lie. There's not a lot of cops out there like that. So you really think that a cop is going to say, oh, I didn't see the seatbelt, Your Honor? You cannot prove, what is this saying? You can't prove a negative? You can't prove that he didn't see it either. This is the problem. It's McNeil's word against the cops. It's very simple.
He only denied that, well, it's not raining. That's not the totality of the inclement weather statute. But when he said you didn't have a seatbelt on, he didn't deny the seatbelt violation not one time. And then there's people that's going to say, well, they pulled.
Again, I don't know what the court transcript says. I don't know what his lawyer said. Hey, listen, you better just do a plea deal. How many people do plea deals for murder when they claim they never committed murder on anybody, right? And they never murdered anybody, but hey, you're gonna get 25 years, or you could plead to this and you'll get 5 years. How often does that happen, Brandon? All the time in America. All the fucking time in America. So do not act like this is anything special or eye-opening to the world. It's how the system is done, and the system's extremely corrupt. So again, it's a load of bullshit. I do not know what the defense attorney said. Hey, you gotta plead to this, otherwise they're going after you for the 5 years, right? They're going after you for resisting. They want to put you in jail for 5 years. Defense attorneys, especially by the state, are extremely lazy. They want to get the plea deals done, and they want to get it out. They do not want to do work because they don't get paid.
The seatbelt off of him when he got out of the car. Yeah, because when he shut the door and was getting crazy and pulling his camera up, he put his seatbelt on. That's what he did. So he could say, look, I had my seatbelt on, but you didn't have your seatbelt on when you got pulled over.
How do you know, Brandon? you're taking the cop's word for it. That is impossible for you to state that as fact. If he took it off when he opened the door, put it back on. Here's what that's telling me right there. It's a force of habit. Close the door, put the seatbelt on. I could argue that's what my client does. Every time he gets in the car and he puts a seatbelt on, he immediately secures his seatbelt. So he was just acting as a motor response to what he normally does. Classically conditioned, got in the car, shut the door after the cop made contact and put a seatbelt right back on. It is impossible. And it is a lie for you to state that you know for certain whether or not he had his seatbelt on based on his admittance in court, because he could have said yes just to take a fucking plea deal. The fact that you're not acknowledging this means you're a fucking lying scumbag.
Roll the clip.
Only occurred because the deputies on scene were untrained as to their profession, but even worse still is that the responding officer was not wearing a seatbelt, and several of the other backup units also failed to use their headlights. It's a good thing that...
Time out. You can't make this up. The responding officer wasn't wearing a seatbelt. Well, police officers, anybody that know anything about policing, when you pull up to a traffic stop, many cops, when they hit the lights or whatever, they take their seatbelt off. Police officers are exempt from traffic violation laws in certain circumstances. Why would the officer pull his seatbelt off while he's conducting a traffic stop?
I don't want to get personal. This guy's a fucking clown. So he's saying that it's okay that because based on classical conditionings that when I pull up to a stop, I'm automatically going to take my seatbelt off. But he can't say that when the driver closes the door that he automatically puts a seatbelt on. Yeah, Brandon, you are a bootlicker.
Dang.
Pick a side. You are fucking licking on these boots so hard, the black leather is tainting your tongue. You look like a chow dog at this point.
Because if suspect number one takes off running, you can get out of the car and react. If suspect number one pulls a gun on you, you can maneuver and react. Cops do not have to wear a seatbelt when conducting a traffic stop if they believe or deem that it is reasonable to take the seatbelt off.
And a driver doesn't have to have the seatbelt down when the car is in park either. Car was pulled over in park. The only time that the responding or initiating traffic stop cop saw that he wasn't wearing a seatbelt was after he started to make contact coming up close to the door. Hey, you didn't have your seatbelt on. Well, that's because I put the car in gear and I was reaching for my wallet to get it ready for you for the fucking traffic stop. So I had to take my seatbelt off. Brandon, you cannot be this disingenuously stupid and still think that you have an ounce of credibility, especially in the topic of law enforcement.
For all these various reasons that I mentioned. And then when we talk about headlights, the lights and sirens control the lights of the vehicle.
Nope.
They control the lights of the vehicle. So when you turn your light...
When the lights are on, every vehicle, to my knowledge, when the lights are on, they alternate flash. When they're off, they don't. I did this content when all vehicles pulled up, the headlights were not activated. Squad number 2 pulls up, puts in park, pins this guy in, and then turns his lights on. The other squads that come up that are caught on body camera, their headlights are not alternatingly flashing with that being activated all the way into code 3. They're not. I'm sorry, they're not. So again, know what you're talking about, Brandon.
It's on. It takes over headlights, upper lights, and all kinds of lights. Also,
in stage 1, the way that ours were, only in the back, so that I could be on a traffic stop and it's a car that has disabled auto. I got to wait for a tow. I don't want the car in front of me being blinded by my red and blues going on, so I put it in toggle 1, and the red lights and my tail lights and my strobes in the back are going to be on to identify the drivers coming up. Hey, I'm on a stop here. Some of you have seen it. You go past and the lights aren't in front or not. The second position is no strobes. It is only red and blues. That's it. The third position is red and blues, or blues if you're in Chicago, reds if you're in New York, blues if you're in Boston, and the strobes flash. The strobes are connected to the headlights. We did not see the strobes going off in the headlights as these guys pulled up.
Oh, officers are not obligated, depending on the circumstances, to follow traffic laws. They have
just say officers are hypocritical pieces of shit. I have an easier time accepting that.
To drive with due regard, and they have all of these exemptions that you can find right in the law. You can look it up yourself, or you want me to give you the chapter and verse, I can. But officers are not.
Why, when you can't even fucking describe inclement weather properly?
Damn.
Obligated to abide by all the traffic laws, especially when they're responding code 3, responding to an incident. That's why you can see a police officer sitting on the side of the road with no lights on. That's why a police officer can respond to the scene and go past the speed limit. If the officers had to abide by every traffic law, then they'll be in trouble right now because they were speeding to get to this thing. If a person decides to drive off in a police officer, they can't pursue because then they'll be breaking the law of going over the speed limit. There's exemptions from officers in the law depending on the circumstances, and these circumstances don't necessitate police officers to follow every traffic law. Roll the clip.
That means, and here's where you're a hypocritical liar as well too, they were operating their vehicles normally before going code 3 to the stop, which means they were driving without their headlights on. And here's where I may be wrong. Maybe they were parked. Maybe these cops were parked doing reports. Maybe they were parked doing running radar, drinking coffee, and their lights were off. When they started to drive, or if they were driving, their headlights were not on. So again, Brandon, you are wrong.
It wasn't unlawful to do so, but let's pretend that it was. And by refusing to identify here, McNeil was breaking the law.
Yes, sir. Is there a reason why you're popping the door open like that?
I don't have a window that works.
Look how tinted these windows are. Somebody want to tell me how you can tell whether or not this guy was wearing his seatbelt? Well, based on the fact he opened the door and the seatbelt was off? How can you defend that? How can you defend that? That's happened to me before. Hey, just so you know, you didn't have your seatbelt on. I just took it off. I just took it off on the stop here.
Right.
I better been damn sure.
War Master said cops are not exempt from traffic laws. They rarely get prosecuted for traffic laws. Yeah, they be speeding. They be on their laptop, phone, iPad, and BlackBerry. Telling you to get off your phone.
Or I saw it, A, to stop the vehicle in the first place. B, cars no longer have, I think in the late 90s were the last times you had really full transparent windows. They don't have them anymore. It was so easy to see inside of it. You could see in a dash cam, look, he's not wearing a seatbelt. Those days are gone. It's not possible with window tint like this to state for certain you saw the driver without his seatbelt. It's a little 2-inch piece of cloth material by about 3 to 4 inches where the shoulders are at. Can't see it.
Is there a reason that you're pulling me over?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a reason why I'm pulling you over. For one thing, inclement weather, you don't have your lights on. 2 things, you're not wearing your seatbelt.
It's daylight.
3,
I don't need the lights. And it's not weather.
Don't forget, this is 4 o'clock, 4:20 in the afternoon, 4:18. And where's the rain, Brandon? It's not raining. Where's the inclement weather?
It's daylights, I don't need the lights, and it's not raining. That's not, he's wrong, right? Daylight is not the parameters here. And then you can see rain droplets on his car. So while he was driving, it is raining.
No, it is not. Go outside, Brandon. Go outside until you get rained on. Stand outside. Let me stand above you on a ladder. Let me piss on you. And let me say, hey, Brandon, am I currently pissing on your face? Or is there resonance of my urine because I stopped pissing on your face 30 seconds ago and the dewdrops of my body's excrement fluid still on your face? Why is your clothing still wet, Brandon?
Dewdrops.
Again, you are dying on this hill because you don't want to see cops wrong. And lately, you fucking hate black people. It's all over your content.
So none of that's a moot point.
He said he was not going to get personal, and this man done went straight personal.
It's not raining.
This is inclement.
It's not raining.
Notice how he glanced right over that again. Just go, oh, that's a moot point. No, it's not. It's the entirety of the stop. It's an extremely, extremely important point to take a look at.
Parameters here. And then you can see rain droplets on his car. So while he was driving, it is raining. So none of that that's a moot point. Roll it.
It's not raining.
This is inclement.
It's not raining.
Okay, I'm not arguing with you. I'm telling you why I'm pulling you over. Give me your driver's license, registration, proof of insurance.
No, call your supervisor. Why?
Excuse me?
Call your supervisor. Why did you pull me?
I've never seen anybody keep the door open that wide when it is raining. And yeah, I do know culture. The black community is very big on their shoes. They don't like them dirty. Can't step on them. Can't scuff on them. Do we really think that a black kid is going to have his shoes
The Jordans on the taxis
outside of the vehicle where it's currently raining and going to potentially ruin them? I don't see anybody kind of, hey, officer, it's raining. What do you need? We don't see any rain falling whatsoever. But according to Brandon, it's magic rain. It's magic rain that's happening right now.
77, 35. I'm proper driver. I've already told you.
Why did you pull me over?
Step out of the vehicle.
No.
Step out of the vehicle.
Specifically, this.
See, the kid was being a bit of an asshole. I'm not gonna overlook that. The kid was being a bit of a know-it-all and a bit of an asshole. But let's go.
This would be resisting, obstructing, and delay in Florida, as they do not have a refusal to ID law. Next, Tatum thinks that the officers used a proportionate amount of force for the situation.
All right, as we move forward into this, we're going to get into the use of force portion. Based on all the totality information of the body camera footage we have seen in this last week, and now with the expert testimony of professional Brandon Tatum, who completely negated the concept of what definitions are and molded them in to his narrative for his spin, I have the position the traffic stop was illegal. There was no probable cause for the traffic stop. That's my position. There was no inclement weather, and you cannot definitively determine whether or not the driver had his seatbelt on. If he pled to that in court, that's part of his plea deal, and whatever him and his attorney at the time discussed, that does not prove that he was not wearing his seatbelt or that he actually was aware that it was raining. We all see.
One master said, I don't like ghetto folk. I said what I said.
The evidence from it, there is no rain, no running water, no droplets, no officers shielding themselves or kind of like wiping anything from rain that was coming down. It was not raining. There was no inclement weather and no way of determining the seatbelt. Therefore, the probable cause for the stop was bad. I believe this was an illegal seizure and a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Now, if it was correct, if it was lawful, now we're going to go, because apparently Tatum thinks it was, we have to look at the use of force that is going to be used on taking McNeil into custody.
Yeah, they'll beat you up.
Do the cops have a lawful right to take him, to remove him from the vehicle? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Can they break the window? Yes, they can. So I'm fine with get out of the car. No, it's obstructing. Fine, it's passive resistance. Am I fine with them breaking the window? Sadly, if it's lawful, yes. So we're going to act as if it's lawful, which it wasn't, and we're going to sit there and listen to what the points are that Tatum argues with.
Because he's a bootlicking moron.
The law requires that a person comply with the police officer's commands during a traffic stop.
To understand why, let's look at the law that Tatum fails to explain in his obvious GPT article. Reasonable force is determined by two cases, Graham v. Connor and Tennessee v. Garner. Together, they've created use of force guidelines for law enforcement.
Okay.
First,
Tennessee versus Garner is a fleeing felon, and I believe, like in Illinois, there was 15, I don't know what is that now, 15 fleeing felon cases or incidents where you could shoot somebody using deadly force, if you will. And Graham v. Connor is objectively reasonable standard and the officers, the totality of the circumstances, the severity of the crime. So again, let's say this was a lawful stop, no seatbelt, headlights were out. How severe was this crime? Now, they're not taking him into custody for that. They're taking him into custody for passive resistance, which they've said many times, non-violent resistance. So he's not fleeing and he's not fighting. For all intents and purposes, he's sitting like a protester, arms locked on the side of the road saying, I'm not moving. Move me. So what's the severity of the crime? What's the totality of the circumstances, and what's the standard that other objectively reasonable officers would deem the force was necessary to take him into custody?
Court must judge the officers based on the Fourth Amendment's objective reasonableness test. This requires officers to base their use of force on the totality of the facts and circumstances. Here, the entire case for the deputies fails immediately due to the insufficient probable cause.
Hold on. The state attorney's office deemed that they followed the law and there was nothing criminal in their use of force.
Brandon, the state's attorney's office initially prosecutes before all this happens, right? Go to traffic court, go to state court, because now it's a criminal charge. It's the state's job to prosecute. They get with, the state winds up calling the officer and reviews the case, and they send it through for prosecutorial purposes, and then they make a plea deal. I will bet anything this was pled. That McNeil didn't fight this because he didn't know he could. That he went on the advice of counsel and said, okay, I'll plead guilty to this.
See, a lot of cops try to act like they're this type of cop that has a little bit of experience with law, because he's actually going into stuff that a lawyer would go into. I'm not gonna lie, Tatum is just kind of, never mind.
It's fine. $2,000 fine, and you're on probation for 18 months, right? The state, it's their job to prosecute. So before your argument ensues that they didn't find anything wrong with the stop, they're not going to be looking for anything wrong with the stop. They are acting on the guise that every single stop is completely fucking lawful. The state never looks and goes, I've never had this before. Never in my career. You talk to a state attorney, it's a DUI, it's a subject fleeing from a domestic, it's a retail theft. Whenever a vehicle is pulled over that's connected to a crime, either a traffic stop, violations, a equipment violation or moving violation, and then the result of that is you get cannabis, you get a warrant arrest, retail theft subject, domestic subject, whatever it is. The state has never said, hey, yeah, officers, are you sure that your stop was legal? They've never said that. I have said, I pulled a RO observed, and then I put in the report the observation of the reason why I did the traffic stop. Vehicle crossed the double yellow lines with his left front and rear tires. Vehicle failed to use a turn signal when entering in the westbound lane. Vehicle did not come to a complete stop at the traffic indicated stop sign. Vehicle X, Y, and Z was observed to be doing 35 miles an hour in a 20 mile an hour zone, as observed on my properly calibrated radar detector mounted on my dash that I've been trained and certified to use. They never said, oh yeah, are you sure about all that? So when you're going to say the state never, it's because the state never fucking wastes their time to dig into whether or not the cop actually did their job the right way, because they're acting on the information as if the cops have integrity and they always do things the right way. Right. So what you're about to say coming out of your mouth is the stupidest fucking thing in the world.
Right. Where is this guy getting his theology from? This is not something that hasn't been litigated yet. This is not a brand new occurrence. This happened in February. He brought his complaint like a couple days ago or whatever when he released this video. This was investigated internally, investigated from the state's attorney's office.
I arrested 40 DUIs. 40 DUIs in 2015. Myself and my partner, Matt, who we did a live podcast a couple weeks ago. If you watch our lives that we do on Wednesday, 9 p.m. Eastern, you can take your calls in on Cop Talk Live. Matt and I were in competition who could do the most DUIs that year, and they were all righteous. I mean, they were all righteous DUIs, and I cannot stand people who drive drunk. 40 between January 1st and the last DUI I think I wrote was late September of that year, maybe September, October. I never went to court once. Never. All of my DUIs were pled down by our village attorney. Village attorney goes in because it's a money-making scheme. All right, well, and they normally plead it down to reckless driving. So by Brandon Tatum's logic, I want to present this as the People's Exhibit A. I never arrested anyone for reckless driving. It was either equipment violation, speeding with a marked indicated number violation, usually 13 miles an hour or over, maybe a traffic collision, anything. One guy was sleeping at the wheel of his car. There was not one charge ever. Pay attention, Brandon. Pay attention. I know you were a cop for just the ink wasn't even dry on your fucking academy certificate yet, and then you quit law enforcement. But out of all the 40 DUIs I arrested, not one charge ever was reckless driving. Reckless driving is kind of hard to prove too. You have to sit there and articulate the circumstances of the road, the conditions, the driver's actions. It's not that easy to prove. There were a lot of my cases that were pled down from DUI to reckless driving. Well, wait a second. That means the driver has on their criminal history and their license, they were convicted of reckless driving. How could somebody help me understand this? Because maybe I'm not as intelligent as I think I was, right? I scored a 16 on my high school ACT. I'm a community college dropout. I went for one semester, dropped out. So I'm not a very intelligent man. But if I never stopped anybody, if I never issued a citation of reckless driving, how could they have reckless driving on the conviction of their driving criminal history? Oh, it's part of the fucking plea deal. Brandon, tell us you know nothing about law enforcement without telling us you know nothing about law enforcement.
And they deem that there is nothing there. Now, you could say Graham versus Connor and the use of force case law, but none of that applies here clearly because they were all deemed to be acting according to the law within reason. Roll the clip.
Echo Charlie Whiskey on a silver Kia. I don't like this.
But if the vehicle extraction was lawful, the amount of force used must take into consideration the severity of the crime, whether the suspect poses an immediate threat, and whether they were actively resisting or attempting to flee. By now, you may have heard that McNeil had a knife, but who the fuck doesn't? It was never in his hand, and upon review of the video, he never even reached for it, despite
This is the thing that people don't think about with him. He has a big serrated knife that's probably 12 inches long on his floorboard. Who rides around with a knife like this? It's not real.
I do. I ride around with a K-bar, Brandon. You know what a K-bar is? I ride around in the K-bar.
Niggas ride around with a damn saber. Yeah, you do gotta catch them on camera, else they'll definitely take their side. Absolutely. And even if you catch them on camera, they still take their side.
Bar between my seat and the gear column for the purpose of cutting my seatbelt off. God forbid I am pinned in the vehicle in an accident. I carry a folding knife in my left pocket. If I'm pinned, I cannot get to my folding knife because I'm short and I'm wide and my hips are against the door. I cannot remove that knife from my pocket. So the K-bar is for my right hand access to come up and slice the seatbelt off if I am pinned in the car. I carry a knife. I don't know what else to tell you. Well, don't forget, Brandon Tatum,
Men should, as a man, you should carry a knife. That's what the pocket knife is for and stuff like that, you know? Come on now.
Stated he was resisting lawful orders, had a knife, and was in possession of drugs. Remember, that knife, Brandon, is on the floor. Wasn't really in his possession, because don't forget to. They're going to say, your defense attorneys for shitbags too. You have a gun broken down in the vehicle, carried lawfully. If I go traveling to the state, out of state, and I'm going to go to Michigan or Minnesota, up to my cousin's place and fire guns, I'm going to break them down. I'm going to secure them, lock them up, remove the ammunition from them, keep them in a separate pouch. I have my Illinois FOID firearms own identification card on me, and I'm going to have them in the trunk of the car. You could say I had a gun, because I did. but no one's talking about the circumstances of it. You want to stretch this, Brandon. Don't forget, you sensationalized this off the bat. You fucking are part of this problem.
Reasonable to have a knife like this. People in the comment section or anybody watching this, how many of y'all drive around with a hunting knife this big laying on your floorboard? Nobody carries a knife like this. Does that mean he can't? But that also speaks to his character and speaks to the danger.
Wait, what did you just say, Brandon? What did you just say? I want to hear that part again.
Doesn't mean he can't.
Hunting knife this big laying on your floorboard. Nobody carries a knife like this. Does that mean he can't?
Does that mean he can't? Look at you, you're so fucking afraid to admit you're wrong. You're a lying, corrupt cop apologist scumbag. You have zero credibility in this topic. You need to remove Officer Brandon Tatum. You are poisoning the profession of law enforcement every time you open your fucking mouth on this topic.
But that also speaks to his character and speaks to the danger that was present when they were conducting the traffic stop.
What danger was present, Brandon? Because now if that's the case, so now you want to say pre-crime? Is that what you're saying? So he had a knife. How was he dangerous? Because I didn't see him pick it up and get ready to slash the fucking cops who wound up punching him. He stood there, sat there with his hands like this, his arms folded. Never once was there any furtive movement where he reached down to the floor. So if he was that fucking dangerous, why didn't he grab the knife? Why didn't he fight back? Why was he so passive in his resistance? Brandon, you hate black people. I get it. I understand it. It's fine. Black people have a significant problem from within their community with the culture that is committing 52 to 53% of the violence in America right now, and you are willing to pin it on any fucking kid who breaks the law, has a baggie of weed on him, and has dreads. I get it. You have a bias. Remember in the beginning of this video, Brandon, you stated, get rid of your biases. It is impossible, and it is completely irresponsible for you to state the state of mind that this subject was in, or his—
That's fucking crazy. My mind is blown right now to see this man say this.
intentions, because you don't fucking know. If that's the case, then every one of these backwood hillbilly motherfucking cops that were on this stop were looking to lynch a fucking black man. They couldn't wait to get this nigger out of the car and beat the shit out of him.
Whoa. 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 Yo, he said it. Hold up.
Back. Why was he so passive in his resistance? Brandon, you—
Man, he made him say the hard R.
hate black people. I get it. I understand it. It's fine. Black
Hulk Hogan all over again, y'all.
people have a significant problem from within their community with the culture that is committing 52 to 53% of the violence in America right now, and you are willing to pin it on any fucking kid who breaks the law, has a baggie of weed on him, and has dreads. I get it. You have a bias. Remember in the beginning of this video, Brandon, you stated, get rid of your biases. It is impossible, and it is completely irresponsible for you to state the state of mind that this subject was in or his intentions, because you don't fucking know. If that's the case, then every one of these backwood hillbilly motherfucking cops that were on this stop were looking to lynch a fucking black man. They couldn't wait to get this nigger out of the car and beat the shit out of him.
Whoa. Whoa. What that said, bruh? You know something's wrong when War Master says, bruh. The party came out of nowhere. What's good, party? Good God Almighty. Yeah, whoa. Let me we gotta run that back. Whoa. We gotta run that back, y'all.
Corrupt cop apologist.
That rain is legendary.
Scumbag. You have zero credibility in this topic. You need to remove Officer Brandon Tatum. You are poisoning the profession of law enforcement every time you open your fucking mouth on this topic.
But that also speaks to his character and speaks to the danger that was present when they were conducting the traffic stop.
What danger was present, Brandon? Because now if that's the case, so now you want to say pre-crime? Is that what you're saying? So he had a knife. How was he dangerous? Because I didn't see him pick it up and get ready to slash the fucking cops who wound up punching him. He sat there with his hands like this, his arms folded. Never once was there any furtive movement where he reached down to the floor. So if he was that fucking dangerous, why didn't he grab the knife? Why didn't he fight back? Why was he so passive in his resistance? Brandon, you hate black people. I get it. I understand it. It's fine. Black people have a significant problem from within their community with the culture that is committing 52 to 53% of the violence in America right now, and you are willing to pin it on any fucking kid who breaks the law, has a baggie of weed on him, and has dreads. I get it. You have a bias. Remember in the beginning of this video, Brandon, you stated, get rid of your biases. It is impossible, and it is completely irresponsible for you to state the state of mind that this subject was in or his intentions because you don't fucking know. If that's the case, then every one of these backwood hillbilly motherfucking cops that were on this stop were looking to lynch a fucking black man. They couldn't wait to get this nigger out of the car and beat the shit out of him. That's your position. That's my position with all these cops and their mindset. You are fucking ruining law enforcement with your bullshit lies to defend disgusting cops.
Who knows? He probably wanted to pick it up and stab the officers, but he didn't have the courage to do it. You don't know. But
Dude, you are a piece of shit. You are a piece of shit. Brandon Tatum, if anybody takes this man seriously, they need their fucking head examined.
This is a dangerous, deadly weapon that he has right under on the floorboard. And if you watch what he's doing, he's not cooperating for.
I haven't heard anything, but I'm going to tell you something. If Brandon Tatum was right about this man, I haven't heard anything. Maybe we're going to hear it in the next fucking 20 minutes of this shit. But we didn't hear anything about McNeil's criminal history. Was there violence in McNeil's criminal history? Is he part of a gang? Because black gangs, to my knowledge, they don't really use knives to stab people. Puerto Ricans, that's a different story. If McNeil was a Puerto Rican, he had a knife, you better be careful. Yeah, Puerto Ricans use knives. So it's cultural right there, right? So does McNeil have a history of violent criminal behavior against persons or the police? Because if that was the case, Brandon Tatum would have been dry fucking that all over his content to be showing America how violent McNeil was. But instead, Brandon Tatum wants to go, he could have had a knife. He could have done this. He could have done whatever.
A large majority of the video that he did not play. All the times when he shut the door and the cop was like, you're under arrest, get out the car, get out.
All the times when he shut the door once, Brandon. How many times he shut the door, Brandon? You must have been the shittiest cop ever. This is why you left law enforcement. You have no concept of facts. All the times you closed the door, oh my God, I'm so pissed I never went to college and I should have been an attorney, defense attorney. I would have ripped this motherfucker up with all of his cases. All the times, Mr. or Officer Tatum? How many times? Because on the video, we only see one time that he closed the door. Why are you saying that it's plural? It's insane how this man is saying that he's gonna dispute and debunk Lackluster when his facts are insanely off.
Car. Who knows? He could have pulled that knife from somewhere else. You can't see what he's doing in the car.
If that's the case, Brandon, then why were no pistols drawn except for the one, right? The black cop who showed up had his pistol, which I don't know why, because there was no deadly force. Not one cop, I've talked about this again too, one of the last videos I did. McNeil, from a view that I didn't see, the black cop who showed up had his firearm drawn gangster style at McNeil through the windshield. But no one knew the knife was there. So what deadly force? Remember, it's force necessary to effect an arrest or to terminate life-threatening behavior based on the totality of the circumstances and the severity of the crime. So the black cop shows up and pulls his gun because headlights were off and his seatbelt was off. Brandon, You're trying to inflate this circumstance so that every one of your dumb two brain cell supporters says, oh shit, man, they should have shot this black guy on scene. Brandon, what you're doing is contributing to the escalation of use of force on American citizens based off of the fear tactic. You're giving credence to the perception of violence of cops, and you want it so that people get pulled over and it's Tackleberry from Police Academy. I'm not going to school. Pistol right out, fucking smoke canister right through the fucking windshield. You're advocating for this with just because you don't want the cops to be wrong. This is how you are killing the Constitution in your review. You need to be completely exposed and deplatformed if you continue this bullshit.
That knife could have not even been there. The knife could have been in the back seat. The knife could have been on the passenger seat, and he pulled it over there and put it on his foot. You know, like, these things do matter.
But he didn't, Brandon. He didn't. Holy fuck, are you stupid? The cops could have. They could have drank before. One of the cops could have stopped at the bar before the traffic stop and had a vodka and OJ. One of the other cops could have done a line of blow before. Maybe that's why he was so violent when he pulled up. Maybe one of the other cops increased his dosage of test from 250 to 700 for that week and said, man, I want to see what's going on. Maybe he had a violent tendency. So we don't know, Brandon. We don't know. You cannot. It's irresponsible. And the most important, it's not fucking legal. This is not how we plead cases in the United States, by assuming, well, Your Honor, for those of you who don't understand use of force, this is why stupid men like Brandon Tatum are the most dangerous mouthpieces for law enforcement, because Brandon Tatum, in his black excellence of conservative values, is telling you right here, it is 100% okay for the police to shoot and kill McNeil, because McNeil could have gone for a knife, which doesn't fit either Tennessee versus Garner or Graham v. Connor. How did this man pass through the academy? This is insane.
The totality of circumstances. That's how irrational this guy was in the present danger that the officers were in. Oh my God. Say that this is a deadly weapon. Just say it was a gun. It's the same premise. No, he wasn't reaching for the gun. But he got a gun right there that he could pick up and use against the cops. He got a knife he could use against the cops.
It's not illegal to have a knife on you. Maybe a fixed blade exceeding 4 inches. They'll charge him with that. UUW, unlawful use of weapon, which he wasn't using it. He was in possession of it. And Second Amendment, because it's California or Florida. Every one of you loves in Florida to have a gun, right? Florida absolutely fucking boasts being the most gun pro state in the union. Right. So why is this a problem? Brandon Tatum is losing this debate worse than I've ever fucking seen, and he's just pulling shit out of the fucking air to go against it, to go with his argument. I have never seen someone this unintelligent try to debate police tactics before.
These things do matter in the totality of circumstance when you're evaluating this circumstance. Roll it.
Officers lies on the police report, but we'll return to that point in a minute. McNeil was at best passively resisting an unlawful arrest and never attempted to flee. And the severity of the crime was—
I didn't see his eyes once go down to the floor where that big knife was, Brandon. Didn't see him once. But according to you, he was ready to fucking gut them all like fishes.
So incredibly low that nearly every officer that responded to the scene was in active violation of the same law.
There it is.
Every officer that
Look at those headlights. I don't see the headlights flashing. You got the strobe, the blue and red strobe going off, but the lights themselves are not flashing.
Responded to the scene was in active violation of the same law McNeil was originally pulled over for. No headlights, no headlights, no headlights. Not to mention that one—
That doesn't matter. I already said it is exempt. But when it comes to saying that a person is passive aggressive, this guy, the thing that reasonable—
Dear Lord, do I have to finish this? Yeah. I've never heard fucking such tap dancing and bullshit. Tatum needs to be a politician. He needs to run for office. Dang. The amount of fucking shit that is coming out of his mouth right now. He'd fit in. He spent so much time rubbing elbows with conservatives, and I'm anti-government. Both sides fucking suck. He has spent so much time going to premier events. He talks just like them.
People in the courts look at is what is the officer's observation of what's happening. If a person is just sitting there like this, that does not mean that they're not a threat. The threat level is that the person is non-compliant for the last X amount of time. When they knock the window out,
what was it? It was less than 3 minutes. He was non-compliant for less than 3 minutes, sat there having a conversation with the backup unit. Wasn't making threats, never used a swear word, never said, fuck you, make me get out of the car. I don't know, Brandon. I think you were a cop for 6 years. I'm thinking you were either behind a desk somewhere, maybe cataloging evidence, dispatch, something like that. I don't think you ever had any type of interactions with citizens because you know who's a threat and who is not.
The officer want to stun him while they're trying to open the door. That's nothing wrong with that. You can stun the guy to get him disoriented, to get him out back, so you can unlock the door and take care of business without you.
No, Brandon, actually you can't. It exceeds the use of force because the subject was not preventing them from doing anything. A stunning technique on the use of force continuum is meant to change the state and the behavior of the subject. Well, the subject's just sitting there. What did you want him to do? As glass is flowing at his face and people are coming in, do you want the subject to go in the direction of what the arms are coming in and the glass is what doing? He was just sat there. He just sat there. So the stunning technique was not a stunning technique. It was punishment. It was a frustrated, pissed off cop because like you, remember? Like you. Well, he had a knife. He could have done this. He could have done that. Well, the cops were pissed at a black man who was not obeying them, so they wanted to hurt him. It was not a stunning technique. It was punishment.
Just sitting there jangling with the door. Hold on, man. You good? Okay. You got a knife or gun in there? You grab it while I'm doing this right here. If an officer believes that, hey, let me...
Yeah, you can't do that, Brandon. You open the door, and then you got your pistol pointed at the... Don't move. Don't fucking move. I'm opening this door. You cover... So another officer opens the door. There's a lot of things you can do. Again, tactics. Apparently, you have never been on a traffic stop. The more you talk, the more I think Officer Brandon Tatum was kind of like an honorary title, like Shaquille O'Neal or Lou Ferrigno or Steven Seagal who got their badges. I think that's what you were like right there.
Stun him real quick. Get his, whatever you call it in law enforcement, get his OODA loop off. So
whatever you call it in law enforcement. Whatever you call Brandon, I don't think you were ever a cop.
He's kind of dazed.
An OODA loop, wasn't that being caught in a vicious cycle of something? What vicious cycle is he being caught in? He's sitting. I don't know.
I'm gonna do the door, and we're gonna get this thing done. We're gonna pull him out of the car. The officer can deem that that's necessary to execute an arrest.
God, I want to read your reports. And the officer got this thing doing. My God, is this horse shit? 15 minutes left. Dear God, someone fucking just help. 14 minutes. Someone help me.
When you never done this before and you don't know the height, suspicion, and things that go on like this, you would be like, oh, you just did it for no reason. Well, the courts evaluated and they didn't agree with you.
Plea deal.
Not the courts, but at least the prosecutor's office, they didn't agree with you.
Plea deal.
Roll the clip.
Plea deal. Plea deal. Don't accuse lackluster of not knowing what law enforcement is when you haven't said a fucking accurate thing about law enforcement in the last 21 minutes and 10 seconds.
And then he was ordered out of the vehicle. McNeil responded with, all right.
Step out now. They said, first of all, he's resisting. They told him to get out 7 or 8 times already. He said...
He's passive resisting, Brandon. Is this how you parent? You have kids, right? Go clean your room. Go clean your room. Do you rip them out of the chair when they sit there and they don't say anything? Because I want to hear you. I want to hear if you're pro this, then you have to be pro beating your kids. You have to. Discipline. Oh, straw man's argument. That's just shows your state of fucking mind. He's sitting there. Where's he gonna go? How the fight or flight human body response? The guy just had glass busted in on his face. Anybody ever get dumped? You ever go, your girlfriend drops you out of nowhere and you just sit there in complete disbelief of what happens? Didn't anybody see McNeil's face when they busted the windshield? He was in complete, utter stupefied shock of what was going on. Because he had, what's the big deal? I didn't have my lights on. He wasn't a hardened criminal. Baggie of weed, for the love of fucking God, it's a joke. Baggie of weed, large knife on the floor, fucking joke. McNeil was shocked as shit that 5 cops showed up. Somebody pointed a gun in his face. Not to mention, right here, Brandon, do you see this man, Brandon Tatum? Right here, I'll enlarge it. Here, while you're trying to explain that he should have gotten out of the fucking car, what is McNeil supposed to do? I would love for you to debunk this video, Brandon. I'm going to tag this. I'm going to title this, Officer Brandon Tatum is the stupidest man alive. So here's a guy with a gun pointed in his face, and you want this guy to move? He's going to move quickly, and he's going to get lit the fuck up with a hailstorm of bullets. This kid is damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. But according to Brandon Tatum, when you got glass being busted in your face after you trying to find out why you were pulled over in the first place, and a guy has a gun pointed at you, here's Brandon Tatum. Fucking jump. Come on, boy. Jump. Are you out of your fucking mind? This kid had no idea what was going on. We all talk about it in law enforcement, right? Because remember, let's talk about this as well, too. It's the cops when we talk about auditory exclusion, tunnel vision, when they get in something like a shooting, right? Cop will fire their gun 10 or 15 times, and you're not supposed to say, well, officer, how many times did you fire your gun? Shut the fuck up, ask for a lawyer, go to the hospital. No. Answer your supervisor right now. I shot 12 times. No, you actually shot 15. Because auditory exclusion, you didn't hear what was going on. Tunnel vision, you couldn't see what was going on. So why is it we only give that to the police? We only fucking afford that physical incidence of your sensory overload to the police. But the public, he just got fucking glass rained in on him, loud noise, got punched in the face, sees a fucking gun pointed at him, but you expect him to act like a normal human being? Brandon Tatum, you are the dumbest, most dangerous man in law enforcement. Shut the fuck up. Never critique incidents like this again.
He not. They break the window out, get out of the car. He refused. He got the doors locked. He's not opening the door. They had to knock the window out to get him out. Then they had
because if he fucking moves his hands, he's going to be shot by this cop who is right here, right where my cursor's going. You see his hands like this because he sees a fucking gun pointed at him. He sees a gun pointed at him, Brandon. You can't be this foolish. Get out of the car. Homeboy right there has his 45 pointed right at my face. I ain't fucking moving. Not until you give me permission to, and you tell me exactly what you want me to do.
Open the door and pull the seatbelt off of him to get him out. And people say he had a seatbelt. No, he put the seatbelt on during this traffic stop to cause this problem, right? Because then they can't just pull him out. They gotta undo the seatbelt and all that. He refused to get out. Then when they go to pull him out, he go, okay. But then he says, they go, put your hands behind your back. He said, no, don't touch me. He said, no, don't touch. He's holding this.
Fight or flight, Brandon. It's an automatic body response. No, don't touch me. Because he has no fucking clue what's going on. No clue what's going on. It is a natural response of the human body. I've talked about, again, this is how I know you were never a cop. Never. You get a pig pile, 5 cops beating the shit out of everybody. Stop resisting, just relax. When it is the natural human.
It's not even that. He getting pulled in different directions. One cop is pulling them left, another cop is telling him to go right, another cop is pulling him back, and then the other cop is telling him he getting pulled in different directions.
Body's response to protect themselves. He doesn't know what's going on, Brandon. He just got a fucking face full of glass, a punch in the face. He's getting ripped out of the car. A gun was pointed at his head.
He's getting punched while he's on the ground too, yo.
It's because he didn't have his lights on. Didn't have his lights on. And it wasn't raining. So now all of a sudden he thinks he's targeted. This kid is completely fucking defeated off the bat, thinking he's probably thinking the entire time, I'm going to fucking die. You think he's thinking about reaching for a knife? You think he's thinking about fucking resisting and fighting? The kid was probably sitting there going, I am going to fucking die today. God, are you such a piece of shit?
Arms resisting arrest. And this guy saying he was compliant. No, he wasn't. Roll it.
and likely would have allowed the deputies to remove him, cuff him, and put him in a cruiser. But instead, 3 deputies pulled him in.
How's he supposed to comply, Brandon, when they go right to a fucking headlock and a double armbar? What are you gonna do? We're all gonna resist.
Opposite directions while they punched him and threw him to the ground. In fact,
he
when
was
viewing
resisting.
the body cam frame by frame,
You know what? You're just a fucking vile human being. You're just a vile human being, Brandon. You know, it's like, God forbid one of your fucking family members is ever attacked or raped. It's like, well, you should have just gone along with the rapist and it would have been over quicker. That's your mindset. That's your mindset. Well, don't resist. Don't resist. It's impossible. It's an ingrained lizard brain, fight or flight, DNA, it's survival of the fittest, just hierarchy passed on genetic trait for all of us to prevent ourselves from being hurt. He was resisting. It's not possible, Brandon. It is physically fucking impossible not to tense up, not to try to shield yourself. You want him to go down fucking not protecting his face as they're taking him down to the ground, he's going to resist because you automatically do this. You were never a cop. It's not possible. It is not possible Brandon Tatum was ever a police officer. I am calling complete bullshit on this.
McNeil can be seen putting his hands behind his back before saying, no, don't punch me.
Hold on. Listen to this guy. He said, McNeil said, no, don't punch me. Where does he get no, don't punch me? If a guy is wrestling with the cops, he's not saying, no, don't punch me when nobody punched him. He's saying, don't touch me. He's telling.
Man is literally getting punched. Lord have mercy.
Telling them, don't touch me.
He was punched or automatically once already, Brandon. How does anybody take this man seriously?
He was sitting in his car and he just got snuffed. And this man said he didn't get punched.
He was punched when they broke through the window. They punched him in the face. So maybe he forgot the word again. Don't punch me again. Even if he said, don't touch me. Whatever the case is, Brandon, I don't understand. I cannot comprehend why you are fighting so. You have made the biggest fool of yourself with this video.
And this guy is saying that he said, don't punch me. The transcript that was put into the video associated with the body worn camera has don't touch me. I hear him say, don't touch me. Why would this guy say that he said don't punch me?
I don't understand why you take the smallest.
Somebody that just got punched in the face is saying, please don't punch me. Amazing.
Of things, and you're mocking Lackluster for this on what word he said. I've never been more embarrassed for anyone than I am of you right now. For you right now. I feel so sorry for you right now.
It's the craziest thing ever. Roll the clip.
It's the craziest thing ever. Somebody heard don't punch me. Don't punch, touch, punch, touch. The similarity between the words. I mean, holy shit, you can clearly hear how non-dissimilar they are. Oh my God.
They forced his arms behind his back.
But despite Neil saying don't.
Time out. They forced his arms behind his back, and just because they got his arm here, he's still resisting. He's not here with his arms behind his back. He's resisting, and they're pulling his arms behind his back.
I'm doing this for you guys. Yeah, Brandon, because when he's going to be taken down to the ground, he's trying to break his fall. I don't put your hands behind your back, Brandon. Nobody behind you, and fall on the ground. Smack your face. Let's see what you do. Let's see if you keep your hands behind your back. I cannot believe how hard this fool is trying to qualify his argument. I said it before, I have never seen a more stupid human being than Brandon Tatum.
He's not complying. Complying would be As soon as he got out the car. No, he said, no, don't touch me. And then they pulled it.
I'm not going to lose it. You can't. I'm going to try and calm down. You can't comply when two guys jump on you immediately, Brandon. You can't. You just can't. I am so glad you put this up here. This is insane. You have literally exposed yourself in the best way possible. No one should ever take you seriously again.
And one hit him in the face. Like, they had to wrestle this guy to the ground. He's looking for a payday, clearly. He wants to fight. He wants to get it out so he can say, oh, they abused me and I want a payday. Roll the clip.
Punch me.
No, don't touch
Step
me.
out now. All right.
Stop, pause it. Go back a little bit, Nick. All right, right there. I want to play the little words in this guy's video. Play it. No. Watch this.
Step out now. All right.
Pause.
What fucking difference does it make? Punch, touch, they're both the same thing. You're making contact with a human being. What does it matter, Brandon? This is how you try to debunk shit? Continue.
Even in this guy's own notes on the side, when she added, don't punch me, he say, no. They're saying, put your hands behind your back. No. He's saying, no. He's resisting. Don't touch me. That's what he's saying. He's resisting. He didn't get out and comply. He didn't get out and say, okay, officers, I'm giving up. Here, I'm putting my hand behind the back. He gets out and stands.
It's kind of hard to comply when somebody pulls you right out of the door. You want answers for something, and you're getting punched and you're getting double arm barred. Literally, he's got both hands behind his back, and the initial traffic cop is pulling him down in a front, two hands front, and then uppercuts him, and his hands are behind his back. Brandon, you can't defend this. You can't. It's not. You're not a good human being. You are not a good human being.
Up and said, don't touch me, and he's resisting, and it take 3 or 4 officers to force his hands behind his back, and he would still be standing up fighting him if the officer didn't check him on the chin.
Brandon, what was he fighting? Oh man, my blood pressure is through the roof. I've never heard a more disgusting fucking human being than Brandon Tatum shoot his mouth off like this.
That officer believed that utilizing that level of force is what executes the arrest, and did it or did it not. He was fighting.
What executes the arrest? Affects the arrest. You were never a cop. Never.
He was standing up. They trying to get his arms behind his back. When he hit him on the chin, that's when he complied and went down to the ground. Passively. He still wasn't putting his hands behind his back where they can handcuff. All this is happening.
Brandon, you're in Texas, right? You think you're in Texas? Fly me out. Let me fucking punch you in the face, and let's see if you'll put your hands behind your back. Let's do this. Let's raise money for this. I get to punch you in the fucking face to see whether or not you can have your hands behind your back. I want to see if that works. We'll do that. Just let me know if we're going to do that.
In the seconds. Now, people who prosecute this stuff and people who are reasonable understand how this stuff happens in seconds. There's a slight delay, right? Meaning that don't do this and the guy says boom. He could be doing boom while they finally got his arm here. This stuff is happening in seconds. So a prosecutor is not going to look at this and say, well, technically, if you look at the 1/100,000th of a second, he kind of punched him as his arm was going back. So technically.
Yes, prosecutors will do that because they talk about the study of when police officers get in shootings to justify why cops will shoot people in the back. They will say, well, wait a second, the officer's perception of a threat visually processed by his brain or his eyes into his brain sends signals down his spinal cord for the officer to take his pistol out, come up on fire. By the time the officer pulled the trigger, the subject had already turned around, but the processing was still going on. Once again, hypocrisy. So you will use this and say that they don't do this when they do it for cops all the fucking time. Low light condition shootings. Well, the officer thought the perception of what was in the subject's hands was a gun when it was actually a cell phone. So you're not willing to do it for a subject, but you're willing to do it for cops. Completely insane.
His arm is back and his fist is here, right on hit his beard hit a little string of hair on his chin. Technically, it contacted his body at the 1/1000 millionth of a second. And then in his mind, he was thinking about complying, so the officer was wrong. Nobody's thinking about that. These things are happening, and they give leeway to officers on the circumstances and how fast things are moving. Roll the clip. Once he hit him, he went down.
Clerk added subtitles that read, "Don't touch me."
He hit him because he went down because he's got another guy on his back forcing him down, Brandon.
No.
Seconds before being punched a second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh time.
8.
Lackluster and licorice.
He was hit in total of 8 times. The initial traffic officer punched him through the window, hit him with the uppercut. Backup officer struck him 6 times about the body when they were putting him into custody. 8 times total.
Behind your back! I'm resisting! Behind your back!
So stop right there. This dude has a problem with the punches in the thighs. First of all, that's not the same officer. The responding officer back there was punching him in the thighs to get.
That just means they all couldn't wait for him to get out of the car to beat the shit out of a black man. They were all jonesing. They needed their fix of fucking racial profiling that day. Man, the hole you have dug is insane.
Now he justifying him getting his thighs punched.
God, I cannot believe. Wow.
Get him to comply, to put his hands behind his back, fully compliant. It's not compliant because your hands are not here anymore. It's not compliant when your hands are here. It's not compliant when your hands are here. It's not compliant when your hands are here. It's compliant when your hands are where the officer wants your hands so he can put the handcuffs on. Just because your hands are near your back.
No, it's not compliant when they're at, because they can still resist, Brandon. There's no compliance. Even when the cuffs are on, somebody can wind up resisting. So it's compliance when the fucking subject completely goes limp and says, okay, I'm done. So you don't even know what compliance is.
Doesn't mean that you've complied. So officers hitting him in reasonable leg strikes to get him to comply fully with their commands to
objectively reasonable standard and the severity of the crime. At this point, the severity of the crime was passive resisting, refusing to come out of the car, and he's reacting to being punched in the face and being ripped out of the car, being punched in the face again while somebody's holding his arms behind his back. I say that it is extremely justifiable that a human being's automatic body response system to protect themselves from physical violence trumps the concept that he was physically resisting the cops trying to put them in arrest. They were not trying to take him into custody. They were trying to beat the shit out of him.
Put your hands behind your back so that they can handcuff him. And this guy is not on the ground with him, so they don't know the level of resistance that he's putting up against the officers. You can't see it. You're not there. You're not physically on this guy. If he was not resisting, it would have taken one officer to put his hands on his back. But all these officers had to jump on him. One had to punch him and do all this just to get his hands on his back. And it's not unreasonable for an officer to hit him in the legs to get him to comply. Now, if you see him complying and the officer still punching him and beating him and hitting him in the face, then we'll have a different scenario. The officer's punching him in the legs. Once he feel like the guy has fully complied, he stop punching his legs. That's reasonable.
You just went on this big tangent. You just went on this whole thing about the length of time and the prosecution is taken into consideration. So he just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then I feel he's not resisting anymore. He blasted him 6 times, legs, up, lower torso, and then he just stopped. He didn't feel anything. He just stopped. It wasn't a decision to stop punching him based on the feel. He got his licks in that he wanted to, and then he stopped. You are contradicting yourself with every new segment of your counter debate to Lackluster, as Lackluster just kicked the shit out of you. And I'm just, this is insane. This is unbelievable.
Punching him in the face. He wasn't trying to elbow him in the spine. He was punching him in the thighs to get him to comply. Reasonable use of force.
Not even fucking close.
Based on the officer's belief that they're doing what they need to do to execute an arrest.
I've never heard that. Yeah, use of force. Well, it's based on the officers believing what they need to do to execute an arrest. It's force necessary to effect an arrest based on the totality of the circumstances, the objectively reasonable standard, and the severity of the crime at hand. Brandon, oh my God, you are clueless about this profession.
Simple, man. Roll the clip.
Same clerk added officer unintelligible when the officer yells clearly, "Stop fighting," before punching McNeil in the legs and lower body several times, though McNeil already had his hands behind his back despite being punched.
Time out. He don't have the right hand behind his back. The officer is pulling his left hand behind his back. His right hand is not connected to his left hand.
Yeah, you know what would have made more sense instead of punching him then? Than helping to pull that fucking hand behind his back. Doesn't that kind of make sense, Brandon? But go ahead.
Hands are not behind his back like this. One is halfway behind his back being pulled by one officer. The other one is not even behind his back. It's kind of hanging out to the side because he's resisting. What do you mean his hands are behind his back? Because you see one arm that had to be forced back there. You're saying his hands are behind. No, one arm is forced back there. The other one is not even connected where you can put handcuffs on him. It's still hanging off to the side over there. His hands are not behind.
Here's what I see. Somebody leaning. Here we go. You got him. Initial traffic stop officer, Fatty McGee, is forcing his face down into the ground. So I got a question for you, Brandon. If somebody is rubbing your face into the concrete, are you just going to fucking just comply? Just comply. That's number one. Number two, you got an officer twisting his arm one back way. That's to gain compliance. Here's a hand with the black hand here. I don't even know what they're doing. There's no pressure on him. No attempt to get the cuffs. So that's a useless hand. This is a useless hand here. And I don't know what this hand is doing. So we have a free hand. What is it doing? Punching instead of securing the hand in the handcuffs. So they're so worried about the hand. How come this hand is doing nothing? This hand is doing nothing. And two hands are being held on his head. Why? Because this is force necessary to effect arrest. Anybody with a brain in their head knows this.
Behind his back. Roll it.
Face twice, thrown to the ground, and having his face mashed into the pavement. After the incident, Deputy Bowers wrote in his incident report, the suspect was reaching for the floorboard of the vehicle where a large knife was sitting. This was obviously written to obfuscate the truth so idiots like Tatum would point and say, "See, had knife," and to justify what he already knew was excessive force.
Not one time, and I'm gonna be done with it now because it's pointless. I've already debunked everything he said in this video. No,
you haven't. You've made yourself look like the biggest fucking lying piece of shit on the planet. But go ahead.
It's more. I'll play a little bit more. But not one time did anybody say that any justification was even argued because he had a knife in the car.
I'm sorry, Brandon. What was that again? Hang on.
One time did everything he said in this video. No, it's more. I'll play a little bit more. But not one time did anybody say that any justification was even argued because he had a knife in the car. People only brought up the knife, including the sheriff, was simply because they're explaining the totality of the danger in this situation.
Brandon Tatum. Anthony McNeil's arrest was justified. He was resisting lawful orders, had a knife, and was in possession of drugs. Brandon, your own words. This is how any normal person reads this. He was resisting lawful orders and he had a knife. Holy shit, he had a knife while he was resisting. Brandon, you are a fucking liar.
The guy's literally resisting arrest for several minutes, shutting the door, locking the door, and doing all that, and he has a knife on the floorboard. This guy which is a deadly weapon in close proximity to him. But that doesn't have nothing to do with anything else because nobody argued that. I didn't argue it in my op-ed. The sheriff didn't argue it. Nobody's arguing that they did this because he had a knife. They're just explaining that this guy had a weapon in close proximity. And I don't know what the officer saw. I wasn't there. They the ones undoing.
Whoa. You don't know what the officer saw, right? You don't know that. But clearly, if we go back to the beginning of this with the traffic stop portion, you said the officer observed him not wearing a seatbelt. You observed that. That's what you said, right? So now which is it? You don't know what the officer saw? Or you do know what the officer saw? The level of clairvoyancy you have, Brandon, is unbelievable. You need to be teaching classes.
They could undo the thing and see the knife right there. They may not want to draw attention to the knife because they don't want him to grab the knife. I don't know. But
you didn't watch the body camera footage. You did not watch the body camera footage. 49 seconds after the initial punch through the glass window, The cover officer stated there's a large knife. 49 seconds. He was already out of the vehicle. So we do know. You didn't watch the body camera footage.
There, you're gonna have an uphill battle to try to argue that the officer did see or didn't see something when he was right there. You're not gonna win that in court. The officer's gonna say, yeah, I saw it, but I didn't want to say nothing because I didn't want him to grab the knife. I didn't want to draw attention to it. The officer can say whatever you want to say. The fact that you're not there, you don't know what they saw and what they were feeling and what their justification was. It's really according to what they've said, and the limited body-worn camera can give you insight in part to what they thought, saw, and feel, and the reason why they reacted the way they did.
So if that's the case, then we know the traffic stop was illegal because we didn't see any inclement weather. We could not observe the seatbelt being worn, and 49 seconds after the window was punched and the subject was already removed from the vehicle, they observed the knife. Thank you, Brandon. We agree. We finally agree on something.
But here's another, it goes a little further, and I'm gonna finish it here. Roll it.
Face it, if the officer didn't know that it was excessive force, why lie about it in the report?
Soon after McNeil was outside his car, officers found a large, unsheathed serrated knife on the driver's side floorboard.
But the fact is, the deputy knew that the incident was being recorded from inside the vehicle, which clearly showed that McNeil never even so much as glanced towards the knife.
Pause. This is exactly rebutting his own point. The officer knew McNeil was recording. He had his own body-worn camera recording. Now, why would you think an officer would tell a complete lie when he know the guy's recording it?
Because it was a different officer, you fucking retard. The initial officer. Go watch the body cam. You didn't watch the body camera footage. No one should take you seriously. Oh my God, would please somebody flood Brandon Tatum's DMs with this video? Because the first contact officer who made the traffic stop was the one who said, I'm recording too. He knew about it. The secondary officer, he's the one who we're now looking from the body camera footage because Miller wasn't the one who pulled him over. I think it was Bowman was. He's the one who went in there and pulled it off. He didn't know he was recording. He's the one who said on the body camera footage to Bowman, after Bowman's hand was cut and you see it, he goes, careful, he's recording. Oh my, you didn't watch the video. You didn't watch it. So, Brandon Tatum, you just embarrassed yourself in front of everyone.
He know the guy's recording. When he did with the palm strike, he know the guy's recording.
It's a different cop, you stupid. Oh God.
Because he said, I'm recording too. So you think the officer, knowing that video evidence is there, knowing his body worn camera evidence is there, and you think he's gonna just make up a lie? When the officer takes the body worn camera off, you load it onto a dock. That dock is downloaded by a third-party company that makes hundreds of millions of dollars storing footage of body-worn camera. I wish I'd have came out with that job. But cops can't review it. There's no video, there's no computers and stuff typically. Now, I don't know what technology has come to today, but when we were there, the body-worn camera just came out, and guys used to take their body on camera, put it on a dock in the briefing room where they charge, and when you put it on the charger, it downloads to a third-party company that we don't have access to unless for you request it. Well, not for you request it, but we have to request the footage. And then the footage don't go to you, it go to the records department. The cop don't get it. It goes to the records department. And then it's, I don't know how many hours of footage that's on there. And it's available to the public. Anyway, I wanna hit this last point and I'm done. Roll it. I want to get to the Tyree Nichols thing, and then we can be done with this. Yeah, let's get to it. So he just says all this stuff that's pointless. Talk about compliance, whatever. Then he gets to this part. Play it.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. If you comply, you won't die. It's as simple as that. Funny, he said the same thing about the murder of Tyree Nichols, who was beat to death by several cops.
I'm done. I'm not going to get into this. I haven't reviewed the Tyree Nichols case and all this. Daniel Zimmerman, I hate you. I hate you for making me do this. I have never seen a more stupid man. I don't have an ounce of respect for Brandon Tatum. Used to be because he called me a racist who's the problem in law enforcement. Now, I don't have an ounce of respect for him for getting an uncountable number of facts wrong on this, including the two different officers that he was just evaluating at the end of this. He did not watch the body camera footage. He didn't. He made so many projections and assumptions and could not even state proper law enforcement steps, terms. Insane. Doesn't even know the definition of things like inclement weather or what rain looks like. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All of us to steal from Billy Madison are now dumber from having listened to Officer Brandon Tatum. He is an utter cancer in law enforcement. If you listen to this man, you are more stupid and do not know what police. Brandon Tatum will get more cops killed, will get more citizens killed, and will continue. He wants to rid the public. He's probably being paid by the Conservative Party to heighten the level of force that cops can use against citizens in order to take away your constitutional rights. I am starting to believe that Tatum is on the paid agenda of getting the people to give up their rights willingly by the bullshit he espouses. Appreciate your time. We all need a shower after watching that because we are all covered in his fucking bullshit. Have a great day.
Yeah. Damn.
Gotta be honest, not a fan. Not a fan. Hey guys, my name's Maven Huffman, and I had the coolest job in the world.
Shout outs to Raven and shout outs to Maven. But listen, I'm experiencing a bunch of technical difficulties. This is why I've been quiet. I really need to get some new equipment. This is bad. Shout outs to everybody here. Thank you guys so much for hitting the like button and supporting the show. 9 hours. Oh, Lord. I'll see you guys in a couple of hours. Hopefully I can get this screen fixed. Thank you, everybody, for hitting the like button. Thank you, War Master. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Link. Definitely still doing. I'm gonna try to get everything ready for movie night this weekend. All right, Sunday. Make sure you guys follow me on Rumble. We still got Chemical Ali, which is right here. Hold on. And we still got Bear Grylls and also the Donald Trump documentary. I wanted to do the Vince McMahon documentary, but I don't know. Netflix won't let me share my screen. They got that screen blocking shit on there, and I got to figure out how to tether the screen over. But Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody. Please support the show on air, off air. You support Player Talk Radio because you care. See you on the next one. Peace.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.